everybody. How we doing? Oh, hey. Studio Ghibli Vice President Junichi Nishioka says The Boy and the Heron will no longer be Hayao Miyazaki's final movie. Let him rest, guys! The director has already come back to the office with new ideas for another movie. Okay, well, you know, dude is just gonna be one of those guys who dies at his desk, you know? Wednesday, is that you? I'm channeling a little bit of Wednesday Addams. Hello, Fox of Fate. Hello, Roro. Hello, KBS. Hello, Malachi. Hello, Archangel Decab. My prediction yesterday was right. Yeah, it was. Hello, the Dark Canuck. Thank you for hopping aboard the riverboat. What the fuck is Jack wearing? I'm wearing like a little Wednesday Addams dress. And spicing it up a little bit with this little bow tie. It's very cute. And it goes with this black dress really well. How are we doing? How long must I wait for moisture? Someone drag him to the beach? Best of luck.
OMG, having the gayest thoughts of Jack in that suit.
In the suit I was wearing a few days ago? Or this isn't a suit, this is just a dress. Kyryu, thank you for the 2 gifted tier 1 subs, already getting us close to moisture. He'd start writing his ideas in the sand? Yeah. Also, for the record, apparently you can get bow ties for like $1. So, you know, just a heads up in case anybody wants like a ridiculous collection of elaborate bow ties. You know, obviously with not the highest quality materials or anything, but they're fun to play around with. Hey Neuron, how you doing? We just have so much content to cover. Here, you know what? We're gonna start off. Is this the YouTube channel? Oh, nope. Bro. Oh, bro only has 2 things on his channel. That's so sad. All right, but you know what? It's fine. Unironically, a banger. Oh, we'll get to Godzilla, don't rush me along.
Ultra mega man, I will melt all of these snowflakes with a laser in my pen. I'm ultra ultra mega mega.
Man, I will speak for unborn babies with the voices in my pen.
I'm ultra mega mega.
Man, I will cancel communism with the freedom in my pen.
I'm ultra mega mega.
Man, I will drain the swamp creatures with the balls in my pen.
I'm the mega king.
Bitch, don't get that shit twisted. Brandon, go to war. Let's have him drafted and be enlisted. I'm the sickest when I piss my slip, hit my nuclear biscuit. Hear my name, crying. Why lefties pull out signs and picket when I'm slick? We got elected on that Republican ticket. Tripping, you know where to stick it. As I just sit back and kick it. Now it's cricket. Then it quickly turns explicit. Fake news, wicked, make it slip. Drip like spigot.
Mega king.
Cause you missed the bitch.
Hello, Kyryu.
They planted evidence that my residents are jealous of our elegant political elements, artificial intelligence. And I'm telling you, they did not do this to any other presidents. You can't find any precedent. This witch hunt has no relevance. Deep state, deep fakes, hot mic, rock, life, censor, laptop, Nazis, not right. Cowards can't fight, can't win. Indict White House.
Hey,
Hunter,
Black XY,
cocaine, crack,
Black Axiomato. Hello.
Man, I will melt all of these snowflakes with a laser in my pen.
I'm ultra mega mega.
Man, I will speak for unborn babies with the voices in my pen.
I'm ultra mega mega.
Man, I will cancel communism with the freedom in my pen.
I'm ultra mega mega.
Man, I will drain the swamp creatures with the balls in my pen. That's the point.
Unironically, I kind of love this song. It's just kind of a vibe. Hey, little Morphine Annie, how you doing? And I always forget this logo. The goddamn Mega Man, but with Trump's face, and then Ultra Mega MAGA written on the helmet, with American flags on the gloves, and instead of like a gun for a hand, it inexplicably has a laser sword. 10 out of 10 logo, amazing branding, no notes. I love it so much. Yep. Your top is very cute. Thank you. I'm doing my best. With what I've got. Mega Man needs to be an emote. Or MAGA Man. Oh god. Oh god, that's such a good idea. It's MAGA. No one's gonna know what that even means though. No one's gonna know what the fuck this guy is. Oh. Someone do it. Do it now. Only people 30 and older. Where's your top from? This is a dress that I got, like, several years ago, and I have no idea where it's from.
How can I resist making Jack moist?
Salmon Moose, thank you for making me so moist. I appreciate it. Ugh, my skin, it craves moisture. Ugh. Oh my god. Oh, it's decadent. Ugh. Mega Man hasn't had relevance in like 15 years. I don't know. Mega Man's pretty cool though. I like Mega Man. The Mega Man X games, those are great. Only Capcom hadn't run that franchise into the ground. Well, Salmon Moose, the notes you attach to your subs and donos are 10 out of 10. No notes. Moisture. Releasing a new Mega Man NES game every 6 months is a bad idea. Yeah, pretty much. At a certain point, just put out, you know how they did like Mario Maker? Just put out Mega Man Maker, okay? Put out Mega Man Maker. Your fans are just gonna go ham on that and create their own Mega Man games. And then you can like pay fans a pittance and then market the games as full Mega Man games for everybody. While I moisturize, let's have a little fun. Let's have a little fun before we get into like anger and rage. Walter Masterson apparently showed up at Trump's arrest at the Fulton County Jail to talk to some very upstanding folks. Mega Man with the Roblox model? Exactly. Print $1 billion.
Someone pushing these things. There's a reason that the Chinese are setting up police stations all over our country. I mean, who's behind this?
Oh, the Chinese are setting up police stations in the U.S. That's news to me.
Wait a second, I haven't heard. No, that one I haven't heard. Tell me everything about that one.
I have heard. Are you familiar with the Epoch Times?
Epoch Times, yes.
Okay,
Absolutely.
I have read that in there, that the Chinese are opening up police stations throughout our country. You have not heard about that?
Hey, Forgiato.
What's up, my dog? Again, you?
Again.
You gonna try to Riz me again? What's up? It's the Riz King. I love left media.
Tell me why Trump is innocent.
You gonna change my words? What we gonna do? Trump's innocent, man. The reason why they pushing Trump so hard is because if Trump doesn't go to jail, they go to jail. They don't want him in this race. They want him off this ballot. He's the president of the United States or a former president of the United States. He doesn't need to get a mugshot. He doesn't need to be handcuffed. All these indictments are backfiring.
By the way, this is the guy who did that like MAGA rap song about how like you liberals were drinking the blood of children, etc. That's this guy. You guys might remember that. I know there's been a lot of people like that, but he's like been one of the more recent guys.
They're not gonna help him because you don't like Donald Trump. I like Donald Trump. But at the end of the day, there's people who play 50-50 don't really know, and this shit here is making them say this is taking it way too far. Even you, my man, like you had to have more money when Trump was in. The economy's much better now, right? With Donald Trump.
The economy's better?
With Donald Trump. Then now, Donald Trump has helped so many people become who they are. Like you got to go undercover as someone who likes Donald Trump to get views.
Not all of us can get an inheritance from our dad.
I know, from daddy, for Auto Trader, right?
Yeah,
which I love anybody to show me where I got any money from anybody in my family. Never received an inheritance. I don't know what inheritance I could have got. But you know what? I got 6 Rolls Royces on my own. Supporting Donald Trump. I got brand new cars, Tahoes, Trump trucks.
Oh man, he got so much money for sucking dick, it's crazy.
Billboards, money, because you know what? I get up every day and chase my dreams in this world that Donald Trump let us do that and fight for freedom.
The thing that people joke about is your whole born to ride Donald Trump.
Born to ride 45, that's the gang.
Yeah.
That's the gang. We out here putting on for Trump.
Do you like...
Putting on for Trump. Them people out here putting on for Trump.
That's funny, though. It's funny.
I don't think it's funny.
It's so funny, dude.
I don't think it's funny.
Born to ride Donald Trump.
I don't think that's funny. You're trying to Riz me. This man got some Riz challenge.
I know, but it's funny.
That's the Riz
it's
challenge.
Funny. It's come on.
Let's go to the next one.
No,
You
but
got
if
that
you
one.
listen,
Next one, next.
If you
What you got
just
next?
agreed that you were doing comedy, I'd be like, yo, I'm gonna bow to you as the king of comedy because that's
It's
the
born to
funniest thing.
ride for 45, not born to ride 45.
Because the way it says.
Born to ride 45. Make sure you get
I've
these
seen her
white
at everything.
supremacists.
You're Vietnamese, right? I've been to probably 20 to 30 rallies. I've seen you at everything.
Every
all the-
single rally in the
Actually,
world.
I don't think I've been to a rally that I haven't seen you.
America, America.
the greatest show on earth.
What the fuck? What the fuck is this? The guy's showing up cosplaying a chain gang with a bunch of rat furries.
Right up, right up. We got peanuts for all. We got peanuts. The greatest circus in the world. The world looks at America as a circus. Well, I bring the circus.
Republicans against Trump. I don't think they're libs.
To America.
What network are you in?
I'm not a network. I'm a private citizen.
Oh wait.
And
Oh, this guy! This guy! I saw an interview with him. He was here to, like, serve papers to the Fulton County DA to sue the DA for going after Donald Trump. This guy's amazing.
we just applied for the arrest of Fannie Willis in Magistrate
Oh wait,
Court.
can you hold that up to the camera?
We're outside.
Brad Barnes files for the arrest of Fulton DA Fannie Willis. August 24th, 2023. Today, Brad Barnes, Republican Party activist and defendant in the Rome 4 First Amendment case, before the Fulton County Magistrate Court made application for a warrant for the arrest of Fulton County District Attorney Fannie Willis pursuant to Georgia Code 17-4-40. He said, hatred of one man, Donald Trump, has driven false Fannie to weaponize her office and to pervert the justice system against her political enemies. Our republic stands on the precipice. Either these charges placed on false Fannie's insurrection against the rule of law prevail, and those she targets walk free, or we will continue our rapid descent towards a banana republic. Dude, you could have used a banana republic for this suit. Make no mistake, her actions embolden and bolster the propaganda efforts of Russia, China, and tyrannical regimes all around the world while destroying the moral authority that has come at such great price to our country. The charges are as follows: violation of oath by public officer, conspiracy against rights, which is, as we all know, conspiracy against right-leaning folks, deprivation of rights under color of law, unprofessional conduct by public officers and employees. About Brad Barnes. Brad Barnes is a widely known Republican Party activist and former candidate for Georgia State House District 13 based in Rome, Georgia. He's one of the Rome 4 defendants in the upcoming First Amendment and weaponization of law enforcement case concerning the suppression and arrest of protesters in Rome, Georgia this June. The case will make its appearance in court September 21st, 2023. Excellent. I need to use the bathroom, actually, so badly. I will be right back. I'm sorry. I'm sorry to interrupt right in the middle of this. I'll be right back. Hello! Also, hello, Ulersoth77 over in YouTube chat. Welcome. How we doing, folks? How we doing? How we doing? How we living? How we doing? Folks. All right. Anyway, we gotta go through this. We gotta finish this.
Of the Fulton County Courthouse right now. I just came from the Magistrate Court of Fulton County, where we applied for the arrest of Fannie Willis. The indictment has 4 charges. There's 2 under the state law and 2 under the federal law. The 2 under the state law relate to the conduct of public officials, and they are violation of oath of office and unprofessional conduct by public officers and employees. And the 2 charges under the U.S. Code are conspiracy against rights and deprivation of rights under color of law. This is...
I love that this guy thinks that you can just go to a courthouse and be like, hey, arrest this random person that I don't like, and have that work.
The direct attack on Trump's ability to win the election in 2024. And so those are violations against her oath of office. I actually have been a candidate for office, State House, up in Rome, Georgia, which is known to most of America as Marjorie Taylor Greenville. So she lives about 4 miles.
Have you met her?
So. Yeah. Oh, yeah, absolutely.
You see her all the time?
Yeah, pretty regularly, actually.
Okay.
Yeah.
What's she like?
I think Marjorie is a lot more intelligent than anyone gives her credit for. It's the same with Trump. They say, Trump is dumb. And Marjorie in particular is really great at just walking into a situation or room and immediately figuring out what the fix is, like what's going on.
Yeah.
And really sharp at that, in fact.
Yeah, that's interesting.
Where are they? Where is Build Back Better? 666. That's a sign of the devil, President Obama.
What?
Get your hands off of me. Get your hands off my brothers and sisters.
What?
They are devil worshippers, right, Rihanna? Are we a devil worshiper at the Super Bowl Sunday halftime show with The Weeknd? I am homeless in heels working for President Trump on my dime and my time across this country since 2015.
She's homeless and in heels and working for free. That is the saddest shit I've ever heard in my life.
No justice, no peace.
Love you, baby. I'm with Trump
no
too.
justice,
I'm
no
with Trump
peace.
Too. I'm with Trump too.
Yeah.
You liberals better out.
That was the most awkward fucking kiss I've ever seen in my life. It was so angry.
Peace.
I'm with Trump too.
Yeah.
You liberals, my dime and my time across this country since 2015. No justice, no peace.
Love you, baby. I'm with Trump
No
too.
justice,
I'm
no
with Trump
peace.
Too. I'm with Trump too.
Yeah.
You liberals better out there. They
YouTube
have
title is
my
spoilers.
balls and
Yep.
advice. President Obama
Hey,
is
Simon.
married to a man. Mike Obama's private parts are bigger than a family-sized can of right guard. Why do you think they...
Yes, Michelle Obama is a trans woman, and not only that, she has a massive hog. Yeah, they call Michelle Obama Mike Obama. No, guys, we went over this yesterday during the when we went over the gay interview. They think that Obama secretly married a man because he's so gay. That's what they think. That's part of the conspiracy. That Obama is so gay that he'll do murders to cover it up, and he'll also force his husband to dress up as a woman. And apparently, they also fantasize that Michelle Obama has a massive, massive hog, which I think says a lot more about them than it does about anything Michelle Obama has done.
It killed my sister, Joan Rivers. Why did John Johnson try to kill me? That's me. I used to be a nice girl, went to finish
Are you
school.
doing great? Are you a comedian?
No, I'm not. I'm a domestic violence survivor. I'm a
You're not a
whistleblower.
comedian?
I'm here to support Trump.
So we're here to support our president.
I have supported our president since he came down that escalator with his beautiful wife. Get over here, girl. You get over here. Abby. This is my sister in Christ, Abby. President Donald John Trump is going in cuffs today to expose the judicial system.
He ain't going to cuffs. Why you so stupid?
You think liberals are in a cult?
Liberals are in a cult.
Yes, we are here because Trump is guilty. Lock him up and throw away the key.
Trump indicted.
Again and again and again.
And again and again and again.
Get that shit. I made it. You made that? I made it, yeah.
Explain why you think Donald Trump is guilty.
We saw him on national television telling that guy from Georgia, the Secretary of State.
I think she was saying sister in more of like a, you know, a friend who's also, you know, your sister type way. Not actually.
From Georgia. All I need is 11,780 votes.
What is on her head? I just noticed that. What is this?
One more. Yeah. That was the crime.
Yeah.
Lock him up. Throw away the key.
They were just talking, so it's like it's illegal to just talk about finding 11,780 votes. I feel like that's like freedom of speech. It's like a First Amendment.
It's a first, not when you want to overthrow the government and steal the votes of black and brown people. Because that's what he wanted to do.
What are you talking about? People have been doing that for years.
Yeah, but he was doing it bold-faced though. They've been doing it on the DL, you know, at least trying to do it on the DL. But he doesn't care. Detroit, you know, anywhere there are black people, that's where
She right though.
The way he think that voter fraud is taking place. He didn't question when the votes in the areas where he won, which is like white people who voted for him, he didn't question those. He questioned where there are a lot of black and brown people. With the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse, we have changed it from conquest, war, famine, and debt. We have changed it to white supremacy, patriarchy, capitalism, and complacency. Because complacency is what is going to cause the death. Yeah, the death of
otherwise known as neoliberalism.
I don't know what it is known as. I just know that people not participating, and when we don't participate, people like Trump and Eastman, and they're trying to steal our democracy is what we get.
She's 100% right.
Yeah, I mean, so you're just as concerned as most Americans about the military.
I'm sorry. Trump is just like Nelson Mandela.
And the weaponization of law enforcement.
Definitely, I think that's the number one issue. I saw recently something that said that the FBI had shot 4 people dead possibly in their own homes in the last month or so. It was one gentleman, he had said some negative things about Biden on the internet. They came to his house and they shot.
Oh shit. Hell yeah. And shout out to Andy Kindler, comedian Andy Kindler, for following me on Twitter. I like Bob's Burgers. I like your work. Thank you very much. Also, come on my show and bullshit with me sometime.
Shot him dead.
I don't know. I mean, I kind of want to see the whole video.
Well, I don't think there is a video.
The cops, they were probably like...
Yeah, he guests on the Majority Report and plays Mort on Bob's Burgers.
You know, fearing for their lives.
They came to his house.
Yeah.
Early in the morning, but he doesn't know what's going on. They bust into his house with automatic weapons. What's he gonna do? Well, he's just gonna go reach for his gun. He doesn't know who's coming into his home.
You can imagine the police just showing up to your house and executing you, like, and no knock warrant.
It should never be like that.
What do you think about Cop City?
Well, Cop City is a training ground for the police officers here, right?
Okay.
So what's the controversy with there? I don't
Well, it seems like a military...
What I mean, what's the controversy there? They're building an entire city to train cops how to break into your house. you goon. Ilana, thank you very much for the subscription over on Twitch. Happy Friday. And thank you very much for subscribing. I appreciate the support. And 4 more subs away from hitting makeup time.
It's 100 acres. It's you
Can I score Aaron Reed on the show? You know what? I can give it a shot. I can tell you I'll reach out, but you know, I'm sure she's in demand. But I can see what I can do.
It can simulate urban warfare. It just seems like a militarization to me.
Well, I don't have a problem with that. I think our police need to be prepared, especially after the riots and the looting, the burning, everything, all these kind of things that we've had over the last few years. They need to be prepared for all kinds of situations. It's totally different, yeah.
Totally different than the militarization.
That's different than attacking people.
A lot of talk about the weapon.
Yeah. You know, arming yourself with shields and batons to beat people with. That's not militarization. It's militarization to show up to somebody's house with guns. Ignore the fact that the people with shields and batons to beat people with also had guns.
Weaponization of law enforcement.
Yes.
DOJ, the FBI, IRS, CIA. What do you think should be done about the weaponization of law enforcement?
Well, the only thing that really can be done is to clear them out, clear everyone out, especially at the top. I don't think it's the rank and file that are that corrupt. I think it's the ones in leadership, and I think that the corruption is so deep and so entrenched in these organizations that they really have to be totally destroyed. And of course, we know Kennedy said that he was going to do that with the CIA.
Before he died.
And we saw what happened with him. They put a bullet in his head. Dangerous venture to go against these people. They're going to destroy you, and we see what they're doing to Trump.
Almost like an abolishing. You have to destroy and rebuild these institutions because their foundation is just too rotten.
Oh man, he really wanted to say abolish the police. He really wanted to say it. I wonder if he's going to be able to sneak that in.
Exactly.
I sound like a liberal when I talk like this. When I talk about this, you know, like, because they talk about abolishing these institutions. And well, because it's like they're basically saying you can't reform these institutions. They're just so corrupt. You need to destroy and rebuild.
I think that we're far past conservative and liberal. I mean, those are what the labels they want to put on us to divide us.
Flea Blotch.
The truth is,
We'll talk about Project 2025, because it is well worth its entire segment. Stick around, we'll talk about it.
we're far past that at this point. We're far past Republican and Democrat, conservative, liberal. We're way past that. We're down to evil versus good at this point.
You actually have a good point about this. Should we, as conservatives, start marching with these progressives that are, you know, marching and protesting against the police? Like Cop City, great example. Is that like a weaponization of law enforcement? Cop City.
I'm not familiar with Cop City.
In Atlanta, they're building a military
Yes.
a military facility. It's like 100 acres,
Yes.
millions of taxpayer dollars, and it's like it's militarizing the police force of Atlanta.
But I think the better question to ask is who's behind that? The taxpayers may be funding it, but who's behind that? There's someone pushing these things. There's a reason that the Chinese are setting up police stations all over our country. I mean,
hell yeah, brother.
Wait a second, I haven't heard. No, that one I haven't heard.
Hell yeah, sister. Everyone knows that the Chinese are setting up their own fake Chinese police stations. When you go across state borders, you gotta look out for them sneaky Chinese police stations, okay? They'll sneak up on you. They'll get you. They come up looking like normal police officers, but then they say something in a language I can't understand. And that's how I know they're Chinese police officers. Oh, God.
Tell me everything about that one.
I have heard. Are you familiar with the Epoch Times?
Epoch Times,
Oh,
yeah.
God.
Okay. I have read that in there, that the Chinese are opening up police stations throughout our country. You have not heard about that?
I didn't know that the Chinese Communist Party was setting up.
By the way, this is why I despise the Falun Gong. Specifically because of their outlets like the Epoch Times, okay? That spread crazy shit like this. The Epoch Times is known trash, but only if you're not conservative. If you're conservative, then you basically take their words as gospel, okay? Because most of it is shit-talking the Chinese government, and then it just makes up lies about other people they don't like too.
Police stations throughout the United States.
Yes, and they're also funding our colleges and universities.
Okay.
You do know about that, right?
Well, the Penn State thing for sure.
Oh, but it's even farther than that. I mean, they.
Yes, the massive funds of the Chinese government going into American colleges instead of Chinese colleges.
Everywhere in this country. But see, this is
So you're
what.
saying like if you look further into Cop City, you'll find that this is a CCP
Maybe.
plot. Yeah, but I'm saying you're not saying an absolute. You're saying it's if they're setting up.
Question to ask.
Yeah.
Who is behind this? What is the impetus behind
City
it?
was just training, and then it was all of these other things of people that were trying to tear it down. All the homeless people that were living in there. Are we talking about the same thing?
Yeah.
I don't mind our police being trained well, though. I don't have a problem with that.
Again, you do always have to follow the money. I always do that. You always have to ask who is behind this. What's the impetus behind this?
Oh no! If we follow the money, it comes back to the American taxpayer. Oh no!
I just think that's a wise question to ask.
A lot of us obviously are upset about the weaponization of law enforcement.
Sure. And in fact, I'm actually a defendant in another weaponization of law enforcement case in Georgia, which is the Rome 4 case up in Rome, which involved.
Man, I don't know what's going on with this guy. I feel like my brain is overloaded with jokes, and I'm trying to like go through them to make sure that they're not mean-spirited enough, or to make sure that they're not too mean-spirited. His suit is just so blue.
Involves the police of Rome suppressing and arresting protesters at the Trans Queer Pride for Kids event. This case is particularly important and close to me as someone who has been a victim of the politicization of law enforcement.
Yeah.
You know, I've seen pictures
100-acre training facility.
Right.
And it just seems to me like militarization and.
I mean, the militarization of law enforcement, I think, is a valid concern, and it's actually something that you actually hear from both more the libertarian right as well as people on the left.
That's actually true.
So it's something that actually people can come together on. There's actually a lot if people.
Yeah, I mean, like, look, the issue isn't that he's overweight. The issue is that, like, his suit doesn't fit. Like, you can have a well-fitting suit and be overweight, and it will still look good on you. You know, like, I don't like Kingpin from like the Daredevil show. I guess that's an old reference now, but like Vincent D'Onofrio is a very large man, but like when he wears a suit, the suit fits him and he looks drippy as fuck.
Would not be drawn into the bitterness of partisanship that actually people could agree on.
Yeah, by the way, it took me way too long. Took me way too long to learn this. But wear clothes that fit you, chat. Don't wear clothes that don't fit you just because you like the piece of clothing. Like, it's way more important that your clothes actually fit. Because when your clothes fit, regardless of your size, you look good.
What do you think about the weaponization of law enforcement?
It's disgusting, deplorable.
What do you think is?
Yeah, don't wear. Aspirational sizing is something you need to avoid. Exactly, Catherine Swift, Kitty.
Solution to this weaponization of the DOJ,
It's
IRS.
gotta be cleaned out. It's got to be. We need leaders that care enough and are strong enough to clean up the mess that it's become.
What about Cop City?
I don't know much about Cop City.
100 acres.
Oh, where all the Antifas were assaulting the cops? I did see that.
I don't know anything about Cop City, except for all them Antifers were there. The Antifa super soldiers were assaulting our good salt of the earth cops over there, and thankfully we've trained our cops to be even more super soldier-y, so, you know, they weren't able to defeat the cops. Is essentially his argument here.
That's right.
Yeah. Is that in line with militarization and weaponization of law enforcement?
The protest to it or Cop City itself?
The Cop City itself.
I think they need a training ground to train the cops. It's my understanding of why they're building that facility. So.
Did you know that recently there has been Fulton County Jail is being sued? They let a mentally challenged man die, and he died from bed bugs. And his cell was completely filthy, fecal matter, broken glass. In this jail right here, so that's why they wanted to do it here at this jail. They would love to see Donald Trump in this nasty, and it's famous all over America for being a very vicious jail to be in, a nasty jail.
One of the people in the Republican debates, Vivek Ramaswamy, he's talking about how we should raise the voting age to 24 and demand that voters pass a civics test.
Yes, I would agree with that.
So you think in 24 is an appropriate age to start voting?
I would think so.
Oh no! Oh, all of these old farts are about to say that people under 25 shouldn't be able to vote. Oh god, yeah, let's just disenfranchise a third of the country.
I think 18 is fine. I do like the civics test. I don't know if I would necessarily make it a requirement.
There's elected officials that have never taken a civics class.
Hard to believe.
There's members of the United States Senate. They've never taken a class in civics. Congress. United States Congress.
Interesting idea. I don't think it'll ever pass, but it's an interesting idea.
Yeah.
I mean, I support Vivek. I met him. Great guy, personally. Came over, shook his hand, talked with him for 10 minutes. Great guy.
I'm good with the civics test.
Can we just look at that kid's shirt for a second? Joseph Stalin, honestly, this is so close to a cool shirt. It's so close to a shirt that I would unironically love.
Interesting idea. I don't think it'll ever pass, but it's an interesting idea. I mean, I support Vivek. I met him. Great guy, personally. Came over.
More like Joseph stealing your girl. Hey.
Shook his hand, talked with him for 10 minutes. Great guy.
I'm good with the civics test, but no. If you can go to war at 18, you should be able to vote at 18.
I agree, but I do think a civics test might be a good idea.
I think everybody should have to take a civics test. And especially immigrants come in here should have to take a couple of classes, for sure.
You guys heard of Vivek Ramaswamy?
Oh, yeah. Well, he worships a Hindu god. And at the top of this nation, just like Obama was a closet homosexual.
Jesus Christ, dude. I told you. You can't get away from it. You can't get away from it. These people have been stewing with the idea that Obama is gay as hell for the last 15 years. They can't get out of it. They're trapped in the ecosystem.
We don't want a Hindu god worshiper running our nation. Bottom line. He's a Hindu.
Okay. So I thought we liked Vivek.
What? Okay, he's a Hindu. And how will that negatively impact his ability to be president? Or maybe we should judge who should be president based on things like policy ideas and such. Hey, Bob Watkins. Thank you.
I don't.
Oh, okay.
No, I don't.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry.
No, he don't like Israel. He just went to Wikipedia.
Wait.
And there may be criminal charges against him.
Wait, did he just imply Hindus don't like Israel for some reason? Okay.
Paid to have things removed the day before he announced his presidency. One of the main things he had removed was his Hindu faith. But number two, that he was best friends with the creator of the mRNA vaccine and called that man his mentor. All that's now gone.
Because he made his money in pharma and big pharma.
True, mRNA. Why would you go scrub that from your Wikipedia? He is our Obama.
Well, he scrubbed it from his Wikipedia largely because the reason Vivek Ramaswamy is Vivek rhymes with cake. See ya on the trail. I'm about to hit the trail. Freestyle rapper Vivek the Cake. The reason he removed that was because basically he got rich off of essentially inflating the worth of his company. And right before his company had to deliver any product or, you know, not deliver any product, as the case would be, he sold it at peak value. And then, of course, his company immediately imploded as soon as people found out that there was basically nothing of value that he was doing. So, it, like, just classic kind of conmanship behind that dude.
Slick, smooth, the best talker up there. But once it's all over with, you'll see that he's not a true conservative. There's a lot about him that needs to come out. There's only one man in this race.
I think a civics test sounds like a great idea.
Yes, civics test would be a great idea.
I may roll it all the way back and say you have to own property to vote.
Yeah. Jesus Christ. Yeah, let's roll it all the way back to that, Stacy. We'll roll it all the way back to you have to own property to vote. And just real quick, does that come with, like, you know, black people being able to vote? Does that come with, like, women still being able to vote? Like, who's enfranchised in your world, Stacy? God.
Yes, just like the founding fathers.
No, that's a great idea.
Oh my God!
Oh my
the
God.
Founding fathers. It was like property owners. It was
You know, really, don't take our freedoms for granted. Freedom's not free.
How old are you?
I'm 19.
Okay, we got a griper here. I'm just calling it right now. We have a Nick Fuentes viewer here.
You like him. You've met him.
At first, I was against it. I was like, I think this is a horrible idea. Until I sat back and I thought about it a lot. I believe that it's a good move. I think that while it may make it harder for some to vote, you have to take a test to drive
It's
a
a
car.
24. You're 19. You won't get to vote.
I'll take the test and then I can vote.
So the people that can't pass a civics test have to wait till they're 24.
Yes. It's the same concept with a license. You have to pass a test, an exam, and if you fail it, you don't get to drive. And I feel like a vote is influential as driving a car. You can kill somebody in a car. If you have a leader up there in office who doesn't know what they're doing, a lot of people have died from fentanyl and everything like that.
You know,
or COVID. Don't look into those numbers too closely.
Founding fathers actually had a very restrictive right to vote, and they in their writing repeatedly said that that's necessary to preserve a republican form of government. And so we've had an experiment over the last 50 to 100 years of maximizing voter turnout, you know, and as that made the government better or worse.
Back then, it was just wealth. It was landowners, and they would pick the president. Yeah.
Right. Well, actually, I mean, originally the states picked the president. There was no popular vote for president. And so the original design of the founders was to have the states have their ambassadors in Washington, aka the senators, and the states to pick the president, so that the president was not chasing after the votes directly of people and then promising programs, gifts, etc.
Yeah, we wouldn't want government to work for the people, would we? We wouldn't want people to get, you know, services provided to them by the government. No, that would be wrong.
We apparently thought we knew better than the founding fathers, and I'm not sure that we did.
He wants to institute a civics test to vote.
I'm not sure about that.
You're not sure? Yeah.
Now, I've seen they wanted to bring the age down to 16 because they're hoping some of the propaganda they have in school now will help them get some more votes. I heard there was talk of dropping the voting age. That's the first I heard of someone wanting to raise it.
I've literally never heard a lefty argue the voting age should be lowered.
This is crap. You trying to get my words to change. They ain't going to change, my brother.
So you'll still vote for him even if he's convicted?
I'll write his name in. Only thing they can get Trump is sedition charge. Trump gets sedition charge and we can't write his name in.
And all of you
You'll
liberals.
still vote. You're going to still vote for him even if he's convicted?
We will. I will vote for him. I'm wanted. I am vote for him. Abby, I'm wanted in 4 states.
If he is
Yo, lady, if you're wanted in 4 states, why are you going on camera? Why are you doing it? Why? Hey, Alice McGee.
Convicted, thrown in jail, you'll still vote for him, right?
I will, yeah, even more so.
If Trump is convicted and put in jail, You're still going to vote for him.
Well, first of all, he's not convicted until the Supreme Court convicts him. In America, that's not a conviction. We have an appeals process, which will take years. So by the time that happens, he'll be back in office and handle everything.
No
Hey,
matter
Ashley.
what the situation is.
Glad to hear you got home
Jesus was
safe.
convicted as well. Innocent man.
Yeah.
So just a conviction means nothing to us at all.
You'll still vote for him no matter what.
No matter what, of course.
Absolutely.
Yeah, someone being convicted at a court of law means nothing in Biden's America. To these people, rapists, child molesters, murderers, well, you can't trust any of them because of the corrupt legal system, apparently. Or maybe it's just Trump. Trump is the only corrupt part of our criminal justice system.
They're trying to accuse Trump of everything. Insurrection, sending fake electors to Michigan, Arizona, 5 other states.
The Constitution demands it.
Mishandling documents.
The Constitution in no way demands a separate slate of electors.
Stealing secret documents.
You mean he had it
the
in his garage?
Georgia's RICO law. They went after
Right.
Trump University.
Oh yeah, they all.
Oh yeah,
loved
flea
him
blotch, yeah.
Until he.
It is absolutely not uncommon for conservatives, especially in the deep red evangelical South, to compare Donald Trump to Jesus Christ. It is actually, I would say, fairly commonplace. Or like alternatively, you get the slightly more mainstream idea of, well, Donald Trump is a flawed man, but through Jesus, all things are possible, you know, like, and so then they argue that even though all things are possible through Christ, only Donald Trump can be the tool for Christ. You know, like they make weird sideways arguments like that.
They found out he loved America. They don't love America, they love their power. They love their system, their structure, their swamp. Nixon was a good boy because Nixon went home and shut up. If Donald Trump would have been a good boy, he wouldn't be here today.
It's just the same thing that they did to Richard Nixon.
Yep.
Famous for being innocent.
But
oh God. Walter Masterson. You know what? If I had money to throw at anybody, I'd throw money at Walter Masterson. Walter Masterson is out there kind of like scratching the itch and filling the void left behind by that one guy, Andrew Callahan, after he was at it for being kind of a sex pest. This is kind of filling that void.
But Nixon, I've watched CNN the other night when they admitted that the only reason Nixon did not get prosecuted after the fact because
he wasn't running.
Yeah. He went home. He shut up. No influence. Donald Trump loved America too much to shut up.
You're still going to vote for him, even if he is convicted.
If he is the Republican nominee, yes, sir, I will definitely vote for him.
Now, I won't vote for him even if he is convicted.
You will?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I will do a write-in.
You're still going to vote for Trump, even if he is convicted.
Absolutely.
It actually makes me want to vote harder.
They may continue to throw more indictments at him. Go for it. Trump is an innocent man, and he will win again.
Yeah, and you'll still vote for him even if he's convicted.
If he's on the ballot, I'm voting for him.
You're still going to vote for Trump even if he's convicted.
Yeah, I think he'll still get a lot of votes if he's in jail anyway. Secret Service will have to come and take him out of jail and go bring him to the White House.
America is a ship. It only rides in the water when it's balanced, just like any ship. Before Obama, America was in the middle. We all gravitated toward that center where the ship rode well. When Obama came and put gays in the military and transgenders in the bathroom.
Yes, because there were no gays in the military prior to Obama. Don't look at what the armed services say about people who serve in the Navy.
The ship goes like this, right? The only way to ride it, we had to find Donald Trump to bring it back over.
You're talking about indoctrination.
Sure.
You know, there's a lot of indoctrination going on.
I've said President Trump needs to change the slogan to MEGA, not MAG. Make education great again.
By getting rid of the Department of Education.
Absolutely. Or critical race theory, all the books in these libraries that's destroying children's minds.
Yeah, we need to get rid of the part of our government that ensures children get an education, and also libraries. We need to get rid of those. Yeah, that'll make education great again. Education was great when we didn't have public schools and when we didn't have libraries. All of the serfs in the field were just bristling with their knowledge that they gained from the ether of the universe.
I hear reports of parents now, they don't want to bring their kids to church until they're like 13 or 16, because they're like, oh, well, then they're old enough
Yeah, they're
to understand.
indoctrinated before that.
So what's an appropriate age to bring your kid to church, in your opinion?
The moment they're born.
Okay.
I was born in the church, actually. My mother had me in the church.
Yeah.
So I believe a child, my Lord, why wouldn't you bring a child to start grounding them in the moral laws of the Almighty God?
And that'll get rid of this indoctrination.
Absolutely, sir. But you see, that's the reason we started public schools. The reason public schools were started, you can go read the 2 reasons. Because at one time, all schools in America were religious, even our colleges, universities, Harvard, they were all religious. Public schools were started to break the stronghold of Christian doctrine over our children. Everyone in our churches...
Yes. Public schools are an atheist scheme to kill God, apparently. Hey, Shaloon.
Homeschooled.
Okay. Wow.
We took back over our children. We took them away from the government schools.
And that's a good way to get rid of the indoctrination.
That's the only way that I know of. What other way is there?
What are some ways to stop this indoctrination?
I am for homeschooling now. I was not a big advocate for homeschooling.
Homeschooling to stop this indoctrination.
Stop the indoctrination, and I'm not even sure we should be sending them to college. I think we could go to technical schools, make sure that they go to conservative colleges, like where is the one?
Liberty, Baylor.
There's another one, Heritage, I think. Teach the Constitution, teach about our founding fathers, teach real history, and instead of this indoctrination and putting our students in debt. I mean, they're in debt. They could buy
Oh my God! Wait a minute. So that guy that he was just talking to, I googled. I wanted to know. I googled Professor Toto, which was a character on his shirt, and it brought me to this page: Professor Toto's Conservative College for all students of the United States Constitution, and the page doesn't fully load. But I was like, oh, well, I wonder who this is. And it's literally the guy. The guy in charge of this ministry is the guy who is just being interviewed. That's amazing. Amazing. We began this ministry in the back room of a small church along the Gulf Coast of Mississippi with a handful, about 7 people. Oh, God. Studying the word of Yahweh, God. We have now elevated into another level of our existence as a fellowship. This guy just sounds like he's in charge of... This just doesn't sound like a normal church. This sounds like a cult. We now gather on Friday nights at sunset, the beginning of the weekly Sabbath, for what we have termed the Gathering. This is a very unique service that people are driving great distances to attend because it is both a very intensive time of worship, the prophetic, and it is also a Bible college class. What many people find refreshing about our meeting is the merging of cultures and races around new ideas. Or cultures and races and ideas. We have the extremes of society among us, ranging from poor to rich, from educated to, again, the website's poorly optimized, so I don't know what is getting cut off here. From Messianic Jews to old-time Pentecostals, and so the divergence continues. What the fuck, dude? This is incoherent ideology. I grew up, right, in evangelical circles. I can tell you that even by those standards, this is completely off the rails. Wild stuff. Polydactyl Black Cat, thank you. And if I get my makeup, I'll be even more posh. Oh, okay, yep, nope. Professor Toto's Conservative College. This is the name of his Rumble channel. 25,000 people watch it. Jesus Christ. The inside life of Barack Obama. The truth will disgust you. Because, you know, he's gay. This is crazy stuff, bro. Pastor Vaughn teaches about life, all caps. Amazing. All right, anyway.
A home with the money that they get out of school with debt, and they, even if they get really good jobs, their debt to income earned will not let them buy a house.
So you're saying that we should make college free for all, or lower the cost of college?
I don't know what the answer is. I used to think it was, I love this lottery idea that the people going to school that made good grades, but now that I'm seeing that happen.
Yeah, we should just roll some dice and see who gets free college. Excellent idea.
These universities are raising the cost of astronomically for these kids to go, and then these professors are paid all this money, and then it just rolls upon itself. Then the government only hires like the lawyers and things like that out of these schools, and they're indoctrinated at this point.
I've been hearing parents talking about not bringing their kids to church until they're 13 or 16 and they're old enough to make a proper decision.
No, that's not, I don't believe in that. No, that's
something like the mask mandates. Separate us. Make us suspicious of each other.
For the record, what's an appropriate age to bring your kid to church?
Well, parents have to be involved with their church education as well as their school education.
The national education needs to be disbanded. That's unconstitutional. We need to go to the states running their own education. But I think that should be mandatory.
Are you talking about like school choice, or are you talking about?
Well, we definitely need school choice, but I just don't think that we need a national education. We need to go to the states, need to decide what they do in their states regarding their...
Yes, states' rights. Historically, something that led to very equitable educational outcomes in the South.
Education.
Let the states decide.
Let the states decide. The federal government cannot tell some little small community in North Georgia what is best for their students there.
What do we do about this indoctrination?
That's another problem. I think over the last several decades, our schools have been infiltrated by communists. I think homeschooling is an option, or private school.
God, I wish.
I see a lot of states passing
School
reforms
choice.
to the education with school choice. Public school system is corrupt. It's run by powerful unions that fund the Democrat Party. Those aren't people that should be educating our children.
Homeschooling, it's a good way to stop the indoctrination. Yeah.
It's about that and you know, if you can find a good private school.
I'm hearing a lot of parents talking about how they're not going to bring their kid to church until the child is like 13 or 16. They want the kid to be old enough to make a proper decision.
About going to church?
About going to church.
I think that's something you can pass down from parents to children, you know, if you're a Christian.
As a Christian, what's an appropriate age to bring your child to church and have them read the Bible?
As soon as they're born. I mean, they can't read when they're born, but a lot of baptisms happen at a very young age.
What do we do about this indoctrination?
I think you have to get rid of the Department of Education. We need to get the people that are indoctrinating our kids out of school.
Who are those people?
Teachers. Change what they teach to where it's...
Okay. Oh yeah. You know, that's great. You know, the real impediment to education is educators. You know, the life spirit of the universe should be educating our children. You know, put them to work in the fields, and you know the great embodiment of all human knowledge, the ether that surrounds us, will simply impart its wisdom.
It's not something that's crazy biased for the left. We need to teach history. We need to teach the facts, not an opinion. You teach the history, don't teach victimhood.
You're local?
Yeah, I just moved to Georgia,
Very
like 2
cool.
months ago.
Oh wow, where'd you move from?
I lived in Florida.
Okay.
Yeah, I had to leave because of Ron DeSantis. Kind of messed up the state a little bit.
Ron DeSantis messed up the state. How did he mess up the state?
Man, just everything got so expensive. Inflation went through the roof. Like it's $4,000 for a 1-bedroom. It's kind of wild, you know? So I moved there when COVID hit. I grew up in LA. And then COVID hit, I moved to Florida. It was great, you know, during COVID for the first year or two. And then ever since he won re-election in 2022 in the midterms, he kind of just stepped aside from being governor and did like a shadow campaign.
My problem is that he knew he wasn't going to be around. He knew he was running for president when he ran.
I love that this guy's like, yeah, these conservatives have terrible policies that are unsustainable. But anyway, Trump is great.
For his second term.
Yeah.
He knew he wasn't going to be around to govern the state of Florida.
I agree. And honestly, they asked him on the debate stage if he was running and he wouldn't answer.
So yeah, you're not fans of DeSantis.
No.
Yeah, he has establishment ties.
Oh,
Very
hugely
much.
establishment ties. I mean, you could even see over the time, you know, he went from actually not supporting Trump to wanting Trump's endorsement really bad.
Hey, Robert
and
Adset.
getting able to win. And over this whole time, you kind of realize he
wouldn't
hasn't
have won.
really
He
had-
wouldn't have won election.
Exactly, and this whole time you kind of realize, and a lot of us, because we were kind of, you know, we still didn't really see all that was happening, right? Up until 2020, that's when a lot of people's eyes started to open. But you kind of realize from that time, 2018 up until then, he really hasn't had Trump's back.
Rhino.
Rhino.
Would you vote for him for governor again?
I would never, ever support him. I supported him during midterms, supported him during his first thing. I had him on the side of my trailer, had it blown up, Make America Florida, and then he switched on Donald Trump.
God, Walter Masterson is 10 out of 10, doing the Lord's work out there. Why do these people insist on Trump? Because they're trapped in the cult of personality, you know? When the person that they look up to tells them time and time and time again that everything is fucked and I alone can fix it, well, they start to believe him, especially when he's backed by billions of dollars and the entire Republican establishment. You know, like, to them, he looks like a savior in the midst of chaos. It's cult psychology, exactly, Shalhoub. Exactly. The cult of personality is too strong for them to escape. Oh, wait. We might actually have some more. I stopped too soon.
I'm working on an app. This is an app to where if a white person says, oh, I have a black friend, if you're the black friend, you immediately get a note, an update.
Okay.
And it says like, all right, well, this black friend is, you know, this person just named you as a black friend in their debate, gives you their location. You can just show up and be like, listen, this is my coworker from, you know, a few years ago. We really haven't spoken since. We follow each other on Facebook.
Right.
But yeah.
I like it.
Thank
Where
you.
is it in the development?
It's in the early.
Okay. No,
the
I like
Angel in beta testing.
Okay. No, I will be. Put me down as.
You have to register your black friends as a white person.
Okay.
Jesus Christ, dude.
I have a few whose name I would want to register.
Yeah. Fantastic. Thank you.
She's such a good sport. I think she realized he was you know being a little goofy goober and just played along. And because they don't actually understand why everything's fucked. Well, yeah, that's the thing. The entire media apparatus, the media bubble that conservatives are in, leaves them completely vulnerable to charlatans and con men like Trump, right? Like, if you don't know why something is happening, then the guy who's coming along and saying, I alone can fix it, and who has a great deal of power, like, suddenly seems to have a lot more merit to him, right? And that's basically just what he's kept going this entire time. Also, chat, hello, how we doing after that segment? How we doing? Also, hey, we've been streaming for an hour and a half now. Please hit the follow button over on Twitch. Hit the like button on YouTube. Hit the subscribe button on YouTube. Do the free things that you know help the stream, because it helps me out a lot, and I would very, very much appreciate it. Additionally, we're getting close to 1,900 subscribers on the YouTube, and then from there, only 2,000 is just a hop and a skip away. So let's make it happen, okay? Additionally, if you've been enjoying the show so far, consider dropping some subs or donos. We're currently 4 subs away, or their dono equivalents, from doing makeup. So consider doing that. I would certainly appreciate it. And I'm glad that you guys all seem to be liking this bow tie that I pulled out for the first time. A little bit cattywampus, but that's okay. I love the wing motif. I do too. It's really nice. I thought about going even more extra and putting another bow on top of the bow, because it has like a little like fake gem in it. But I thought that might be a little too much. Oh, hey. So someone at Media Matters who has the unfortunate and unenviable task of watching Gutfeld, every night, found this wonderful, wonderful moment.
There is no system, just a phony, altruistic scam. They're more pie in the sky than the drone delivery from Brian Stelter's bakery. Liberal goals without conservative systems are like building a new Nancy Pelosi without gallons of spackle. And liberal goals without conservative systems mean there are freebies minus results, and that doesn't work. Mayor Adams sees this, we think. Look at bail reform, the free-range homeless. That reminds me, I promised Chris Wallace I'd let him borrow my tent. Cities are there is no system.
Listen to the audience members, chat. He's doing what he conceives of as a comedy bit, and even his audience sounds tired as hell.
Scam. They're more pie in the
Listen
sky
to their laughs.
than the drone delivery from Brian Stelter's bakery. Liberal goals without conservative systems are like
there's a live audience there that's supposed to be laughing to these.
Building a new Nancy Pelosi without gallons of spackle. And liberal goals without conservative systems mean
like that one in the middle there, where it takes like a second for them to be like, ah, okay, that was pretty funny, indicates to you just how large the audience is and how quiet it is on the subsequent laughs.
There are freebies minus results, and that doesn't work. Mayor Adams sees this, we think. Look at bail reform, the free-range homeless. That reminds me, I promised Chris Wallace I'd let him borrow my tent.
Like 3 people are laughing. Like, he didn't... I think, by the way, just as an FYI, I think this bit about free-range homeless was supposed to get a laugh, and no one laughed.
Free-range homeless. That reminds me, I promised...
Like, he paused for a laugh, for like a laugh break there, and you can tell he's like kind of upset and confused.
Promised Chris Wallace I'd let him borrow my tent. Cities are there is no...
Just, man, this guy has like the best ratings of any nighttime show on Fox News. That is incredible. It's incredible how unfunny his own audience thinks he is. God damn. He laughed harder at his own joke. I mean, I think that was an affect to try and like sell his follow-up joke, but neither really landed. Okay, also, chat, you all know that I really love Godzilla, right? Well, I found out about this show that is on Apple TV Plus that releases, I think, in November. And I hadn't heard anything about it. Zero about it. I just saw like I just saw this and I was just blown the fuck away. Let's watch it together, huh? It's called Monarch.
I don't know if this will get to you. I hope so. I can't go back in time and fix all the mistakes I made. But maybe I can leave something for the future. A legacy.
The world is on fire. I decided to do something about it. Hopes, dreams, ambitions. The mission was to protect their world and ours. It's what we wanted Monarch to be. Instead of chasing monsters. If you come with me, you'll know everything, I promise.
Yeah, nah. John Goodman. They got what's his face from The Thing and Big Trouble Little China. Look, I was sold just knowing that John Goodman and what Kurt Russell was gonna be in it. But I thought it was good, like an unrelated monster thing. And then Kurt Russell. Kurt Russell's in it. Look at that's Kurt Russell right there. Then they have like de-aged Kurt Russell. Because time travel or flashback shenanigans, I don't know. But I'm excited. Kurt is conservative. I don't care. You know, like if Kurt Russell is conservative, which I'm sure he is. He's in the Fast and the Furious movies. I don't care because he's not like obnoxious about it. He's not like going Donald Trump. Like he's not a Kid Rock type figure. I did not recognize him. Yeah. I have to get you to watch the trailer to the god-awful film I worked on sometime. That time could be now. I miss the days when we had decent conservatives. Yeah. Or at least conservatives who would shut the fuck up sometimes. You look like a cool bartender? I'll take that as a huge compliment. Yeah, he's not a James Woods, a John Voight, or a Kevin Sorbo type, you know? Oh! Chat, we get to watch the trailer that Salmon Moose worked on. Life is a delicate balance between order and disorder. One small disturbance, one minor infraction of nature's law is all it takes. Chicago.
They're taking you back 65 million years to hunt the greatest predator the world has ever seen. Today, on this hunt, someone will die. The prey or the hunters. There is no middle ground.
Remember, whatever happens, do not step off of the path. We've got a major problem here.
The whole of time has been turned upside down. What happened has to be connected to our last jump. You must have changed something.
And what did you change?
We don't know. Somebody stepped off the path.
The changes in evolution that you affected come in ripples like dropping a stone into a pond.
Ben
Start
Kingsley
with
was in
climate,
this?
Then vegetation, the early manifestations of life.
What was that?
Then come the more complex organisms.
You have to.
Have to what?
Set things right.
I'll find a way.
This actually looks this looks actually really fun. You know what, I would watch this. This looks like a really good pop an edible and watch movie. They're sending people back in time to fight dinosaurs, but then they step on a moth and it changes all of human evolution. Oh god. It's good to watch for the sheer terrible film. I am a connoisseur of the sheer and terrible. It's a Ray Bradbury story with Ben Kingsley in it. It must be good. Someone stepped on a butterfly. We must go back in time and kill him before he steps on the butterfly. Baboon lizards. Lizoons. Ah, 10 out of 10. Thank you so much for sharing that with us, Sam Moose. I appreciate it. Let's see here. Oh, okay. So, folks. Now, some of you might recall that over the last several weeks, there's been a library, or rather several schools, libraries, librarians, teachers, etc. across the country who've been receiving anonymous bomb threats. There was there was like a school that had to close down for like several days a couple weeks ago. Just really wild stuff. And yeah, after the libs of TikTok stuff. Yeah. Now, it turns out that, you know, one or two bomb threats might go under the radar. But when you start shutting down schools for like a week or two at a time because they're getting so many bomb threats, turns out that even though our law enforcement is very tech averse, they do have some means to try to track down culprits. And it turns out that the FBI has now tracked down a major lead in who might be behind all of these bomb threats. And this comes to us courtesy of the Daily Beast. FBI has a major lead in tracking down bomb threat hoaxer. Detective Robert Onishi of the Renton Police Department in Washington is the lead investigator on an emailed threat that claimed bombs had been placed at the Brewmaster's Tap Room, a local Renton business, and the owner's home on August 12th. The threat led to the business being forced to cancel a planned drag queen story hour. Threats were also sent to the same day to other businesses, including a boutique in Peekskill, New York. Onishi was briefed by a local FBI agent on the ongoing investigation into the threats, he says. He was told the communications have been traced back to an IP address registered with Afrinic, the regional internet registry for Africa. The feds have also identified the type of phone and the emails are being sent from, an Android device that is mainly marketed in Africa and Southeast Asia, Onishi said. The phone's time zone, which you'd expect is probably not spoofed, appears to be in Africa with a longitude consistent with Lagos, Nigeria, Onishi said. Onishi said that the threat against the taproom in Renton originates overseas, and there's little that he can do. The difficulty that I would run into is that we just don't have the reach. We can't get any judicial authority to compel a search of records for an overseas provider. So I'm kind of stymied, Onishi said. Aw.
I was going to take the night off, but we need to get this party started.
Quadruple A. Thank you very much for the 5 gifted subs. Thank you. Thank you so much, Paladin. And that brings us to makeup. I'm just gonna do it. That's you unlocked makeup. Thank you so goddamn much. The Daily Beast reviewed 35 of the email bomb threats that are currently under investigation. They were CC'd to Alejandra Caraballo, an instructor at Harvard Law School, who is also a predominant advocate for LGBT rights. These threats, many of which target LGBT events, were sent to school districts, libraries, community groups, and businesses across the United States. A series of threats sent to schools in Tulsa, Oklahoma, shut down the city's school district for 2 weeks, leaving thousands of students out of school. Caraballo has been cooperating with the FBI for months, but has felt frustrated that the feds have not been able to stop the culprit from disrupting lives. Yeah. Both Detective Onishi and Caraballo speculated about the identity of the sender or senders of the threats, wondering if it could be someone hired to disrupt the lives of Americans in the run-up to the election. I can't explain why a random person in Lagos would otherwise care this much, Caraballo said. It would not be the first time a foreign power has hired individuals in Nigeria to spread disinformation. In 2019, a Russian troll farm was uncovered for the first time in West Africa, according to The Guardian. Ghanaian non-profit hired a group of Ghanaians and Nigerians to pretend to be Americans online and stoke political division on Facebook and Twitter. The people behind this network engaged in a number of deceptive tactics, including the use of fake accounts to manage pages posing as non-government organizations or personal blogs and posting groups, Nathaniel Glacier, Facebook's head of security policy at the time, told The Guardian. So, there is a not insignificant chance here that the reason we are seeing this mass of bomb threats targeting LGBTQ events or places or people is because there is moneyed interest to disrupt that and spread a larger impression of kind of the danger or the extremism at work in America, which is very interesting, admittedly. Who might have interest in doing so? I mean, it could be Russia funding that. That's certainly possible. My money would be not necessarily on Russia, though. I don't think Russia necessarily has a ton of interest in trying to stoke that division. If anything, I would wager it's probably an extension of China's hacking efforts and cyber attack efforts. I mean, if we're just in full speculation mode, right? China has been making coordinated cyber attacks on different parts of like infrastructure, both in the United States and abroad, and it would make sense for them to be branching out and seeing how they could use and leverage different social divisions for some type of benefit, right? Russia is always a bit busy. Yeah, Russia is a bit busy. Yeah. So I would say it could, I think it's, I mean, if you put a gun to my head, I would say it's Chinese efforts to stoke division. But again, I don't know. No one knows. We're probably not going to know anytime soon. But this is pretty interesting, I think. Could be a VPN they're using. It could be, but they're tracing it based on the time zone of the phone, of the device that's sending most of these threats. So the VPN probably doesn't change the time zone of the device. I think they've pretty clearly like locked down the location, even with any VPN protection, which they almost certainly have. I like my Nigerian prince theory. That would be funny. I think it's smarter to just pay someone in Africa, right? I mean, like, the people in Africa, like, there are tech outfits in Africa that are very capable of doing stuff like this. You know, I don't think they necessarily need to like cover their identities, all that much, considering law enforcement is almost certainly never going to be able to bring them to justice. A Mechanical Turk situation, probably. All right. Anyway, I thought that story was really interesting. Just wanted to share it to kind of like put a little cherry to kind of put on top of this situation, I guess. That being said, I'm going to give you guys an option, okay? We can either go over the Mehdi Hassan, Vivek Ramaswamy interview, or we can go over the Jimmy Dore Cornel West interview. Which would you guys like to go over right now? Or first, I should say. Dore? Come on, chat. Let's go. Jimmy and Cornel. Jimmy Dore. Jimmy Dore. Jimmy Dore. Dore. Brain rot first. I mean, they're both brain rot. Just Mehdi Hassan isn't the source of the brain rot in his interview. Me. All right. Let's go. We'll go with Jimmy Dore. So, first of all, I just want to point out that Jimmy Dore is so mad about how this interview went that he named the segment Cornel West does 45-minute commercial for Joe Biden. Like, he's so mad. He's so mad, dude. He's so mad that that Cornel West didn't like bow and kiss the ring. That Cornel West didn't get down and like lick his boots. He's so mad. Jimmy Dore, I would also say there's probably an element of Jimmy Dore being very upset that Cornel West initially announced his run as a member of the People's Party, which is basically a vanity project for Jimmy Dore. Yeah, no, we haven't done the Elon segment yet, don't worry. We have so many segments to get through. Jimmy is a narcissist. Jimmy is a grifting asshole. That's what he is. And I feel like it's pretty evident. But you know what? The one thing I like about this interview, and keep in mind as we go through it, I've only seen like a clip from it, but keep in mind that this might be one of the few things that can actually shake any of Jimmy Dore's audience off of him. You know? Like, he's got people who are, like, full-on injecting the brain rot on a daily basis, right? But those same people, by and large, consider Cornel West to be, like, oh, well, he's a true leftist, right? So the fact that Jimmy Dore is out here basically saying Cornel West is carrying water for Joe Biden, I think is something that offers us the potential to maybe, I don't know, maybe we can get some of these people. Maybe a few people are going to be wondering, hey, that Jimmy Dore guy, he's not being very consistent, is he? Just a couple weeks ago, former Dore producer spilled the tea how Jimmy Dore is a horrible alcoholic and drug addict and yells at his staff every second the camera's off. Well, yeah, that's not surprising at all. Then literally none of that is surprising. But do you have any links to the producer, Gamer G? Anyway, I'll get this started.
Welcome back to the show, Dr. Cornel West.
Oh, thank you, my dear brother.
I think about you, I think of George Carlin. You know, the Union Seminary is right across the street from George Carlin Place.
Oh, really? No
What a
kidding.
grand genius. He grew up on 121st and Broadway next to Corpus Christi Church, and they got a beautiful sign saluting him. And beside Richard Pryor, he's got to be one of the greatest comic geniuses of the last 50 years, my brother.
Well, I certainly wish he was still alive right now because I know he would see through all the propaganda that we've been living through, at least since 2015. But I want to just, before we start, I want to get this out there because some people misunderstood my coverage of your appearance with Anderson Cooper, and they took it as an attack on you when I was merely trying to help you get the message right about the Ukraine war. Because as a radical, part of your job is to educate people on what's actually happening, and you have to be crystal clear in explaining it to people, especially about what's happening in Ukraine. So people took that as me trying to attack you when I was doing it more as a coach, trying to help you and get it right. And that's what I'm going to be doing in this interview also, because I was thrilled to hear.
Yeah, because look at Cornel West's face. Cornel West doesn't need your fake-ass coaching, Jimmy. Jesus Christ. Like, I don't think Cornel West as a candidate is necessarily doing a lot of good, but, like, I do think Cornel West, at the very least, is earnest, you know? And he's not stupid. He knows what he's talking about, right? But this being the first thing you say to Cornel West, having him on your show, that's wild to me.
That you're running third party. You got more courage than I do to do it. You're a better man than me. And so I appreciate you doing it because you're getting the message out there about the Ukraine war, about the two-party duopoly. This is really important. And so if I just want to tell people, so if it seems like I'm being critical of Cornel West from here going forward to the election, what it is going to be is me trying to help make his...
Yeah, Jimmy Dore is trying to help by saying Cornel West does 45-minute commercial for Joe Biden. That he's helping, guys.
His message even better than it is.
This is actually,
because I think it's really important.
This is actually so much worse than I thought it was going to be. This is actually so much worse than I thought it was going to be, and we're only 2 minutes in.
That his message get out there. That's what this is about. So anyway, I just wanted to clear that up.
Oh, sure. I think the important thing always is, brother, that we the anthem of black folk is lift every voice, not lift every echo. You got a voice, I've got a voice. Our voices overlap, our voices can have tension, our voices can conflict, we can learn from one another. We proceed. We've got a similar critique of the predatory capitalist society. We've got similar critique of a whole host of issues, and certain things we disagree with. Well, that's understandable too. I'm learning from you, you learning from me. But it's the respect more than anything else that's crucial here. And I think I appreciate you starting off with that kind of a reflection, my brother. Very much so.
So now people make a big deal out of the fact that you endorsed Joe Biden in 2020, and now you're running against him. And the reason what was the reason you endorsed him in 2020, and what has changed since?
Yeah, one, I was thoroughly convinced that we needed an anti-fascist coalition, and that included the kind of milquetoast warmongering neoliberals like Biden. And now it's fairly clear Biden had 4 years. He had 4 years to steal the thunder from any kind of Trump challenge. 4 years to try to speak to the needs of poor and working people. 4 years to try to cut back on the military adventurism. That's been characteristic of his whole career. And it's clear to me now that if the only opposition to the escalating neo-fascism in the country is going to be Biden, or Biden-like, then the fascism's coming anyway. We're going to have alternatives.
Yep. Okay, I understand his argument, but it's strange to me that he doesn't seem to understand that, like, well, if the fascism is coming anyway, like, having it sooner rather than later isn't actually good.
Alternative vision, alternative institutions, alternative infrastructures. It has an alternative passion. And so if all we can do is produce democratic administrations that are caretakers, postponers of the Trump or Trump-like candidates, then the fascism's coming anyway. The only way you really get at the roots of fascism is to break from the corporate duopoly, to show how the two-party system is an
But
impediment.
if you break from the corporate duopoly, and that brings and that breaking is what brings apart democracy. Like it doesn't matter that you broke the duopoly. You broke the duopoly for the fascists.
Impediment for the unleashing not only of American democracy, but also trying to dismantle the empire in terms of the 800 military units around the world and the military budget taking 57 cents for every dollar. And so in that sense, there's been a shift. There's no doubt about that. Now keep in mind, I supported Ralph Nader and Jill Stein. And in between, I had early supported Bill Bradley, and I had supported John Kerry as a kind of anti right-wing coalition too. So that my jazz-like activities certainly can be characterized at times with a certain kind of inconsistency, but it's the timing of it. Each moment has its own context.
So now, our friend Nick Cruz says that many climate activists have no idea how much they destroyed all their credibility by endorsing and supporting Joe Biden, the Nord Stream pipeline bomber, and the largest eco-terrorist in modern human history, for president. Why should anyone take climate or environmental issues seriously when you obviously do not? Now, what do you say back to that kind of critique that by endorsing him, you lose your credibility?
Well, it becomes, I think, I've been on my dear brother's show a number of times, and I think there's always a certain force in the argument of trying to be consistently third party across the board, having no relation whatsoever to the bourgeois politicians. I think there's force to that. But I think the credibility that one has really is holistic. It's wholesale rather than just retail. And the credibility that you have in regard to being consistently against war, consistently against capital, consistently against white supremacy, even if it has different kind of stances from one election to the next. That would be one of the ways in which I would try to respond to that. That would be the beginning of a response to that.
Okay. Here's another tweet from Nick. He says the same professional managerial class gaslighters want us to take it easy on Bernie.
Man, I love that Jimmy Dore has so advocated his, whatever responsibility he has to his audience, that he's just reading off socialist MMA tweets. Oh my God! We watched one of his shows. We watched Revolutionary Blackout Network when they interviewed Marianne Williamson, and it was a complete shit show. It was these are not serious people to pay attention to or build your politics off of.
Bernie, they use civility politics as a weapon so they can comfortably sell out. The working class must reject this and start holding these people accountable for selling us out. So Bernie has sold us out, and I don't need you to call him a sellout or anything. That's fine. But I do want to see, this is your response, because Bernie was asked about your campaign, and he said it shouldn't happen, and he's against it, and he's endorsing Biden, and of course that is just garbage. And so this is how you responded.
And you even in love, people have deep disagreements about these things. But I think again, he's fearful of the neo-fascism of Trump.
So when my what I would say to you here, and this is a big point, and I'm trying to impress upon you going forward, that when you do that, you sound a little bit like Joe Biden, and what you're doing is you're giving a pass to Bernie Sanders and anybody else for voting lesser of two evils. So you're endorsing the Democrats' message in their campaign. And so now people can dismiss your candidacy and say, well, we got to worry about the neo-fascism of Trump, as if Joe Biden isn't worse, which he is.
Yeah. The milquetoast neoliberal is worse than the guy who had dismantled democracy. Is Jimmy Dore aware that if Trump dismantled democracy, he wouldn't be able to elect someone in the future? If there is no democracy, then it's literally we fight or we die. That's that's what happens if democracy is dismantled, which is what Trump wants to do. So, like, that's the alternative here. Now, Jimmy is kind of correct in pointing out the fact that, like, if Cornel West believes that, then how could it be beneficial to bring that in sooner? But, like, to say that, he then goes a step further, is like, well, and Joe Biden is worse than the fascists who would rob us of any say in who runs our government.
He's a bigger fascist, and he just crushed a union strike on the railroad, which is the definition of fascism.
Which, by the way, Biden's administration continued to work behind the scenes to get more concessions for railroad workers. Now, they didn't get everything, but they did get time off, which is pretty important. And again, not all the workers got that, but at the end of the day, it's not the same as how a fascist would break a strike, because a fascist would just kill the workers who are striking. That's how that would work. Yeah. Fascism is when you when you meet some of the demands of workers who would otherwise go on strike. That's fascism. Fuck off, dude.
He's now trying to saber rattle with two nuclear powers. Nuclear war, nothing more important than that. And what he's doing in Ukraine, you know exactly what he's doing, right? So he's the worst warmonger in the world. 300,000 Ukrainians have already been slaughtered in this proxy war that was provoked by NATO.
Yeah, and you know, Ukrainians definitely wouldn't have been slaughtered if they had just allowed themselves to be taken over by Russia. You know, if the United States were to invade Mexico, Mexico should simply surrender. That's how that works, you know? It's really unfair for the rest of the world to ally themselves behind Mexico and to resist American imperialism. That's essentially the argument he's making. You know, if you just replace the United States or Russia with the United States in his analogy, like, every single member of Jimmy Dore's audience would suddenly go, oh yeah, that would be bad. But because again, American imperialism and America is supporting Ukraine because, you know, it's bad when nuclear power invades a European country, and, you know, of course, yeah.
NATO, which you know. So when do you think that when you say that about, when you call Donald Trump a neo-fascist and you don't say that about Joe Biden, what do you say when I tell you that you're undercutting your own campaign and you are propping up the Democratic message, which is that they are the lesser of two evil and you have to vote for Joe Biden so we don't have fascism? By the way, we already have fascism. As we all know, the fascism is the joining of corporate and government to screw the worker. And that's exactly what Joe Biden, the Democrats, and Pete Buttigieg did. And so they will keep doing it, and they're not stopping it. And they're also for censorship, which is the hallmark of fascism. So this idea that Donald Trump is more of a fascist than Joe Biden undermines your own campaign.
Cornel West is just sitting here, like, trying to fucking keep up with the nonsense Jimmy is shitting out right now.
There's no doubt about that. And so what I would encourage you to stop doing that. What do you say back?
No, we deeply disagree on that, though, brother. I don't think, and this is where I disagree with Nick too, that, and I appreciate your advice here, you know, cast in a respectful way, but we do, and I disagree with Brother Nick on this too, that I just got back from Mississippi, you know that, you know, with the Jenkins and Parkins, the two brothers brutalized by the police. There at the church, the Klan still running wild, not just with votes, but terrorizing black folk. The Goon Squad finally got caught by the two lawyers, Brother Malik and Brother Trent. Now, what does that mean? That means that when you talk about fascism, you're talking not just about the rule of big money, not just the rule of big military, not just the rule of corporate power, so that it's oligarchic in essence, but you're also talking about dictatorial rule, no elections, the elimination of dissident voices, and then the scapegoating of the most vulnerable, which it could be immigrants, it could be workers, it could be black people, Jews, Arabs, and so forth. See, with under Biden, what you have is a fascist dimension domestically, especially against black folk and others. You and I, the very fact that we're having this dialogue without being eliminated overnight, a fascist regime could completely call into question with the use of arbitrary power. That's what happens in the mass incarceration regime vis-a-vis poor black people and others. Right? So that is the fascist dimension. Similarly so in terms of militarism abroad. So that there's fascist elements, my brother, there's fascist dimensions. But with Trump, when you have calling into question transfer of power and so forth, that is not the same thing. And so that doesn't undermine my...
Which, yeah, like, Cornel West is 100% right here. Like, I wish that he would take that into account in, like, his campaign calculations. And I feel like he's not, because he's kind of thrown up his hands and said, well, fascism is going to happen anyway, might as well happen under my watch, which seems to me like a major abdication of responsibility. But on correctly identifying what fascism is, he is correct. You know, like, I'm glad he can do that. We supported a coup in Ukraine. How did the United States support a coup in Ukraine? If you're going to talk about John McCain went over and said we support Ukraine, like, that isn't supporting a coup in Ukraine. When people say a country supported a coup, what they mean is, like, they supplied arms, they funneled obscene amounts of money in. And as far as I can tell, from the reality of Ukraine post the fall of the USSR, the country doing that by far the most was Russia, which was able, through its attempts to control and subvert Ukrainian government, to insert puppet dictators. And those puppets were given orders by the Kremlin to fire upon protesters with snipers. So you had snipers in Kyiv shooting protesters in the streets, peaceful protesters in the streets. That violence is what then kicked off the coup, where the puppet president of Ukraine fled to Russia because he was installed by Russia. So that's part of the issue here, right?
Campaign at all. The campaign's about truth.
100% undermines your campaign. 100%. You're shooting yourself right in the dick before you even start. So that's just bad. You're getting bad advice.
I can't believe he just said to Cornel West that you're shooting yourself in the dick. What the hell, dude? I mean, like, I think Cornel West is wrong about a great number of things, but, like, this seems... Jimmy Dore's condescension here is frankly staggering.
Advice. I don't know who's advising you, but they're giving you horrible advice.
January. I'm a free man. I'm a free man, brother.
So January.
But I want to hear your argument. I want to hear your argument as to how Biden is more fascist than Trump.
Trump
just lay it out right quick.
Well, I'll tell you right now. The reason why the deep state Russia-gated Trump was because he wouldn't bomb enough to calm them down.
Trump, people literally went to jail for lying about having Russian connections and being influenced by Russia. That's not Russia-gated. That's not a fabricated hoax. People went to prison for lying about it and would still be in prison for lying about it were it not for being pardoned by Donald Trump.
So he wouldn't do enough bombing. The reason they impeached him because he wouldn't ship arms to Nazis in Ukraine, and he was against that. So that's
are you?
Sam Olson, if you want to be on the in the on-screen chat, you just have to go to riverboat.gg.
defending Trump as somehow being a person who is. I mean,
So-
I don't understand. I don't understand your argument at this point, though, man. What are we talking about? What are we
Okay,
talking
so there's
I want to understand what the content of your argument is, because one can, in fact, bring critique to bear.
I love that Cornel West is asking Jimmy Dore, what the fuck are you on about, man? And Jimmy is now having to, like, explain his insane, like, line of thinking. The only way you arrive at Jimmy Dore's positions are if you have absolute insane reasoning, or you are a lying grifter who doesn't really care what the justifications for your positions are.
Bear on the system as a whole with the two corporate wings, but somehow, what do you say to trans and gays and lesbian brothers and sisters in terms of their rights?
So that's again. Joe Biden is responsible for the mass incarceration, not Donald Trump. Who is more responsible for black and brown people being locked up and America being the largest penal colony in the world? Is it Donald Trump or would it be Joe Biden? By the way, this conversation is a loser for your campaign.
Well,
sitting here trying to make the argument.
For you. It could be a loser for you too, though.
Trying to make the argument.
You trying to make the case that somehow the Democrats are more fascist than the Republicans. The fascism cuts across the board. But
that's not how you say it, though. You say it's only Donald Trump. You don't say it cuts across the board. You call Joe Biden milquetoast, and you call Donald Trump a fascist. So you're not saying Joe Biden?
Yes, because two different political ideologies are different. Two things have different words, actually. Like, if there's one thing over here and it has a certain set of properties, and there's another thing over here with a different set of properties, you usually use two different words to describe, one for each thing. That's how that works. Yeah, different things are different. Exactly, Winby. Different things are different.
It is a fascist, really?
I said there's fascist dimensions to the Biden project. You're absolutely right.
It's like you're campaigning for Joe Biden almost when you're doing.
Yeah. Look, when you say two things are different, like Jimmy Dore's gonna start asking questions like if he can pat his head and rub his tummy at the same time. It's too difficult. Gonna have to check your work there. Hey, Marking, how you doing? Haven't seen you in chat in a hot minute. What, you're gonna have to check my work? Which work? My makeup work?
Doing this. That's what it sounds like.
That's ridiculous. That's ridiculous.
But that's what I'm not saying you are doing that. I'm saying that's what it sounds like.
What it sounds like to you. That's what it sounds like to you. And you got a right to be wrong. You got a right to be right. It sounds like to you. But it doesn't sound like that to a whole host of others at all, though, brother. Not
okay.
at all.
All right. Again, I'm saying this out of love for you because I do have deep love for you. I have deep.
Yeah. I'm sure. The tone of your voice is really conveying so much love, Jimmy. I'm sure.
Respect for you, and we agree on almost everything except the message of your campaign. Right. That's the only thing. I would hope it would become even more focal. Well, let me just put it this way.
But are you suggesting that the message should be that Biden is a greater fascist than Trump? Is that what you're saying?
I'm not saying that you should talk about fascism or any of that stuff. I think you should.
No, but fascism is very real. I think you don't think fascism is real in the country?
We're living in it. We're living in fascism.
But I'm talking about escalating in terms of intensity.
It has since Biden became president. It certainly has escalated in intensity. They've censored everybody. They've crushed unions. They've started another war, and now they're saber rattling with two nuclear powers. I don't know how I don't know how worse it could get. And by the way, he still hasn't let people out of prison. He still hasn't given student loan. He's still denying us health care. He's an enemy of the worker and a tool of military-industrial complex in Wall Street. There's no bigger fascist in the country than Joe Biden. The reason why black around.
Okay, you know what? I'm gonna revise my opinion of this conversation. What Jimmy Dore is trying to do here is position himself as the one true leftist who is even more leftist than Cornel West. That's what he's trying to do. That's what he's trying to do. He's trying to be like, there is no other true leftist other than me and the people who agree with me down the line. If you disagree with me, I will burn you to your core even if you're someone who aligns with me on most things like Cornel West. It is delusional, it is neurotic, it is completely self-obsessed, and it is his obsession with his own media success that is frankly what's driving him here. It's what he's always done. Exactly, alt-fact. He's just getting into higher and higher and more prominent positions to do this because, frankly, people get suckered in by some of his talking points. And then once they get sucked in, they get spiraled down into, I would consider Jimmy Dore to be one of the biggest entry points to kind of this, I don't know that I'd call him a Nazbol, but like, he's kind of the entry point to this segment of the left that is completely dedicated to being ineffectual. The dumb left. I think I've called them that before. Well, again, he's the gateway to ineffective policy and campaigning. It's the neutering and spaying of the online left that Jimmy Dore is overseeing here by living in just a completely alternate reality.
People are locked up again isn't because of Trump, it's because of brother Biden. And Joe Biden is proud of that. He brags about that. He brags about the crime bill, and he will never apologize for it. So I'm just letting you know that I really want your campaign to pick up traction. This is the opposite way to do it. Who's ever advising you sounds like an infiltrator.
But why do you keep saying advise me? I'm thinking for myself, brother. I'm a free
I don't mean to
black
insult
man.
you. That's not
just a question of advising.
Okay.
I don't ask who's advising you. You think it yourself. You're a free man too, aren't you?
You're right. You're right. Okay. I was trying to put it in a nice way.
I use that kind of language, my brother. You want to be respectful.
I was trying to put it in a nice way by saying that you were just a dumb idiot who's being manipulated. I was trying to say that nicely when I said that. Fuck this asshole, dude. Not only is he wrong about everything, he's just, frankly, and I think this is what sells it, his smugness. People see his smugness and they're like, yes, leftists are smug because they are correct. But Jimmy Dore has mastered the art of being smug in the face of being incredibly incorrect, which is frankly a talent.
I'm trying to be respectful. That was my.
I appreciate it.
Okay.
I know it look like it's hard sometimes, but I appreciate it. But we just have disagreements on these things.
Again,
if I undermine the campaign for you, then you're free to have your own view and vision, and people are free to listen to you and be persuaded or not. And I've got mine. I'm listening for your insight. Absolutely right. No doubt about that.
So let me just say this. So the point of running a third-party campaign is to offer an alternative to the two major parties, to bring together disaffected members of those parties, along with independents and others who feel alienated from the political system as it exists. And the best way to do this is by running on economic issues that unite us, but which neither major party is willing to address because they're both beholden to the same powerful corporate interests. The Democratic Party long ago abandoned the working class in favor of beating the drum on cultural issues, and now that's all the Democrats have to run on. So if voters are looking for a party running on trans rights and calling Donald Trump and his supporters white supremacists, they can already vote for Democrats. The role of a third party is to focus not on the identity politics that divide us, but on core economic issues that unite.
I have to use the bathroom, but I'll be right back, folks. Sorry. I have to run again. Hello. Thank you, Little Morphine Annie. I cheat by using wax eyeliner and then doing it along the inside of my eyelid. It helps a lot. I can't do liquid eyeliner to save my life. If you put a gun to my head, I would simply perish. So, there we are. However, let's continue with this absolute clusterfuck. Also, chat, if you are enjoying the stream, please hit the follow button on Twitch, hit the subscribe button on YouTube, hit the like button on the stream if you're watching on YouTube or on riverboat.gg, and consider dropping some subs or donos if you've been enjoying the stream today, because I feed off of your money. Without your money, I will wither and die. No longer will I be your host eternal. I will be finite. I will be mortal once more. Found the source of the Dore producer. Reasons I stopped working with Jimmy Dore. 1. Defended Rittenhouse. JD quoted Blue Lives Matter talking points on air. COVID minimizing / cherry picking stats. Out of control alcoholism and drug use. Verbal abuse of staff. Yelling at me when I was hired as live show producer. Didn't defend me when son of a man who worked for Clinton's smears me on JDS. I have at least 6 videos defending Jimmy with his name. I don't know what this is. I don't know what this JDS is situation. Calling out Jen cost me work at TYT, but I did it because it was the right thing to do. Who is this person? I have no idea who this is. Climate change video, denial videos. Okay, yeah, but long story short, he's just kind of a piece of shit. Which is one of the least surprising things I've ever learned about Jimmy Dore. Here we go.
Us along class lines like Christian Smalls did at Staten Island. Do you think he led with LGBTQ trans rights and white supremacy, or do you think he organized along class lines? That's what we have to do. You have to organize, meet people where they are. So what is your plan to organize along VCC. Class lines, or are you going to keep talking about white supremacy and all those identity politics, which are there, not from...
Yeah, you, Cornel West, are you going to continue to talk about white supremacy? Jesus Christ, dude. Yeah, I'm sure Dr. Cornel West, one of the guys who's made combating white supremacy his entire life, is going to stop talking about it on his presidential campaign.
From the ground up, from the top down, to make sure we stay divided. What is your plan to organize along class lines?
Well, I appreciate again the clarity.
By the way, this is not an uncommon talking point among lefties. The idea that you have to choose between, supporting trans people, supporting black and brown people, and supporting people along class lines. It's a false choice. Always has been. It is a false choice designed to prevent collaboration, actually. Because how can you work for your fellow workers if your fellow workers are black and brown, and yet you hold white supremacy in your heart? How can you work for the betterment of your trans brothers and sisters if you are transphobic, if the system you're working under is transphobic as well? The only way that a class movement works is one that is intersectional, one that recognizes the oppression of the various component parts of the movement and then works to overcome the systemic oppression of all. The oppression of some is the oppression of all, type situations. So, rising tide raises all riverboats. Exactly. Sticking with the riverboat theme.
In candor, what you have to say, we have profound disagreements, brother. When I organize around white supremacy, I'm not making some utilitarian calculation. I'm speaking as a black man who comes out of a tradition that's been terrorized and traumatized by white elites. And that does not in any way mean it takes me away from class issues. Class issues are crucial. Class issues are fundamental, but it doesn't mean that I'm putting up with white supremacy. One of the problems.
Yeah, just quick check of chat. Do you guys think it's like a successful workers movement is going to be successful if like a significant number of the workers are black and the workers movement is just blatantly ignoring the fact that they are being discriminated against in the workplace? No, it's not, actually. That's why these movements have to account for and fight the battles of the different people who are being oppressed within their ranks. Fight for the rights of trans people, fight for the rights of gay people, fight for the rights of black and brown people, fight for the rights of Asian people, fight for the rights of every group that might be discriminated against. And that is how you build an intersectional movement that can actually succeed at doing something. Same with revolution, exactly. Is Jimmy Dore a liberal? Honestly, I wouldn't call Jimmy Dore anything. Jimmy Dore is someone who purports to be a socialist, I believe, but none of the things he talks about are remotely socialist. His entire political position is simply wants to be perceived as farther left than whoever he's talking to, while also spreading like climate change denial, vaccine skepticism, anti-transgender talking points. Like it's not Midwestern Marx core. It's less genuine than that, because I believe that people like Midwestern Marx genuinely believe the delusions that they're under. Jimmy Dore, I don't think, has any coherent political stance. I think he is merely out for posturing himself in a way that makes him money. That's what I think about Jimmy Dore. I don't know that he has any actual politics. Lefty McLefterson, I am inclined to think that Jimmy Dore is a nosball, but I haven't watched enough of his content to actually like back up that conclusion, so I've just been kind of like not necessarily putting that label on it.
Is that you get too many folk who want to talk class, and can't say a mumbling word about white supremacy, police brutality, can't say a mumbling word hardly. Or when they do say it, you call it identity politics as if it's not connected to class. I'm hitting these head on. I'm standing with the workers when it...
Yeah. Jimmy, when you talk about identity politics and you're talking about black and brown people and discrimination against them, does that not also involve discussion of class? Right? Does that not involve discussion of class? Like, when we're talking about the discrimination against black and brown people, a not insignificant amount of it comes because black and brown people were owned as property for 400 years in this country. And by nature of being owned as property, did not accumulate the same amount of wealth as a lot of people currently in the working class and middle class. And so they got fucked over. They got screwed over for centuries. And then after emancipation, they got screwed over for another 100 years. Denied rights to vote, denied the ability to live where they would like to, or denied the ability to build generational wealth. This continued, which makes the issue of race an issue of class. Additionally, you can make those same connections with things like trans people or gay people, because it turns out there are a lot of complicated economic factors that go into how trans and gay people are socialized and discriminated against. This is core to understanding and building a successful workers' movement. You can't do it unless you recognize that there are material realities behind the discrimination that need to be addressed collectively, and the only way that we can effectively address them is by recognizing that we need to, the fight for one is the fight for all. Like, we need to fight for each other. We need to support each other. It's the only way we win. Turns out, people power needs to respect the people involved.
When it comes to strikes, I'm standing with the workers when it comes to greedy bosses. I'm standing with the workers when it comes to obsession with profits and the needs not in any way being satisfied. But I'll never for a minute be silent or not raising my voice in terms of vicious treatment of black people, indigenous people, gay brothers, lesbians, sisters, or trans. It's not an either or. And that's...
Now, I do want to say one thing. I've criticized Cornel West in the past on on some of his political analysis, on his decision to run third party, especially in the way he's been conducting his campaign. But one thing I will never criticize Cornel West on is leaving people behind. You know, he's an older guy, but he still recognizes the need to stand with and protect and fight for trans rights. That's so important. It's so important. And he cares. God bless him. He cares. And I think that that is a very admirable quality in a world full of politicians who don't care. I wish he was instead running within the Democratic Party against Joe Biden, but I can't fault him for caring. That's something I wish more people did. That's how I feel about him as well. Yeah.
That's where you and I have a deep, profound disappointment. So if I see, for example, if I watch your show and I notice you hardly say a mumbling word about white supremacy because it's some kind of identity politics and I'm against it, but I don't want to talk about it. I only want to talk about what people hold in common. Well, black people are not going to hold it in common if you don't say a word about white supremacy, but maybe some of your white friends will. So who are you talking about? You're talking about
God damn, get his ass, Cornel West.
In common. Are you talking about just the majority or what, my dear brother? I will never, ever in a million years not talk about vicious legacies of white supremacy, male supremacy, homophobia, transphobia, and others. But class will always be very much at the center. What brings you and I together is what? Our fundamental solidarity with working classes, not just here, but around the world. But oftentimes when I hear about your show and you say, well, you know, these identity politics issues get in the way. No, it's 100%. Not getting in the way. They're not getting in the way.
100%. They're used by so the Democrats, that's all they have to run on. And when you say that,
I can't take Jimmy Dore smugly trying to lecture Cornel West that Cornel West doesn't understand identity politics, while completely ignoring that identity politics and class politics are inseparable. Wait, did he mute him?
100%. They're used by so the Democrats, that's all.
Oh my God, you can see it happen. You can literally
100%.
In the way. They're not getting in the way.
100%. They're used by so the Democrats.
You can see his hand move over to the mute button in the lower corner of the screen. That is incredible.
You know, these identity politics issues get in the way. No, it's 100%. Not getting in the way. They're not getting in the way.
100%. They're used by so the Democrats, that's all they have.
Oh my God. You have to, like, Cornel West is the type of guy who can talk to literally anybody while being respectful, right? Like, he can go on Fox News and make his points and make really great arguments for leftist positions without having his feathers overly ruffled by, you know, hostile and combative hosts. But, like, you can feel the rage coming off of him in this moment.
Have to run on. And when you say that stuff, you just sound like a Democrat because that's all they have. So if
exactly
you
wrong.
need
if the talk about the dignity of black people in the face of vicious white supremacy makes me sound like a Democrat, you got the wrong earplug.
Okay.
You're not listening clearly. Because if you can't hear the critique of Wall Street, if you can't hear the critique of militarism, if you can't hear the critique of his foreign policy in Ukraine, and all you can hear when
I also vehemently disagree with Cornel West's position on Ukraine, but that's for another day.
Talk about white supremacy's identity politics, then something's wrong with your earplug, though, bro.
Yes, he is calling Jimmy Dore stupid.
We just have deep disagreement with that. But
it's disappointing.
It is what it is. You are profoundly disappointing in that sense. But I still love you, brother.
I still love you too. I still love you too.
Oh my God. You know, also to Cornel West's credit, there are very few people who can call someone like a stupid motherfucker in such a polite and kind way. I love it.
I know I don't disagree with what you're saying. I'm talking about having a campaign.
Oh yeah, no, undoubtedly. Shark is 100% correct, Casper Cosmic Lord. Like, Cornel West has never, ever, to my knowledge, been muted by Fox News. He has never been muted by CNN. He has never, in even the most hostile interview location, been muted on a show he was invited to be on. And this is this is very interesting. Thanks. I was going to ask you about what C West. Nani. Oh, hiccups.
I'm not. There's a okay. So,
but you can't.
He literally was denied the ability to talk on Jimmy's show.
Pain is not about utilitarian calculation either. I don't look at black people like a utilitarian calculation. I can't say nothing because these people over here somehow are alienated. I'm telling the truth. I'm fighting for justice. And if people feel as if to talk about white supremacy is alienating, then they're going to be alienated. I'm talking about my mama. I'm talking about my daddy. This ain't no abstract dialogue about politics in the Machiavellian sense.
But also, like, even if you wanted to have an abstract discussion about politics, like, undeniably, class and identity are linked in America and basically anywhere else you go. I'm not aware of any place on the planet where that is not the case.
Not at all,
so
my brother.
When Bernie caught...
We march together for class politics, we march together because that's real. But if you think that talking about white supremacy is just identity politics, we got deep disagreement. That's all.
So
I'm sorry to go on, and
no,
you're very kind to let me go.
No,
on.
go right ahead. No, go right ahead. I don't. And honest, everything I'm saying here coming from my heart. I want your campaign to succeed, and I want.
Yeah, it's really coming from the heart. Again, on the video you titled "Cornel West does 45-minute commercial for Joe Biden." Yeah, I'm sure you really want his campaign to do well.
I want you to have the strongest campaign possible. But Bernie caught on because
Justice for all chat.
Kyryu, thank you for gifting a sub to No Look at Flash. I appreciate it. Thank you for supporting me, chat. Again, without your financial support, I would not be able to do this show. So thank you so much to people who are throwing subs and donos my way throughout stream. This show is made possible by viewers like you. Thank you so goddamn much.
He would always, if he was given a cultural question or an identity politics question, he would always bring it back to class and economics. And it doesn't, well, here I was talking to one of Bernie's campaign managers, and this is what he said. Yes, I personally agree white supremacy is one of the causes. But if I lose two potential allies because they roll their eyes and stop listening before I get to their concerns, I've already lost. The civil rights advancements, women's rights, the environmental movement, they didn't happen because people like my dad voted Democrat because that stuff mattered to them. It happened because Democrats appealed to them on economic issues, and a lot of the Democrats they voted for because of economics also happened to vote for that other stuff.
Yeah. But do you think maybe the economic stuff might have had different levels of appeal for different groups of people in America based on their economic class position, as well as what the identity they had meant about that class position?
And it doesn't work in the inverse. So I'm just giving that to you.
Right. No, I understand. But you can see again how I disagree. Keep in mind, bro, civil rights movement was not because of white folk doing X or Y. It was because it was a social movement led by black people in the South that was multiracial, but led primarily by black folk. And neither party would have done anything without that social movement.
100% right. You're 100% right. No doubt about it. And I think
but that's my tradition. That's my tradition. How can you talk about?
No, I love to hear you talk about all that stuff, and that's good for a radical black activist who's representing his community. But I'm just trying to impress upon you that there's better ways to run a presidential campaign. And so that for a black radical activist, that's great. That's honey. But for someone who's trying to...
What's really interesting to me is that Jimmy Dore, literally like a minute ago, tried to bash Bernie Sanders by talking about how one of Bernie Sanders' people was talking about, you know, needing to maintain relationships with allies, you know, like a politician might. And now he's making the exact opposite argument here, which is very interesting to me.
Appeal to a wide swath of people, disaffected Republicans, independents, people. That's a death for that campaign. That's my opinion. That's just...
Well, yeah, we'll have to see, but keep in mind.
I love that Jimmy Dore literally just said it's death for a campaign to talk about white supremacy. What an absolute... I mean, yeah, someone in chat said it, and the more I've been thinking about it, the more correct. Jimmy Dore is not just the entryway to the dumb left. That's just kind of the main group of them as they slowly metastasize into something worse. You know? He's the gateway to the conveyor belt that leads his supporters down from apathy to disaffectedness and into finally the black pill of leftism, which is Nesbill. He ultimately is leading his followers to be like, oh well, we can't care about the trans people, we can't care about black people, we can't care about, you know, any type of other people. It just has to be class, and if that means we have to fuck over every other minority group, so be it. And ultimately, that just leads you to fucking Nazis. You know, the national Bolsheviks. This is, I think, ultimately where Jimmy Dore is leading his folks. And I don't know if that's, you know, I've been waffling in this segment about whether or not it's intentional for him to lead them there, but I don't think it ultimately matters, right? Like, I don't think it matters if Nick Fuentes is, you know, sincerely, you know, a Nazi, right? What matters is that he leads his audience to being sincere Nazis. And I think that Jimmy Dore is just very, very similar. Just from the left.
Though, brother, that one, I've never ever said that all of the followers of Brother Trump are fascists. I said he's a neo-fascist Pied Piper. His followers, 1 out of 8 went with Bernie, 1 out of 12 went with Barack Obama. He's got a heterogeneous, diverse group. And I can speak my language of truth and justice as it connects to capitalism, imperialism, white supremacy, male supremacy, transphobia, whatever it is.
Man, almost like identity politics and class issues are linked, inseparable. It's almost like Cornel West knows that. And it's so frustrating to hear him say it over and over and over again. And the only response he's going to get from Jimmy Dore is sneering condescension.
And there's going to be some people who listen, and there's going to be some people who don't. But this is not just a question of political calculation and Machiavellian reflection, brother. This is about the quest for truth and justice. You got to be real. You got to be authentic. I'm not listening to consultants who tell me to use this particular kind of language with this group and this kind of language with that group. That is the essence of managerial bourgeois politics. I reject it.
So I heard you say one time that...
Wait, why did they cut? What did they cut out of this conversation? I'm
kind of language with that group. That is the essence of managerial bourgeois politics. I reject it.
So I heard you...
Right? Like that was a cut, right? Yeah, no. His hands are in different positions here. So something was cut out of this conversation.
So I heard you say one time that someone asked you that same question, why don't you call Joe Biden a fascist, but you call Donald Trump a fascist. And one time he said that it was because Donald Trump criminalizes and demonizes his political opponents. And that's what fascists do. Well, of course, now they've been trying to criminalize and put in jail Donald Trump, Joe Biden's #1 political opponent, just like they did in
for actual substantiated crimes that we all saw as a country.
Brazil and Pakistan.
They were literally crimes done on camera. The people representing him went and did interviews on television about it, basically declaring, "Hey, we're doing crimes." Like, this isn't remotely the same as like just going after your political opponents. This is not an Alexander Navalny situation where the Russian government arrested him because he opposed Putin. You know, like this isn't remotely the same thing.
And so the global elite is doing this to anybody, and they'll do it to you if you actually become a threat. They will criminalize you. They've already started to call you right-wing and white supremacist yourself, and that's the game. They'll call you a sexist.
Wait, is foreign policy fascism, or does it make you fascist if your domestic policy is Joe Biden's? I would argue that the United States' foreign policy isn't fascism, it's imperialism. And Joe Biden's domestic policy is absolutely not fascist. Neoliberal, yes, but not fascist.
They're going to call you, your followers are going to be sexist, violent, racist, and white supremacist, all that. You've already been called a right-winger by the establishment. So that's the game that they play. And what they're doing right now is trying to throw in prison anybody who the donor class doesn't want to run and is going to win, they'll throw in prison. They'll do it to Bernie. They Russiagated Bernie. They said all his followers were sexist and racist and violent. They said the same thing that they say about Trump. And they would have criminalized Bernie and put him in jail if he had a spine and he would have stood up to the establishment instead of folding into it. So it's important, I think, that people call out what's happening right now.
What the fuck is he talking about? But what did you want Bernie Sanders, like, again, I'm sorry, like, I know asking the question, like, what did you expect Bernie Sanders to do? Like, take a pistol onto the Senate floor? Like, what? Just start capping other senators? Like, is that what you expected him to do? And then he would be thrown in prison? Like, that's insane. What did you want him to do? But the other half of that is that Jimmy Dore doesn't actually care about what Bernie Sanders does. The thing that Bernie Sanders did that makes Jimmy Dore madder than hell is the fact that Bernie Sanders didn't want to come on his show. Bernie Sanders turned down the opportunity to go on Jimmy Dore's show, and it eats him up inside. He doesn't care about the politics. He doesn't care about the positions. He cares about having his ego flattered. Which, by the way, is also why he turned on AOC, as well as, like, the Squad. Like, these positions are not based on any actual politics. The political reasons he thinks they're bad are conjured up ad hoc. You know, like, just as needed after the fact. It doesn't matter. What really matters is that they made him angry and or sad by not coming on his show. Honestly, Sam Olson, I would say it doesn't make you fascist, just imperialist and colonizer. You know? Like, for example, I don't think that supporting Saudi Arabia makes the United States monarchist, even though they have a monarchy for a government. I just think it's part of the imperialist doctrine, you know?
Now, I don't like Trump one bit. I oppose almost everything he says. And he called for ending NATO, so I join him with that. And I'll join with anybody to do good and nobody to do wrong. Okay,
Same here. I'm with you at that. I'm with you on that too.
And so what's happening right now is what they
Yeah, you know, the number one thing we really need to do right now as Russia is invading a country in Europe is to end the defensive alliance that prevents Russia from invading other countries in Europe.
usually do in third world countries, but they're doing it right here. The donor class doesn't want Donald Trump to become president, and he will if he's allowed to run. And so they did this. They did they're now 4 different indictments, each one more ridiculous than the last. And here, RICO, the Georgia anti-racketeering law, is being used to charge Donald Trump. And now the reason I bring this up is because they're the same people that did that to Donald Trump are using the RICO charges to go after activists from Stop Cop City.
And as we all know, anyone who's charged under RICO is the same. You know, when the mob was charged with RICO, was hit with RICO charges, you know, that means the mob is the same as those protesters, and those protesters are the same as Trump. And that's, you know, that's exactly the same. Every crime that happens under a given charge is the same. Like, what are you talking about? This is nonsense reasoning. This is a complete capitulation to the forces of illogic.
So let me just give you this story, and then you can comment on it. So
Sure.
Georgia prosecutors have filed racketeering charges against 61 people accused of involvement with Stop Cop City, a protest movement against a controversial Atlanta police training facility.
By the way, all of those charges filed with very slim and flimsy evidence. It would not surprise me if most of them got off. But additionally, this is not the same as prosecuting the former president of the United States. And I shouldn't have to point that out, except that I know that people who watch Jimmy Dore need that pointed out to them.
Facility. The list of defendants suggests that the case implicates people who have already been arrested on tenuous evidence, like a legal observer who was jailed while monitoring protests, activists who ran a bail fund for other defendants, and a trio of activists arrested while handing out flyers with the name of a cop who killed a fellow protester. The RICO charges come as Georgia's RICO statute receives national attention.
Oh yeah, look, I'm not saying it's good that they're getting charged. I'm just saying, like, this is the reason they are being charged is completely different from why Donald Trump is being charged with RICO. This is not at all related. At all. Now, he's about to say the same grand jury that indicted Trump on RICO charges also indicted the Stop Cop City defendants. But, like, and they're different cases. Well, the argument they're trying to make is that this is retaliation for Trump's indictment, but it just doesn't work. Like, that's the argument they're saying is like, oh yeah, you want to charge someone for murder? We'll charge someone of your guys for murder. And, like, it just doesn't, crimes don't work that way, actually. Do we know that it's the same jury? It's according to the Atlanta Journal-Constitution. I saw that being circulated earlier as well. But, like, this is like one of the most tenuous connections. Indicting the protesters would make Trump people happy, but, like, again, I don't think it's the same thing. You know, they aren't indicting Trump to make anti-Trump people happy. They're doing it because they have a huge list of evidence of the crime he committed, right? And meanwhile, they're like, conservatives might see this as like, see, we're going after your guys now that you went after our guy. But, like, that's just, like, delusional, you know, fantasy thinking, you know? It's not reality.
Attention, Donald Trump and a collection of his associates were charged under the state's severe RICO statute last month. The same grand jury that indicted Donald Trump on RICO charges also indicted the Stop Cop City defendants. Are you getting the game now? The Atlanta Journal-Constitution reported that on Tuesday, the Cop City Vote Coalition, a group that gathered more than 100,000 signatures to put the facility's construction up for a vote this year, condemned the charges as authoritarian measures by Georgia Attorney General Chris Carr. The group also noted that charging documents described the alleged racketeering scheme as beginning before the police training facility was even announced.
Also, now, I'm not super familiar with how grand juries work, but my impression was that grand juries were assembled for different serious criminal charges, right? And that the people on the grand jury were not the same people between different assemblies of a grand jury. Is that incorrect? Paladin, you have some insight on this? So, like, even if it was quote-unquote the same grand jury, it would have different people on it, yeah? A grand jury is basically cover for a prosecutor who wants to evaluate charges. Okay. So, like, it being the same grand jury doesn't necessarily have a ton of experience. You convene a grand jury the same way you would convene a regular jury. So it's not like, oh, they had extra time after the grand jury convened for Donald Trump, and they just decided to convene and, like, go through 61 additional defendants. It doesn't work that way. Okay.
Lauren Reagan, executive director of the Civil Liberties Defense Fund, which has been working in support of defendants, said the scope of the case is designed to dissuade people from supporting the Stop Cop City movement. It's been very clear that Georgia's intentions and how they've conducted themselves regarding the resistance to Cop City has been...
Yeah, it's the chances of them pulling the same 12 to 18 people just doesn't make any sense at all.
To try and scare even above-ground law-abiding participants from taking part. I think by roping in a legal observer and people running a nonprofit and running a lawful bail fund is absolutely intended to scare people from supporting this cause now and in the future. In September of
Okay, but none of this has anything to do with the Donald Trump's RICO charges.
2021, Atlanta approved plans to build a police training facility dubbed Cop City by opponents.
Wait, is Cornel West even still here? Okay, no, he does show up. It's just another 4 minutes from now. Jimmy Dore is just doing like a 10-minute long presentation in the middle of his interview. That's crazy.
In the city's South River Forest. The plans were controversial. Approximately 70% of locals who weighed in during a public comment opposed the facility, citing its cost, $90 million, its environmental impact, and its potential effect on over-policing in Atlanta.
Okay, but like, say you have a charge against somebody, Donald Trump, and then you find out he was part of a criminal organization, you can make it a RICO case and add defendants to your indictment. Right, but in order for these two like the indictment of the Stop Cop City protesters and the indictment against Donald Trump to have anything to do with each other and to have the same grand jury, they would also have to be included in the Donald Trump indictment, which isn't the case. So it's a different grand jury. Like, maybe same court system, but like a different grand jury. Different set of people.
When the city moved ahead with the plans for construction, activists protested on the proposed construction site. Police shot and killed a protester, Manuel Tortuga Esteban Paez Terán, in January when they accused Terán of firing a gun. Subsequent autopsies have cast doubt on those claims. Soon after Terán's killing, police charged 19 more Stop Cop City activists with terrorism, despite many being accused of nothing more than misdemeanor trespassing around the proposed construction site. In a later crackdown, police conducted mass arrests at Stop Cop City Music Festival, accusing some people of engaging in property damage at a nearby protest. On the questionable basis that those people allegedly had mud on their shoes. The music festival was held in a forest. One of those legal observers was an attorney with the Southern Poverty Law Center and the National Lawyers Guild. Footage appears to show Thomas Jurgens being arrested while...
Okay, here's how federal grand juries work. Okay. Requires grand juries to be composed of 16 to 23 members, and that 12 members must concur in an indictment. A grand jury is instructed to return an indictment if the probable cause standard has been met. The grand jury's decision is either a true bill, formerly Via Evera, resulting in an indictment, or no true bill. So then they select the select people. The grand jury is secret, and this is again, as I'm looking at this, very, very much seems to be for one particular case. You know, like grand juries are convened to hear whether or not there will be an indictment on one given case.
While wearing one of the neon green hats that identifies NLG legal observers. We had some differences. When I say we, I mean myself and the Attorney General's office, about who should be charged with what they should be charged with, Boston told WABE. She added that Jurgens' case was one of the touch points of a number of touch points.
Okay, we're going to skip through this because I do not care about Jimmy Dore reading this to Cornel West. Someone who I'm sure has never heard of Cop City before in his life.
It's exactly what. And
Let me get a word in. Let me get a word in.
So I'm going to let you. So I
just real quick. He starts talking about 32 minutes in. We haven't heard from Cornel West since the weird cut at, like, we'll say 26 minutes. So in the middle of this interview, Jimmy just goes on a 6-minute long presentation. That's crazy. You have Cornel West at your disposal, and you're just ignoring him to give your own PowerPoint presentation. Yeah.
I just want you to. So
Absolutely.
Go ahead. Take it where you will.
I'm very glad that you're zeroing in on the struggle.
Oh, congratulations to
shut down
Gremlo.
Cop City. I'm in deep solidarity with them. We're working together in the coming weeks, virtually and so forth. But there's a logical fallacy, a rational gap in your attempt to compare freedom fighters against a vicious system in the name of everyday folk in ghettos, in hoods, and working class communities against the police versus Trump. Trump, I'm not in solidarity with Trump. I want him to have a fair trial. I'm not in solidarity with Trump. Simply because they use...
Oh, okay, wait. There's a difference here. They're talking about a special grand jury. Special grand juries are different from grand juries. Special grand juries sit for 2 months and hear multiple cases. The difference is their findings are non-binding. An SPGJ makes an informal recommendation. Okay. So, basically, an informal grand jury was convened for the Stop Cop City protesters, and it offered a non-binding resolution. So, like, the SPGJ recommended that charges be brought against Lindsey Graham, but the prosecutor said no? Okay. Was that same special grand jury convened for the Trump indictment? Because I feel like that would necessitate a real grand jury, you know?
Use the same law against courageous, visionary freedom fighters against police brutality and police murder versus the same law against a gangster like Trump. Doesn't put Trump on a spectrum with freedom fighters, brother. at all. It doesn't put him on the spectrum at all. That's the fundamental difference.
What? I'm sorry, I missed that because Jimmy started trying to talk over him. Weird.
Against a gangster like Trump doesn't put Trump on a spectrum with freedom fighters, brother. At all. It doesn't put him on the spectrum at all. That's the fundamental difference between you and I in this case.
Oh, like, was that his wife saying something off screen? Seemed like it.
But I'm glad you're talking about shutting down Cop City, because we know it's planned to be in a number of other cities as well. When I'm in Mississippi, it was a goon squad. The goon squad is shot through cities across the country. We saw it in Memphis, it's in Atlanta, it's in Chicago. But the idea of you recognizing that the same weaponization against these courageous freedom fighters is somehow on a spectrum with Trump, I radically reject that. I want a fair trial, but I think he's probably done a number of things that warrants a serious fair trial with him going to jail, but we shall see.
So you're for prosecuting the last president after he loses an election. You think that's a good way to run a democracy? Because again, you don't see the connection that this is the donor.
I love how Jimmy is trying to pretend that he's an anti-fascist here, that he's against fascism. And is in favor of protecting democracy by saying, "Oh, really? You want to elect the guy who tried to overthrow you want to prosecute the guy who tried to overthrow democracy? You think prosecuting a fascist is a good way to protect our democracy? Really? Like that's crazy."
Owner class criminalizing anybody who they don't like, and they'll do it to you, and they'll do it to Bernie, and they'll do it to anybody else. And so you don't have to like Donald Trump. I don't at all, but I see what the game is being played here, and you don't see that game being played. You don't see this game, really.
I see the game, the same law against the Proud Boys.
I think Cornel West is seeing Jimmy's game. I think that's what he's seeing right now.
I wanted a fair trial. I wanted to make sure they're treated, but at the same time,
they're doing
the fact
to the
that they are being weaponized. But I think your support of Trump is deeper than you're acknowledging. You keep saying, "I don't like Trump. I don't like Trump." How can you compare Trump with freedom fighters against the police?
I'm not comparing. I'm not comparing that. I'm saying that the.
You are. You
I'm saying no. I'm not saying. I'm not.
Get his ass, Cornel. Get his ass. Put him in a chokehold.
Of course, they're going to use it against anybody who.
It's the government. Okay. That's amazing that you don't see this. It is unbelievable that you don't see this. This is such a loser for you.
There's opportunity to show the deep differences. Very deep differences, though. But you do what you got to do, and I'm doing what I got to do, and I learn from you. And I hope you can learn a little bit from me, but we shall see.
The biggest story of my life.
Okay, we got another cut. So far, they've made two really interesting cuts going through here. And I don't know why. Why would you cut out segments of this interview? Why? That's very interesting to me.
Time, if it wasn't Russiagate, which led directly to the Ukraine war. And I said it was going to in 2017 when they did this. And I told everybody at the Young Turks, they're going to use this to start a war. They're going to use this. And they did. And so here we are. And so what I want to...
Oh, yeah. No, look at Flash. In riverboat.gg chat, you can share whatever links you want.
The second biggest story is probably the COVID lockdown, if not the biggest. And so many people who were supposed to be out in front.
I do have to say, mad respect to Kyle Kulinski for basically coming out and being like, I was wrong, and suddenly adopting much better positions. I genuinely, much respect for Kyle Kulinski. Frankly, I appreciate it. I appreciate that he has proven himself to be someone who can take in information and change his mind. That's a very rare thing in these spaces.
Front on this, drop the ball. People like Noam Chomsky. So here's the Green Party, what they said. They said the Green Party, which you're running with, the Green Party of the United States.
Who, no, look at Flash. Who do you consider part of the dirtbag left? Just out of curiosity.
Universal free school.
I'm just gonna throw this up real quick as a breath of fresh air.
Legal weed. And you're on the left. You can acknowledge a W in the instances you get it while still pushing for more. I mean, a perfect example is what's happening in Minnesota right now. Minnesota has a 1-seat Democrat majority. We got universal free school meals, legal weed, carbon-free electricity by 2040, tax rebates for the working class up to $1,300 if you make under $150,000 a year, 12 weeks paid family leave, 12 weeks paid sick leave. They banned conversion therapy. They did red flag laws for guns. They did universal background checks for guns. They did
my state is really great. I like living in Minnesota quite a bit. It's so nice.
Automatic voter registration, public free college if you make under 80K, a ban on PFAs, which is the forever chemicals, $2.2 billion increase in K-12 school funding, sectoral bargaining for nursing home workers. These things are all not little wins. They are huge wins. And I still see this insistence like we're back in 2016 or something where people are like, nope, Democrats and Republicans are either equally bad or actually jujitsu move, Republicans are the lesser evil. And I think it's idiotic. It's doom.
I just want to point out that Kyle Kulinski has a single earring going on here. I believe you can see it right here. And you know what? I initially thought the hair dye. I thought I did not care for it. But you know what? Him embracing it and then going for an ear piercing. You know what? You son of a bitch! You got me back. I'm on board with his style again.
Evil. And I think it's idiotic. It's doomerist. It's nihilist. It's people who are refusing to acknowledge reality, and they'd rather narrative hump all day talking about Democrats are so bad, Democrats are so bad, Democrats are so bad, but oh yeah, I'm a leftist.
Holy shit, she's so mad. She looks so fucking mad that he pointed out that Democrats in Minnesota actually did good things.
Going back to the student debt point.
Oh, I just like her so much. Dude. I think Brianna Joy Gray is one of the most disingenuous people in leftist spaces. You know, I think she's very much adjacent to Jimmy Dore. And frankly, I'll bring it up. I'll continue bringing it up until the day I die. It's real fucking weird that she hasn't distanced herself from the person who helped her launch this podcast, Virgil Texas, who disappeared into the ether as soon as he was accused of grooming underage girls. It's really fucking weird that he's still on, like, the branding for the show that she does. It's very deeply weird, and she's never, to my knowledge, addressed it. And I think that is very, very weird. Just throwing that out there. So, anyway, just a brief little break from Jimmy Dore. I'm sorry, this will make your brain hurt by, doing a little bit of Jimmy Dore and then taking a short break and then doing it again. It will hurt you. I'm sorry for that.
State Steering Committee strongly supports the use of vaccines, vaccine mandates, and quarantines as part of a comprehensive public health effort to curb and eradicate the novel coronavirus pandemic that has swept the globe since early 2020.
Oh my God, is he attacking Cornel West because the Green Party supports the use of vaccines? Oh my God, dude.
The whole thing was a hoax. And here's what the Black Caucus of the Green Party said.
Wait, the whole thing was a hoax? I'm sorry. Did he just say COVID was a hoax?
Chomsky. So here's the Green Party, what they said. They said the Green Party, which you're running with, the Green Party of the United States Steering Committee strongly supports the use of vaccines, vaccine mandates, and quarantines as part of a comprehensive public health effort to curb and eradicate the novel coronavirus pandemic that has swept the globe since early 2020. The whole thing was a hoax. And
what? Over 1 million people died, Jimmy. Over 1 million people in just America died from COVID. It wasn't a hoax, you motherfucker.
Here's what the Black Caucus of the Green Party said. They said the National Black Caucus of the Green Party of the United States strongly opposes the use of forced vaccination via mandates and the
I
discrimination.
know he's been anti-vax the whole time, but I thought he was clever enough to at least hide it behind like, oh, I'm just skeptical of the vaccine. I didn't think he was going around just saying straight up that COVID itself was a hoax. That's insane.
That is being generated around these policies. Lockdowns, mandates, and passports are the major issue of the day, with millions of people protesting against them worldwide. In fact, what has become known as the medical freedom movement is arguably the biggest and most diverse international movement in world history. Vaccine mandates and vaccine passports are among the most vile, unconstitutional, immoral, unscientific, discriminatory, and outright criminal policies ever forced upon the population, and goes against everything the Green Party stands for under social justice. These policies are coming.
Oh my god, dude. I can't take how he's not just talking to his guest, who I need to remind you is Dr. Cornel West. So that just another several minutes of him just reading.
Heal themselves in a manner that best supports their medical
Good night,
spiritual
Archangel.
beliefs.
Get good sleep.
I just wanted. I don't understand why you aren't outraged by that. Do you share the sentiment of the Black Caucus of the Green Party, and have you talked to them?
Well, one thing, it's good to have a Green Party where you have a variety of different voices that are clashing, and the tensions are very real. I think there's no doubt that the pharmaceutical company has played a disproportionate role in shaping public policy. I think the kind of concerns that you and RFK Jr. and others have certainly are well grounded in that sense. On the other hand, we know there's been a whole host of vaccines in regard to other kinds of illnesses that are much more effective. The question becomes making sure, and one of the things I want to do, I want to have a truth commission to find out exactly what was the level of corruption that took place during these years, be able to see not just the text, we know the books are out there, but to have a truth commission so that we can see what voices were marginalized, what voices were pushed aside, and make sure it never happens again. I resonate with the spirit of what my green black brothers and sisters are saying, but the Green Party itself does allow this kind of disagreement and so on. But I'll say this though, brother, I know I got
we only have 4 minutes of this left, thank God.
To go, but I must say, see, this is where you and I do in some ways live in different worlds, because as crucial and as important as the issue of vaccines and the COVID situation was, when you say that's probably the most important issue in your lifetime or in the last 25 or 30 years, in light of all the wars, in light of what Palestinians are going through, in light of what workers are going through, 63% of them are living paycheck to paycheck, in terms of all the vicious attacks of the police and the murders and so forth, yet this vaccine issue is the most important thing. I say, okay, that's my dear brother Jimmy. He's got a right to raise his voice. I'm not going to in any way push it away, but I just live in a different world. As important as vaccines have been, if I had another chance, I'd be leaning much more with the Black Caucus. But when I think of the weightiest issues, vaccines does not come immediately to mind. It just doesn't.
I mean, I'm glad that Dr. Cornel West came down on that position, but it is somewhat like a bit of a double take there, that he even was like, well, we need to figure out which voices in this were marginalized. Well, by and large, the voices that were marginalized in this were people who were fucking insane and saying things like vaccines give your children autism. And as far as I'm concerned, those people don't deserve the time of day. And that's from me, someone who's on the autism spectrum.
That's the kind of world we live in, brother.
Okay.
Maybe I spend,
Well, here it is. The black business owners collapsed by 41%. Black business because of lockdowns. Do you care yet?
Well, no,
70,000 workers in one state were fired because of vaccine mandates. When are you going to care? Do they all have to be trans? When are you going to care about these workers? What are you going to care about? What are you going to care about this?
They have to be trans for me to care.
You don't care. You don't care. Why don't you care about this?
Why would you accuse me? Of course I care about it.
You're saying it's not important.
I didn't say it wasn't important.
Yeah, honestly, Jimmy's just looking for an issue to like try and make. I'm the only real lefty here. That's what he's trying to do here, because he knows full well that Cornel West just said he doesn't think it is the most important issue. The most important one. He's not saying it's not important, just that it's not the most important one, which is, you know, Jimmy though is trying to completely frame Cornel West as like, someone who's capitulated to the Bidens, which again is exactly why the name of this video is Cornel West does 45-minute commercial for Joe Biden.
I said it was not the most fundamental issue in my lifetime the last 30 years.
Forced medical experiments? Forced medical experiments that the scheme.
Where is the nuance?
Oh my God.
Where's the complexity?
So you missed this story and you're not interested in getting it right.
You agree with Jimmy Dore.
So you missed this story and you're not interested. Well, Dr. West, I wish you the best. You know I love you. You know I support.
You and your precious wife and your family. You stay strong, though, brother.
Okay, I wish you all the best. I love you. Thanks for coming on. I really do wish you all the best. And I just wish you had a clearer message to reach people, but you don't. It's muddled and it's a loser.
Oh my God, dude. Jimmy Dore is not to be trusted. Jimmy Dore is a snake. He is a viper. And if he gets his fangs into you, he will pull you down into leftist apathy and inaction that will slowly metastasize into the cancerous tumor of Nazbolism, okay? Like, this is disgusting. Yeah, like we've gone over Cornel West's campaign page. He has 3 issues on his campaign page. His campaign is relatively weak. It's not very good. It has the potential to strip Biden of some pretty crucial support, which I think is bad. But like the fact that I came out of this being like Cornel West is based as fuck is a testament to how bad Jimmy Dore is. Cornel was entirely too close to anti-vax. Well, yeah, he's too close to anti-vax. His political calculations for running third party in 2024 are wrong and erroneous. And his position on Ukraine is completely untenable, you know? These are kind of the positions that I have. He better drop out eventually. I think he will eventually. I think he's kind of trying to do a Bernie, but what if Bernie was third party? I think he is going to eventually de facto endorse Biden and drop out of the race. We'll see what happens. But especially in this interview, it was interesting to see him kind of acknowledge that Donald Trump is indeed a fascist threat to democracy. And to acknowledge that Bernie Sanders is right to fear the fascism of Donald Trump. You know, I think that's really interesting. And to me, that would indicate that he will drop out at some point. If you ever wonder why Jimmy Dore fans are such pudding brain motherfuckers, remember this video? Yeah, no. They're like fresh clay waiting to be molded by a moron. Jimmy took the hardest L. Like I've never seen someone get so get Cornel West so angry. It's wild, frankly. And see. Well, chat, I've been streaming now for about 3.5 hours. If you've been enjoying stream, please hit the follow button over on Twitch. Hit the like button on the stream if you're watching on YouTube or riverboat.gg. Hit the subscribe button if you haven't over on YouTube. I have been really, really busy this past week, but I would really like this weekend to cut together videos from my streams over the past week so we have more content going up on the YouTube. It's just something that can be really time consuming, and it's been difficult to balance this week. But that means we have a lot of content coming to YouTube soon, so keep an eye out for that. Yeah, we've been doing so many different segments. Oh wait, just bonus bonus content real quick. Oh my god, I did not realize Jimmy Dore added. I thought he was going to just like shit talk Cornel West for the remainder, like, several minutes of the video. Just real quick.
Fuddled and at the show, and who was the leading guy pushing back on the COVID narrative. And he's one of the leading doctors in the world, the most cited in his field, the most...
Dude's just selling Brain Force Plus pills. He's just fucking pulling an Alex Jones.
Referenced and most published.
Sounds like fringe to me.
Very fringe. So he has joined the wellness company to create a real change in healthcare. They offer everything from live telehealth appointments to medical emergency kits with ivermectin.
He's fucking selling ivermectin. Yeah, this guy's against Big Pharma, which is why he sold out to, like, pseudoscientific, like, snake oil salesmen. Yeah. Okay, yeah, you really care about people's health, Jimmy.
Which
Whoa.
the FDA now says doctors can prescribe for COVID. That's what the FDA
right.
said.
They were cracking down. Then they had to say it's okay.
That you can prescribe it. They don't say it works, but they say you can prescribe it. And doctor-formulated supplements to deal with post-pandemic ill issues like vaccine injuries and shedding, which is I actually was in a study because I was vaccine injured. And
they said wear a mask,
and they and so they have a protocol to help you get over it, and it helped me. The wellness company's it's called Spike Support Formula is a natural and by the way, I have to say vaccine injuries are very rare.
Yeah, so
very
screw you
rare.
if you got one.
Very rare.
We don't have to think about you if it happened to you.
The wellness company's Spike Support Formula is a natural inflammatory.
Just, oh my god, dude. Oh my god. Get back to that pre-COVID feeling. Vaccinated or not, toxic spike proteins pose a long-term threat to your health. This is just bullshit. This is just for $66. Oh my god, dude. What a fucking hack fraud.
Supplement.
Guys, if I'm ever selling you brain pills, please just put me down like Old Yeller, okay?
Spike Support contains a unique combination of ingredients, most notably nattokinase, which I'm taking. I take nattokinase. And dandelion root extract. I'm not taking that. I should get some of that.
Yeah, the dandelion root extract. Yeah, that's what will save you.
These ingredients, by the way, anyway, dandelion root extract is, I know a guy who beat cancer with that. I'm not saying.
Sure you do, Jimmy. Sure you do. Fucking asshole. Yeah, dandelion extract. I know someone. You know what? I also know somebody who did yoga and beat bronchitis. It's crazy. Absolute mental. Absolutely mental.
That's. I'm not saying it does. I'm just saying
You're
I know.
saying it's like dying with COVID as opposed to of COVID.
Yes.
He beat cancer with.
Yes, he beat cancer with it. These ingredients, when taken as directed, have been shown to help dissolve the existing spike proteins and block future ones from binding to your cells while strengthening your immune system. If you're worried about circulating spike proteins, go to twc.health/Jimmy and grab a bottle of Spike Support and use code Jimmy to save 15% on your first order. That's twc.health/Jimmy and use the code Jimmy to save 15%.
God. I have no words. I feel like the end of that. I feel like the end of that video really really validated everything I'd been saying. So yeah. Oh God. I have no words. That was just a chef's kiss of an ending right there. I actually know people who would buy that. Please no. Well, folks, if you've been enjoying the stream, I would again encourage you, drop some subs or donos, preferably over on riverboat.gg. And also, if you're watching over on YouTube or watching over on Twitch, consider jumping on over to riverboat.gg. It's the on-screen chat here. You can chat with a bunch of really, really cool people, whether I'm online or offline. And also, when you support me over there, Twitch takes 50% of everything you send my way. YouTube takes 30% of everything you send my way. When you support me over on riverboat.gg, I get 100% of your support. And it means the world to me. It's what allows me to pay my rent and have, like, health care and food as well. So, you know, if you like me being alive, consider supporting me over on riverboat.gg. I am going to take a quick bathroom break, and when I get back, we will cover the Elon Musk shit, as well as Project 2025. I think we'll cover those two things. And after that, we will cover, I think, the Mediasan Vivek Ramaswamy debate. So those are what we have coming up next. So don't go anywhere. Don't go anywhere at all. Don't take large doses of nattokinase. Yeah, no, of course it's a grift. Nothing he just talked about was real. If you guys go out and buy those brain pills, I disown you. As your streamer, I disown you. Hey, Verbose Penny. Beef Torkong! Hello, lovelies. And again, any donos you send my way, very much appreciated. BRB. sure to rate and comment and subscribe. Proving that I have a dress on. Let's go. Hi. Do Not Dress. That song was amazing. I'm glad you liked it. All right. I'm really proud of my makeup that I did today. Okay. Ooh. Did we get any donos or subs while I was gone? Nope. But that's okay, because I make content for the people. And you know what? I'm doing kind of okay at the moment. Congrats on getting the White Forest thing. I mean, I've had the White Forest thing for like since March of this year. It's been a journey, kind of branching out from Twitch. You know, like sometimes I worry because like, you know, I look at the metrics obviously, and like it's just weird sometimes because, you know, I used to have all of my metrics in one place, right? But now I have them in 3 different places, right? Because I can see how many people are watching on riverboat.gg, I can see how many people are watching live on Twitch, and I can see how many people are watching live on YouTube, and it's very interesting, you know? It's been an interesting journey. We've got like 30 people on YouTube, 30 people on Twitch, and then we got like another 40-ish, almost 50 people on 40-ish people. So, you know, like overall we have about like triple digit viewership at the moment, and like today's a relatively small stream. So like I know that I'm getting bigger. It's just hard to appreciably tell that. Thanks, a Clark vibe. Watching on YouTube on my TV and chatting on my phone? Hell yeah. Oh, you guys can't even see my shoes. My shoes are just massive platform Mary Janes. They're perfect. You should model? I did. I actually did, like, I was approached, this was a couple years ago by, Markiplier's, like, team, their merchandising team that does, like, Cloak, their brand Cloak. And I modeled some of their merchandise. I still have it for free. They sent it to me. It was pretty fun. But, I would, you know, I would like to voice act. I would like to model. I don't know how to actually leverage those things into happenings. So, you know, Markiplier is awesome. I mean, I did know how to, okay, correction. I did know how to leverage my modeling into money, but that was purely on OnlyFans. And who knows? Maybe I'll open that up again someday. I'm glad you've been here too, No Look at Flash. I feel like I've grown a bit as a content creator, but I've stayed true to my underlying principles, which I think is something very few people get to do in content creation. And honestly, a lot of that is due to like folks like you guys in chat who are subscribing and supporting me. If I wanted to spam you with cat pictures, how would I do this? Mine is being especially stupid and cute right now. You post them in the Fur Babies section of the Discord. Also, this bow tie looks great. You found Jack via Humanist Report raid. I'm so glad I did. By the way, speaking of Humanist Report, we'll be having him on later this month, on the 27th. So you guys can look forward to that. Yeah, that's right. I actually reached out to another content creator, and I set a date for us to actually do a show. And I need to do that with like 20 bazillion other people. So I'm working on it. Okay. Yeah, I thought maybe like the short sleeves would be bad, but honestly, I'm kind of digging it. Because like the rest of the dress fits me very, very well. You did a thing? I did a thing. I enjoy your streams. Keep it coming. Need more real content creators? Hell yeah. Look, I try and keep it 100 with you guys. Okay. Do you guys want to do Vivek, rhymes with cake, Ramaswamy versus Mehdi Hassan? Do you want to do that first? Or do you want to do Elon? Or do you want to do Project 2 2025? Oh god, I need to it'll be good practice. I'll see if I can figure out the poll command. Vote what content next? What content next? Elon or Vivek or 2025. I think this is the command. Damn it. I don't think that worked. Wait, I'll try one more time. I think I just used. Yeah, I did it. 1, 2, or 3 in chat. Let's go. Vote, vote, vote. You only have like a minute to vote, chat. Go, 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 go. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. And 3 is 2025. Go, 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 go. Do a democracy. Do a democracy. Okay, it's Elon Musk, followed by Vivek, and then 2025. Sounds about right. Okay. Here we go. All right. So, folks, there was a story a couple days ago from the Daily Beast. Now, this was as far as I'm aware, like an unsubstantiated report. They had sources within the Ukrainian military who basically said, hey, Elon Musk seems to have shut down Starlink terminals while we were in the middle of coordinating a drone attack on the Russian Navy, which, keep in mind, the Russian Navy currently blockades the vast majority of the coast of Ukraine. Okay? So, this is actually a pretty big deal. Elon Musk was unilaterally able to stop an attack on the Russian Navy. Now, why he did this is really, really interesting, and frankly, like, I don't know what's going on with him. I don't understand why he does these things. It's just insanity. Really. He seems to think he knows how to broker a peace deal with Russia, and it seems to be that he thinks that if he stops attacks on Russian assets, that Russia will listen to him and broker a ceasefire agreement with Ukraine. That seems to be what he is trying to do, which is insane and not going to work, and has already resulted in the deaths of Ukrainian civilians. Now, you see, one might ask themselves, why does the Ukrainian military want to bomb these innocent warships off their coastline? Well, it's because those warships are firing cruise missiles into their cities. And those cruise missiles explode in the cities and kill civilians. So, what Elon Musk has essentially done is, for almost no reason at all, killed at least several civilians. And by the way, if you don't want to take my word for that, you know, like, oh, you're just, oh, Jack, you're just talking in hypotheticals. Here is one of President Zelensky's, you know, the guy who runs Ukraine, one of President Zelensky's top advisors saying, sometimes a mistake is much more than just a mistake. By not allowing Ukrainian drones to destroy part of the Russian military fleet via Starlink interference, Elon Musk allowed this fleet to fire caliber missiles at Ukrainian cities. As a result, civilians, children, are being killed. This is the price of a cocktail of ignorance and big ego. However, the question still remains, why do some people so desperately want to defend war criminals and their desire to commit murder? And do they now realize that they are committing evil and encouraging evil? This is, by the way, like, absolutely insane. Elon Musk is a billionaire. He wields more power than any of us in chat can possibly imagine. Unless you are somehow a billionaire. And if you are, donate $1 million and prove it, you loser. Anyway. So, we know this. We know that what happened was Elon Musk personally ordered SpaceX engineers to switch off Starlink satellite communications for the Ukrainian military. He deliberately cut off support to them to leave them incapacitated. According to the Ukrainian government, what ended up happening was that the Ukrainian submarine drones that were packed with explosives lost connectivity, meaning they weren't able to communicate with their operators, and wound up washed ashore. But keep in mind that they're packed with explosives, and they went out of control of their operators and washed ashore, putting people's lives at risk. You know, civilian lives at risk. Apparently, Elon Musk thought that it was the best move. It was best to foil this attack because he believed that a strike on the Russian naval fleet would constitute, quote, a mini Pearl Harbor event, which would lead to an escalation with Russia, which is absolutely bullshit thinking on his part, because Ukraine has already been using drones to do attacks on Russian military targets. That is actually the expected thing to do when your country is being invaded. Elon Musk is indeed such a dumb bitch. Now, we have more details as of today. Here we are. Ukraine is furious with Elon Musk for thwarting an attack on Russia's navy. The tech billionaire said Thursday that he had told his engineers not to turn on the Starlink satellite network over Crimea to prevent a planned attack on the Black Sea Fleet last year. Yeah. Oh, by the way, the reason we know this at all, right? The reason we know of this event at all is because Elon Musk leaked classified Ukrainian intelligence to his fucking biographer who was writing a book about him. The reason we know about this is because the book is coming out soon and the information started getting out. I can't make this up, guys. According to excerpts published by CNN, a soon-to-be-released biography by the SpaceX CEO claims that Musk secretly ordered his engineers to turn off his Starlink satellite network over Russian-occupied Crimea last year to prevent the Ukrainian drone attack on Russia's naval fleet. Musk was worried the planned attack on the Kremlin's Black Sea Fleet, which occurred early in the war, could escalate tensions and potentially lead to nuclear conflict, according to the extract from historian Walter Isaacson's upcoming book. The claim was immediately met with criticism from Kyiv, which, by the way, Elon Musk was wrong because both sides have been using intensive drone warfare. So this is just wild that he thought a drone attack was going to precipitate a nuclear strike. Jesus Christ. Musk responded to the report, denying that he had turned off the service, but accepting that he had chosen not to enable the attack as he did not want to become directly involved in the war. So, Elon Musk has decided to walk the delicate tightrope of saying, of course I would never turn off service, but yeah, I totally did that. You know, it's a delicate dance he has to pull off here, and he's pulled it off not at all. The Starlink regions in question were not activated. SpaceX did not deactivate anything, Musk said in response to a thread on X about the new book's claims. Take a look at that thread, by the way. Oh my god, dude. Yeah, the no bias, no echo chambers guy. Elon prevents nuclear war? Yeah, this guy doesn't have any bias whatsoever. Both sides should agree to a truce. Every day that passes, more Ukrainian and Russian youth die to gain and lose small pieces of land, with borders barely changing. This is not worth their lives. Oh, damn. Is it really not? It's not worth their lives? Wait, Elon Musk, does that mean I can invade your property and take your stuff? After all, if you defend yourself, it's not worth your life, man. It's not worth your life. Does anyone think this sounds illegal? Honestly, it should be probably prosecuted under like some sort of international criminal code, but unfortunately the US doesn't do anything to extradite international criminals, really. So also, of course, all of the Musk sycophants out there are essentially saying, oh, no one has ever considered that Ukraine and Russia should have a ceasefire. No one's ever thought of that before. As if, like, there aren't entire departments dedicated to diplomatic negotiation and trying to end the war every single day of the conflict. Like, when we look at this, it's not, this isn't a peace proposal. You just didn't, you just stopped an attack on a whim and then realized you'd fucked up and people died as a result of your actions. And now you're trying to save face like a year later. This is mental. Absolutely mental. Elon Musk is like the manifestation of the Habsburgianism of capitalism, okay? He's not in the position he's in because he's good at anything in particular. He's not in his position because he's smart. He has no natural talent. What he got was lucky. He got born into a wealthy family and then lucked into extremely lucrative investments. And I think that he represents kind of this, like how ancient aristocracy was kind of revealed to be disgusting and gross and ineffectual by the downfall of the Habsburgs. Okay? I think that Elon Musk is essentially that, but for capitalism. He's like the deformed, incestuous outcome of when capitalism just rewards random dipshits far beyond any mortal means. And he's out there literally deciding whether or not people live or die. He's out there deciding whether or not an attack will be successful in one of the largest wars in Europe in like a century. And he's out there doing it while going, I think this would be a good idea. Have you guys tried not shooting each other? And it's just like, that's basically been on the table the entire time. The entire time they've been trying to not shoot each other. That's kind of what war is all about, trying to end the war. Yeah, that's kind of the thing, right? It's mental, okay? There was an emergency request from government authorities to activate Starlink all the way to Sevastopol, he said in another response, referring to a key city port in Crimea that is home to Russia's Black Sea Fleet. The obvious intent being to sink most of the Russian fleet at anchor. If I had agreed to their request, then SpaceX would be explicitly complicit in a major act of war and conflict escalation. Well, yeah, that's kind of what happens when you deploy an entire satellite communications network, because the country that you're deploying it to had all of their internet infrastructure destroyed. Yeah. I'm sorry, you already did that by deploying the Starlink satellites, you dipshit. But also, it would be good if the country being invaded had been able to stop the blockade that is currently choking the exporting ability of Ukraine. Ukraine produces 15% of the world's grain supply, all on its own. And only 30% of that production can now be exported to countries that need it the most, because Russia is blockading the entire coastline of Ukraine, with the exception of like 1 or 2 corridors. And he's just out there being like, nah, but if you had sunk the ships, you might have had an advantage in the war. You might not be blockaded right now. Oh yeah. Mm-hmm. That would actually be a good thing. That would actually be a good thing. According to the excerpts from the new biography, it meant that Ukrainian submarine drones packed with explosives lost connectivity as they approached the Russian ships and saw them wash ashore harmlessly. The book also delves into how Musk's decision played out, alleging Musk spoke with top U.S. officials along with the Russian ambassador to the U.S. Although drone strikes on Russian territory in Crimea have now become a near daily occurrence, it was not the case late last year. Moscow painted the peninsula, annexed from Ukraine in 2014, as a red line and threatened nuclear repercussions should it be attacked. In the early months of the war, Musk's Starlink satellite internet service became a lifeline to war-torn parts of Ukraine that lost connectivity due to heavy bombardment. But the alleged use of the technology in combat operations appears to have changed that relationship. Starlink was not meant to be involved in wars, Musk told Isaacson, according to one of the released book excerpts. It was so people can watch Netflix and chill and get online for school and do good peaceful things, not drone strikes. What did you think people in a war zone were going to do with the internet access you gave them? If not fight back against the people invading their country. Oh my god. Yeah, look, it was meant for Netflix and chill, bro. It wasn't meant for illegal activity. No, that is a direct quote. This is a direct quote from the book. that he gave a biographer access to. But you mean someone would do that? Just build a satellite to use for war? That's crazy, bro. What do you mean some of the things we've shot up into space could be used for destructive purposes? It's not the first time Musk's actions have raised the ire of Ukraine and its supporters. Last October, Musk asked the U.S. government to take over funding his Starlink satellite network in the country, saying it has cost SpaceX $80 million and would exceed 100 million euros by the end of the year. But following criticism, the tech mogul backtracked and said he would continue to fund the service for free. In June, the Pentagon agreed to purchase Starlink satellite internet terminals from Musk for use in Ukraine. Musk also triggered a wave of condemnation when he suggested in a Twitter poll late last year that Ukraine should cede Crimea to Russia and make other concessions as part of a peace deal. Former president and deputy secretary of Russia's Security Council, Dmitry Medvedev, praised Musk's decision not to allow Ukraine to use Starlink for the attack last year. If what Isaacson has written in his book is true, then it looks like Musk is the last adequate mind in North America. If that is even remotely true, we are fucked beyond belief. Oh, sorry, I didn't get the last part of the quote. Or, at the very least, in gender-neutral America, he's the one with the balls, Medvedev added. Oh, God. The Russians are so unserious about Elon Musk that not only could they not bring themselves to call him smart and, like, play to his ego, they took the opportunity instead to shit on trans people in America. Amazing. Amazing. It's almost like, I don't know, it's almost like Russia's very transphobic or something. Okay, and one last part of this story. Here's a, I'm just gonna quote Dylan Burns, who's friend of the show, Dylan Burns, former host of the Hippy Dippy debate panel. And who is currently on the ground in Ukraine, covering the conflict. Here's what he has to say. Okay, he retweeted a correspondent for the outlet FT, the Financial Times. I don't know why I said FT. He quoted a correspondent from the Financial Times who said, Musk gave biographer confidential texts from Ukrainian Deputy Prime Minister Mikhailo Fedorov without seeking permission, revealing exchanges over the entrepreneur restricting Starlink service to thwart Kyiv's military. Dylan adds here, Elon Musk has managed in under 2 years to completely 180 his image among the Ukrainian public. At the start of the 2022 invasion, after sending Starlink terminals to Ukraine, Ukrainians loved the support. He even got his face on a billboard in Odessa with other celebrities that supported Ukraine. Now, outside of a few guys in the tech sector, most Ukrainians are fed up with him. From him lying about his call with Putin, his childish peace plan proposals, and him cutting Starlink services for soldiers actively fighting in battles on the front without warning, he has spoiled his reputation here. They even took down the billboard with his face on it. He is not a peacemaker or a diplomat or Tony Stark saving the day. He's another tech bro who thinks he has the solution to everything, even problems he doesn't fully understand. Which is absolutely true. That it is a spot-on analysis from Dylan. But also, like, again, it is the audacity of a capitalist dipshit to look at this as an opportunity to hawk his Starlink technology, his goods and services, and to use the suffering of a country to do so. And not only that, but to actively take steps to prolong their suffering. and then have the audacity to be like, oh, well, you guys just didn't think to try and broker a peace deal. As if all the countries involved don't have constant communication with each other to try and bring an end to this conflict. It is the same as lefties who are like, you know, I don't support the war in Ukraine because I really think we should be coming to a peace deal. I really think we should be putting strings attached to the stuff we're sending to Ukraine. We do have strings attached. We are in the process of negotiating. It's just that the Russian end of the negotiation is give us all of Ukraine and the Donbass. And also, you know, it'd be really nice if you unilaterally surrendered and just gave us all of your territory. This is not a proposal that Ukraine or Ukrainians can do. They can't surrender their entire country to a dictator, an authoritarian dictator who is invading their country purely for blood and soil reasons. Like, Putin gave a speech where he essentially said, we're rebuilding the Soviet Union. We need to recapture the glory of the empire. So it's so frustrating. It's so frustrating to see this recycled and rehashed over and over and over and over again, and that still see he has so many sycophants who are absolutely up his asshole, saying that, oh, he's just such a brilliant little tech guy. He's such a brilliant little tech rascal. When the reality is he's just a dipshit suffering from the same mental anguish and inbreeding that the Habsburgs did, you know? Hello, Raiders! My dude, thank you so much for the raid. I hope you had a great stream. Welcome, Raiders. My name's Riverboat Jack. I talk about the news and politics. And I'm talking about a lot of different things. We have so much content to cover today. We've been going for 4 hours, but we're going to continue going strong. How y'all doing? What'd you guys talk about? Hello, Emmy Cakes. Hello, Firehawk Siren. Hello, Tanuki Not Kintama. Hello, Hewitt. Hewitt. I'm going to go with Hewitt. Hello. Howdy. How y'all doing? Hey, Chaotic Kitten. Also, if you want to be in the if you want to be in the on-screen chat, you can come to riverboat.gg and participate over there. But up to you. You look really nice today. Thank you. Chat unlocked my makeup, and I don't know. I just took this really plain kind of Wednesday Addams style dress and put a little bow on it. It makes me even fancier. What'd you guys talk about on the stream with my dude? Katie Cat, hello. I'm glad you like it. Looking forward to my first bowl of borscht in Kyiv again once the war is over. There, I got it out. Hey, Trans Girl Jade, how you doing? I've just been raging tonight. There are so many news stories going on that are making me mad. I gotta be completely honest with you guys. I did not anticipate the Jimmy Dore Cornel West interview to make me as mad as it did. But even though it made me furious, the fact that it ended with Jimmy Dore hawking brain pills and like COVID like natural remedies and saying that dandelion extract cured his friend of cancer was kind of a chef's kiss. Like, I felt like that was like some sort of karmic justice happening, you know? Hey, Cather Queen. Clearly, you guys will have to fight to the death. I'm sorry. The spears are in the corner of the room. I'm good. Best of luck to the winner. Jimmy Dore is gonna make money getting people killed. Oh, he's not going to. He is getting money getting people killed. Like, one of his primary political positions is to get people to not believe medical science. So, you know. All right. Let's... Oh, one last thing. Kind of the cherry on top of all of this. Elon Musk is now saying that he bought Twitter because his daughter was trans. I kid you not. I kid you not. From the Telegraph, Elon Musk reveals Twitter takeover driven by woke mind virus that infected his trans daughter. Tech tycoon uses interview to open up about his battle for social media giant, as well as his concerns at full communist family member. He's literally saying the reason he blew tens of billions of dollars is because his trans daughter fucking hated him. He's like, oh, it's Twitter's fault that my daughter is trans. Time to blow $20 billion. I thought it was an exaggeration. Nope. She went beyond socialism to being a full communist and thinking that anyone rich is evil, Musk said. Which is... frankly funny as fuck. If anything, hats off to the daughter of Elon Musk. I don't know what her name is, or I would say it, but I think she has single-handedly redistributed more wealth than most human beings do in their entire lifetimes. Like she has absolutely shifted billions of dollars around, and that is honestly hats off to her, you know? Elon Musk's trans daughter single-handedly revealing that he is not a smart businessman. He doesn't have coherent plans. He's just like, that thing bad. I'm a destroy it. And that's what he did. And instead he just tilted against windmills, and he's currently bleeding out all of his monetary worth. It's evaporated. Yeah, but you know what? I think Elon Musk having $20 billion evaporated from his net worth is probably a net benefit for society. Honestly, she's the real hero. True. Now if she can just get him to, like, I don't know, try and buy Facebook or something, and have him run both social media sites into the ground, and evaporate the rest of his wealth until he's like, I don't know, he has like $10,000 to his name. Let's go. Daddy issues, except he's the dad with issues. Yeah. Honestly, Tanuki, not Kintama, that's the vast majority of trans girls out there. We have daddy issues, but it's not our issues with our dads, it's our dads' issues with us. Isn't Facebook owned by Google? I don't think so. I think it's its own thing. It's under the Meta umbrella. Zuck isn't that dumb. Yeah, Zuck would probably do it, but it'd be contingent on Elon Musk fighting him. And I still want that to happen with every fiber of my being, because Mark Zuckerberg, for all the fact that he is a lizard person, would absolutely beat the shit out of Elon Musk. It'd be such a great fight to watch. It'd be so cathartic. Threads is Google. Threads is Instagram, which is Facebook, which is Meta. So Threads isn't Google. BJJ chops? What is BJJ? For real, my dad blocked me on social media and I don't talk to him because of his anti-trans posts. Yeah, my position is somewhat similar, in which I would probably block my father from having any contact with me, except that my mom is married to him, and my mom is nice to me, but my dad is not. Zucker has done video in the gym doing jujitsu. No, real talk. Mark Zuckerberg is built, okay? Like, we all think of him as like the nerdy dude. But like, I'm sorry. Look, I'm sorry. This guy who's been training with these two guys would beat the shit out of Elon Musk, okay? Mark Zuckerberg would annihilate him. Smoking those meats. Dude, Zuck is stacked. Well, you know, it turns out when you're a billionaire, you actually have time to, like, just go to the gym and, like, have the money to eat right, or, like, pay someone to make you food to eat right. You know? There's a reason Elon backed out of the fight. I would say there are two reasons. The left reason and the right reason. Let's go! All right. We're moving on. We're moving on. We're moving on. All right. Now, you guys voted, when you guys voted, you guys said you wanted Elon Musk content, then you wanted the Vivek content, and then we'll do the, evil content, which is Project 2025. And, trust me, guys, you do not want to miss the Project 2025. It might be one of the most important topics that I've covered on this channel for a hot minute. So, yeah, we'll get to that, but it deserves a full deep dive. So, gird your loins for that one. Also, Tanuki no Kintama, thank you very much for hitting the follow button. I really appreciate it, because we have been teetering on the edge of hitting 9,200 followers on Twitch. And I'd really like to hit 10K by the end of the year. So if anyone in chat hasn't hit the follow button yet, please do so. And if you're over in YouTube or you're over in the riverboat.gg chat, hit the like button on the stream, hit the subscribe button on the YouTube channel. And also, if anyone would like to support me financially, consider dropping some subs or donos, preferably over on riverboat.gg, because on Twitch, I split everything 50-50 with Jeff Bezos, and on YouTube, YouTube takes 30%. Over on riverboat.gg, I get 100% of the money you send my way, so consider supporting me over there. I would very, very much appreciate it. So please consider dropping some donos. Oh, Trans Girl Jade, this is not good. This is actually not going to be brain rot. This is actually going to be soothing pushback on brain rot. So, here we go. So, for some context, Mehdi Hasan has a show on MSNBC. And Mehdi Hasan is, I would argue, one of the best folks over on MSNBC making shows and content and such. And he had a Twitter spat with Vivek Ramaswamy, Republican presidential candidate. And basically, Mehdi Hasan read Vivek Ramaswamy's book and noticed that there's a lot of inconsistencies between what Vivek in the past said and what he says now. And that's very interesting. And Vivek did not really appreciate having to account for his past words and deeds. So let's take a look at it, because I think it's actually pretty fascinating to watch.
Vivek Ramaswamy, thank you so much for coming on the show today. You and I both grew up as kids of Indian immigrants who loved to debate, super confident, perhaps overconfident in our views. But here's the difference. I kind of know my limits. You, on the other hand, having never held or even run for any elected office before, be it Congress or even school board, having not voted in 3 presidential elections in a row, suddenly...
You know, okay, just real quick, one thing that I love about Mehdi Hassan is that he's what, like, every like host on news shows should be like, you know? He should be like, he just comes out of the gate swinging on chumps. Okay? Like he is there, and he's just like, you know, the things you say don't make sense, and you seem to be completely unqualified for this. What do you think about that? And honestly, we need so much more of that in content being fed to liberal viewers. So it's very refreshing.
Now want to be president, go straight for the top job on planet Earth. Your critics would say that's the epitome of tech bro arrogance. What is your response to them? I get that you're an outsider. Personally, I like outsiders. Yeah. But what have you done that even qualifies you to be president of the United States?
So look, Mehdi, I have been taking on bureaucracies my entire life. I took on the bureaucracy of Big Pharma starting in my late 20s. And
I love the fact that he's framing the fact that he owned a pharmaceutical company and grifted an Alzheimer's cure or treatment drug, and then parlayed that to basically pump up the value of his company and then sell it before people found out that the Alzheimer's treatment was bullshit. I love that he's framing that as him fighting the bureaucracy of Big Pharma. Him pump and dumping his pharmaceutical company. Insane. Insane. This guy is a demon.
At a time when I think pharma was corrupt and going in a lot of directions that they shouldn't have been.
He literally made his money on grifting a pharmaceutical company.
I actually built a multi-billion-dollar business developing medicines that pharma had abandoned. I took on the ESG bureaucracy, competing with firms like BlackRock, State Street, and Vanguard to build a successful firm called Strive. Yes, none of that is in government, but it is in the private sector. It involves taking on bureaucracies.
Okay.
And that exactly is my mission here, is taking on the biggest bureaucracy of all, that in the federal government in Washington, D.C. And the other thing...
By the way, I do love a bit that Vivek's just completely mask off with what he wants to do, right? Like, his entire position is, well, the bureaucratic state needs to be completely and utterly dismantled, and I'm here to do that. And, like, the bureaucratic state is what allows you to have clean drinking water, okay? The bureaucratic state is what allows us to facilitate, like, the law and criminal justice. It's what allows us to tax billionaires instead of focusing on taxing the poorest people in the country. The bureaucratic state is what facilitates everything that makes America America. And it's wild that they are just blatantly being like, yeah, all of this stuff that allows America to function, we should just gut it. To me, it's like looking at a car and being like, yeah, but this thing would run better if we took out all those heavy engine parts. God. Fish Missile, thank you so much for subscribing over on Twitch. I appreciate it. Thank you for being one of the first people to support stream in like 2 hours. I genuinely, deeply appreciate it.
I'll add to that, Mehdi, is it's not just the outsider pitch. I think we do need an outsider. I think it's good to have a business background. But I'm also an outsider who deeply understands the law and the Constitution in this country. And I think that's the unique combination that actually makes this my calling. And I hope that we're going to be successful in reviving this country.
I deeply understand the law, which is why I want to dismantle the bureaucratic state that allows law to function.
So you talk about your business background. Let's talk about that. You made your name and made a lot of your early big money from pushing an Alzheimer's drug that had already failed 4 clinical trials when you bought it. You then talked it up on CNBC, in Forbes, on the cover. Your company's subsidiary shot up by billions in value when it went public in 2015. But then the drug failed its phase 3 trial on your watch. The company lost 75% of its value in a single day. Ordinary investors like the California State Teachers Pension Fund lost hundreds of thousands of dollars. But you cashed out beforehand via your parent company to the tune of, I believe, over $37 million. Your critics say it's a classic pump and dump scheme. What do you say to them?
I love that he immediately brought this up. Oh god. This is so good, dude. I haven't pre-watched. No pre-watch Arito, by the way.
BWA.
WinB, thank you for the $5 dono. BWA. Also, I need to do a workout stream soon where like every dollar that you donate, I like do like a rep of some kind of exercise. I think that'd be great. We'll try it out, and if you destroy my body, I won't do it again. I'll learn my lesson. Here we go.
Yeah, Mehdi, that's the standard opposition.
Oh God, there was a point in time where I could do burpees. I'm not doing burpees on stream, okay? I did not look cute doing burpees.
Search during politics reading line. Anybody in the biotech industry knows this story very well. 99.7% of Alzheimer's drugs have failed. That's thousands of drugs. Mine was one of them. But the company I founded, Roivant, developed a range of medicines. And the way I made my money was not through the failure of that Alzheimer's drug. This is one of the pieces of misinformation from opposition research. I could have sold shares in that subsidiary Alzheimer's company, but didn't. So the person who was hurt by that was me.
Hold on.
But
you say this a lot. But you did
succeed.
sell shares in Roivant, and you made $37 million.
And Mehdi,
$37 million.
Mehdi, I think you owe it to your audience. Mehdi, I think you owe it to your audience to be accurate. That is shares in a different company, not Axovant. And those shares that I sold are worth. And those shares are worth dramatically more today. So I would have made more money had I held on to those shares. So don't believe what the opposition research purveys through the media.
It's not opposition research. We looked at your tax returns, which you very kindly have released.
Yeah, exactly.
And you
which I voluntarily released.
Oh no, the consequences of my own actions. You weren't supposed to read the tax returns that I released. And it was just supposed to be good PR. No!
Because I want to be transparent.
You made $300,000 in 2014 on capital gains. In 2015, after the IP,
he made 300. How old is Vivek Ramaswamy? He's really young. Vivek Ramaswamy age. He's 38 years old. So in 2014, just real quick mental math, okay? He would have been 24 years old. I cannot imagine making $300,000 in capital gains income. And again, that's in capital gains, meaning that's money that he was able to have invested and then was getting that $300,000 back as a return. That is crazy. That is crazy. Oh, Midnight Null Night. I did do burpees well. It's just not an attractive thing to do on stream, and I'm not going to do it because I'll do like 10 of them and be dead.
IPO of this Axovant, you made $37 million in capital gains. Yet others didn't make that kind of money.
After Mehdi, give me a break. After Roivant, the multi-billion-dollar business that developed 40+ medicines, yes, I sold shares in that business, if I may actually.
Yeah, you sold the shares right before it was revealed that the Alzheimer's medicine that was completely dependent for one of your most valuable companies was revealed to not like actually work, and like the entire company got destroyed as a result.
Allow you to know how I made my money. Developed 5 FDA-approved therapies that are now FDA-approved today.
After you sold
one
the
of them is a life-saving therapy in kids.
When you were CEO,
Another one.
Vivek the Cake is trying to weasel out of this. This is pretty great.
They were FDA, actually, over the time that I developed them, we took them all the way through phase 3, and then we did a $3 billion deal that actually.
They were approved a year and a half later after you sold the company.
Yes, so Mehdi, I'm not going to.
Tanuki, not Kantama.
Yeah, I'm not going to fault you for not knowing the first thing about biotech because that's not your job. But getting through phase 3 is the final stage of clinical testing before you hand in the application.
Well, frankly, Vivek, it's also not your job anymore. Because you sold out right before it was revealed that your premier therapy was not something that worked, and that's probably something you knew about ahead of time. Just throwing that out there.
Yes, my company did a $3 billion deal that actually did make money.
Wait, his father was a doctor and his mother was a doctor. His father was a bioengineer?
for those shareholders. And so, yes, I have built Roivant's a publicly traded company, nearly $10 billion public company today that I built as the sole founder from scratch, as one of several companies that I've built. So, yes, I have a business record that I'm proud of and will equip me to lead this country.
You mentioned stage 3 trials. The Alzheimer's drug failed it after you did a lot of touting of it. You say 99.7% failed. You never said that at the time. Do you have any regrets about how you hyped that drug?
I did say that.
CEO of Roivant said this week that you hyped the drug. Do you regret hyping it?
We did not hype the drug. To the contrary, actually, one of the things...
We didn't hype the drug. It just, and it had nothing to do with the fact that our company value went from $5 million to multi-billions of dollars of value in the space of 6 months. We didn't hype it at all.
CEO of Roivant
one of the things that I found
this week.
It was just a coincidence. It could happen to anybody. I heard about a lemonade stand that got started, and a week later it was worth $10 billion.
Well, I can't speak for what is or isn't. I haven't read any article that you're quoting, so I don't exactly know what you're referring to. The fact of the matter is, though, I have been transparent at every step of the way. Everyone who is in the biotech industry knows that Alzheimer's disease is the graveyard for medicines. But I still think it's an important area of need. And I'll say this, Mehdi, is, you know what? If I serve for 2 terms, I'm still going to be in my 40s when I leave the White House. It is a personal passion of mine to come back and see if Alzheimer's disease hasn't been cured. I do want to play a role in still delivering treatments and cures for that disease. And people who don't take risks, don't achieve meaningful impact, the medicines that I did develop, I'm proud of.
I do have to say, it galls me a little bit that he is saying that the medicines I developed, you didn't develop shit. You owned and paid other people to develop it for you, okay? Like, you weren't doing any of the actual work to make the medicines. You were just moving money around. And then when investors came knocking, like just rolling in their money like Scrooge McDuck.
And you don't get there without having a number of medicines that you test along the way. And the other thing I will say is our success rate under my watch was higher than probably nearly 99.9% of biotech startups in the last decade. So yeah, I stand by that record. I'm not afraid of taking risks. That's part of the American spirit, and I stand by it.
Technically, the successes were a year and a half after you sold the company, but we can...
Mehdi Hassan has the perfect cadence for this conversation, which is just kind of like laughing contempt for Vivek. I think this is perfect. He's striking the perfect tone. I want him to interview every presidential candidate.
We'll get bogged down. Let's talk politics.
Mehdi, that's dead wrong, and I would sorry to say you're embarrassing yourself in front of anybody who knows anything about biotech for knowing that phase 3 trials are the final stage.
Okay.
The final stage, the FDA phase 3 studies succeeded. So you're barking up the wrong tree, but we can continue to move on.
Let's talk politics. We do. We want to talk lots of stuff.
Sure.
You're an advocate, your critics say, of fantasy politics, of magical thinking. They say you propose stuff that can't be done. For example, you said on Meet the Press the other week that if you had been in Mike Pence's place on January the 6th, you would have insisted on first passing a bill that night to bring in single-day voting on Election Day with paper ballots.
That's inaccurate.
Government issued ID.
I never said that night. I never said that.
You what you would have done on January the 6th, and you said I would have done this. And
I said what I would have done differently is that.
Yeah, if you were the vice president, you would have just passed some legislation because that's what the vice president does.
I was precise about the period between, and this is still ambitious, I will admit, but at least let's get my view correct. It is ambitious. Between November 4th and January 6th, I think it was an opportunity for heroism.
Just to be clear, you never said anything about
said it every step.
Let's play the clip. Guys, do we have the clip?
I've said this in countless forums.
Oh, God. Does he have the clip ready? Oh, my God. Oh, get his ass, Mehdi. Oh, get his ass. Hit him with the spirit bomb.
On your Chuck Todd splice script, in all of my written statements and everything I've said,
hold on, we're playing the clip right now.
In that period between the election, here's what I would have said. We need single-day voting on Election Day. We need paper ballots, and we need government-issued ID matching the voter file. And if we achieve that, then we have achieved victory, and we should not have any further complaint about election integrity.
So what would just his reaction here, where he's like trying to maintain like the smiling politician grin, and then he's like losing it. It's great. He looks so pained.
I would have driven it through the Senate. So what would you have done with Mike Pence? You would have not certified the election?
So in my capacity as president of the Senate, I would have led through that level of reform. Then on that condition, certified the election results, served it up to the president, President Trump, then to sign that into law, and on January 7th, declared the re-election campaign pursuant to a free and fair election.
Vivek, not only do you not mention anything about November, but let's say you did do November. That joint session was not a legislative session.
Ambitious.
The vice president doesn't have the power to introduce legislation. Neither party would have backed such a bill.
Oh, come on,
and it couldn't have been passed in a day.
The fact of the matter is,
naive stuff
the
that can't
president,
be done.
The president and vice president absolutely drive legislation through Congress. That is exactly how
but
things
Trump
work.
wasn't doing legislation.
Now,
he was busy pushing the big lie, as you pointed out yourself in your books.
Well,
so he wasn't
and
there.
I wasn't
Mike
the vice
Pence could
president of the
not
United States.
have passed a bill. But
Yeah, but you were asked what you would do if you were the vice president on January 6th, my dude.
And I was not the vice president of the United States. You guys in the media, you guys in the MSNBC crack me up to sort of create a hypothetical situation to say, if you had been vice president, what would you have been doing? I'm telling you exactly what I've been doing, but you're saying, but that's not what Donald Trump was doing.
Well, except that's the entire premise of your presidential campaign, is it not? Exploring the hypothetical of what you would do if you were president. Yeah? Like it's not a ridiculous hypothetical to ask, okay, if this is what you would do as president, what would you do as vice president? That's not a ridiculous question to ask, actually.
See,
this is
Mike
a joke.
Pence asked you,
Let's
hold on,
actually
Vivek,
have
hold
a
on.
substantive conversation.
Hold
Do you want to
on.
have a substantive conversation
Hold
about
on.
what should have happened, or do you want to play a game of gotcha? Because you have the choice. The choice is yours. Do you actually want to have a substantive?
Oh, this is delicious. We still have almost 20 minutes left. This is great. Oh,
conversation.
Yum.
If you do, I'm down to do it.
Will
Do you
you
want a
let me get a
substantive
word in?
conversation? What we need.
You've said substantive 4 times.
Actually,
Can I
if
speak?
you want to get a word in, you know, if you're going to speak the truth and ask a legitimate question, have at it.
I think
Let's
it is a
actually have
legitimate question.
substantive
Multiple
conversation.
people wondered about your knowledge of how Congress works, suggesting Mike Pence, by the way, on the debate stage.
multiple people have wondered whether or not you actually know how Congress works.
Asked you if you would have supported what he did. It's not an MSNBC question. It's a Republican vice president question.
Yes.
So fine, you don't want to answer
And what
it.
I'm
You think
saying
you
is
could have
it
passed
was
a
a
bill.
missed opportunity for heroism, not in one day, but I think that in a period of 2 months. And I think you're a smart guy.
It
You
couldn't have been
understand
done
this.
in a lame duck
There's an
Congress,
American
Vivek. You're
confidence.
a smart guy.
I
You
think
know it couldn't have been done in 2 months.
I think under extraordinary circumstances, in extraordinary times, we have an American Confidence in Elections Act. It's literally making its way through Congress now.
In extraordinary times, I would simply do an impossible thing. Because I am magical, somehow. I have the power of Reagan inside of me.
ACE, I support it. I think if we had gotten that done during that window, further we said single-day voting on
Democrats
election
wouldn't
day
have
as a
agreed to
national
voting
holiday.
ID, and Mitch McConnell wouldn't have agreed to a national
I think
holiday.
Democrats should agree
we can
to
argue
it.
forever.
I
We can argue forever
think
about that.
Democrats should agree to it.
That's a
And
different
that's what I
argument. It
stand
wouldn't
for.
have
I
happened,
think
is
we're
what
still
I'm
going to get
saying.
that done when I'm the president.
Okay.
When
so
I'm
you
the
said
Would he also have decreed everyone gets free chocolate candies and a turkey in every pot like by election day? Like what? Again, if you're just gonna pull random shit out of your ass. He has dementia. Well, no wonder he's so keen to get that Alzheimer's drug. Okay.
President,
So
not
you
in some
make a lot of-
fantasy land where I was vice president in
Got it.
some
So
other
let's-
year in the historical
let's
history.
talk about you as
but
president.
In actual, what I'm running for,
Understood.
this is what we're going to do.
Let me ask a question so we don't run out of time. Please don't filibuster. I just want to ask a question about when you're president, you say you said this is your words, quote, if you want to stay out of no-win wars and make America stronger at home, I know how to get that done. Genuine question, Vivek, not a gotcha. How? How do you know how to get that done? With respect, you've literally never done anything like that in your life. I could go out on the street outside the studio, grab someone. They have as much experience as you do of keeping us out of foreign wars. That's not an insult. That's just a statement of fact.
No, it's not an insult. It's a fact, right? And it is also a fact that everybody else who does have experience in the foreign policy establishment has been sending us into no-win wars for a long time. Both of those are facts. Here's how I would do it. Let's get specific, and I'm glad we've finally gotten to the doorstep of actually discussing a policy agenda. Here's what I would do. Pull Russia apart in its...
Wait. But you were asked about what your policy agenda would be if you were Mike Pence on January 6th, and you didn't want to answer that question.
Military alliance with China. Those two countries are in a military treaty dating back to 2001. That is the single greatest threat that the United States faces. So I would end the Ukraine war on terms that, yes, allow Ukraine to at least come out with its sovereignty intact, which may not even be the track they're on right now. But in return, and also make a commitment that NATO will not admit Ukraine to NATO.
By the way, I like that he just assumes that the United States can dictate the terms under which Ukraine surrenders to Russia. I think there's another country here that has more of a say, and that's the country of Ukraine, which the United States doesn't own.
Conjunction. And by the way, for people in the foreign policy establishment, they forgot that Gorbachev was
a chicken in every pot and a cap in every ass.
made that promise by James Baker in the United States in 1990. Well, so keep our word there, but in return, actually make a hard...
Okay, but basically he's saying that Russia and China have an alliance, and that's scarier than anything else that's going on right now. So what should happen is the United States should force Ukraine to surrender to Russia and give up their territory and sovereignty in said territory, but maintain some semblance of a state. And that would in turn allow the United States to just kind of fuck off, I guess, and ignore world politics. Essentially, that's the argument he's making.
Requirement that Vladimir Putin exit his military alliance
with China
you say this many and remove his Russian military presence from the West.
Russia's not going to do that. Like, our demand will be that Russia remove its military from the West. Like, oh, you mean like Ukraine? No, not that far west. Okay, but like, what about Transnistria in you know the occupied territory in Moldova to the west of Ukraine? No, they can keep that too, as long as they remove their troops from the West. Like this doesn't. This is a child's conception of like geopolitics, at best. And like the other part of it is, China's not going to exit a defensive alliance with Russia.
Wholesome gang.
Kyryu, thank you very much for gifting Chaotic Kitten a sub, and thank you for supporting the channel. I appreciate it, because when you guys give me subs like that, it allows me to buy food and not die, and I appreciate both of those things a lot. So thank you. Also, this is a bit of a tangent, but I recently learned what girl dinner is, and I realized that I've been having girl dinners for a long time. Apparently, girl dinner is when, like, girls just, like, eat, like a piece of toast with, like, guac on it, and then, like, for like breakfast, and then at dinner they have like nachos. Like that seems to be what girl dinner is. I don't know, just the random shit in the fridge, and you're a little gremlin. That was me today. I didn't eat anything until like 6 o'clock, and I had a small piece of birthday cheesecake that I had frozen, and I realized, oh my god, I'm having girl dinner. My transition is complete.
That's the deal that I would do.
Again, the fantasy land is, why would Putin just agree with you? Why? Because you asked nicely, Putin will hold his word. He'll pocket your concessions and not just carry on dealing with his biggest trading partner, China?
Well, here's the thing. I actually think that China shouldn't be his biggest trading partner. I think it's a mistake that we've closed off economic relations with Russia. I would lead both the United States and the West to reopen economic relations with Russia, because Putin does not enjoy being Xi Jinping's little brother. Mehdi, you're a smart guy. Look at what he's done. He's actually sent weapons to both India and Vietnam right after the February 2022 meeting he had with Xi Jinping. There are cracks in that armor, but we need to actually open our eyes to see the opportunity staring us in the face.
We will have to agree to disagree whether we think that you can persuade Vladimir Putin to drop his alliance with Xi Jinping.
Look, if we just remove all of the restrictions, he won't want to do a war. Except we did that. We didn't have any restrictions in place, and then he invaded a country. he continued doing evil shit. Vivek thinks that he can negotiate with a guy who literally has killed people with like radiation poisoning and like put some of the deadliest poisons known to man in people's like underwear to assassinate them.
You've made truth the centerpiece of your campaign. So let's talk about your trustworthiness.
Yes.
For example, when CNN quoted you talking to The Atlantic about 9/11 and federal agents possibly being on the planes, you said the quote is wrong, actually. But the quote wasn't wrong. The Atlantic released the audio of what you saying exactly what they said you said. Let me finish the question.
Let me be crystal clear.
Let me finish the question.
The Atlantic should release the whole tape. They've refused to do it. Yeah.
You said on Twitter Spaces last month that no, you had never supported Bernie Sanders' Masks for All legislation, but you literally put out a tweet in July of 2020 calling it a sensible idea. You also said not once but twice in June and July that the first time you'd ever voted was in 2020 for Trump, but in fact the first time you voted for president was in 2004 for a pro-choice libertarian candidate. How can people believe what you say?
So, Mehdi, let me just go through one by one. The Atlantic, yes, purposefully spliced an out-of-context quote where we have challenged them. They released the tapes. We asked them for the tapes first. They didn't give them to us. They waited then to splice them and release them publicly. I challenged The Atlantic to release that entire conversation. And what was a conversation about how many federal agents were in the field.
You said was wrong. We all heard it. We can play it if you like.
No,
it is exactly word for word what she quoted to you. You said they put words in your mouth.
Look, if you want hard facts, here are hard facts. That day, The Atlantic printed it. I said, that looks like something that never captured the character of our conversation. Can you ask Atlantic for the tapes? They said they would refuse to release the recording to us. So when Caitlin asked me about it, I said, that does not at all sound like the context of what I said. And then, it turns out The Atlantic releases a very, everybody should listen to it.
You're putting words in my mouth.
It functionally sends the wrong message, Betty.
Oh, functionally. Okay. You could have said it's out of context. You said
so badly.
Look, I said it, but, they didn't release the full tape where it sounded better.
Taken out of context that it misled their audience. It was so badly taken out of context, it was basically a lie and it misled their audience. But ask The Atlantic to release it. So my view here is, here's what I've learned, the media distortion filters. Mehdi, if they are going to cut something before and after without the question of what the guy is that came beforehand, come on, why wouldn't The Atlantic? Why are they so reluctant to release the whole recording?
Maybe.
Why did you call them liars when they had a recording of you saying the exact thing that they said you said?
Because the audio they released, you're still denying you said what's on the audio. Okay, let's ask you this question. Is Donald Trump,
it's a
as
joke
you say
that
now,
the media is going to selectively edit this, and this is the way this game is played. Politics is dirty, that's okay, I'm ready for it.
It's not edited, just to be clear. Is Donald Trump, as you say now, the best president of the 21st century?
Of the 21st century, yes,
he was. Let me ask my question. Let me finish the question. Is Donald Trump, as you say now, the best president of the 21st century, who you say you want as an advisor and a mentor if you become president? Or is Trump, as you've said in the past, in your books, on Twitter, a, quote, sore loser who is a, quote, danger to democracy and who did, quote, downright abhorrent and egregious things on January the 6th? Which one is he, Vivek?
So to be crystal clear, between George Bush, Barack Obama, Joe Biden, and Donald Trump.
Let me be crystal clear.
Those are the presidents of the 21st century. Donald Trump is unambiguously, as judged by the results, the best president of the 21st century. Kept us out of wars, grew the economy. I give him full credit for that. I want to build on that foundation and take this country to the next level.
But you've also called him a sore loser who is a danger to democracy. Those are strong words.
Would I have made the same judgments that he has made at every step of the way? No, I will remind you that I am running for U.S. president because I am best positioned to lead this country forward.
Can I ask you what they are, Vivek? Yes. You say he behaved in downright abhorrent behavior that makes him a danger to democracy. What was it that was downright? Tell me what he did that was downright abhorrent.
You can tell by the way that Vivek is on the back foot so utterly and completely here because he's like stumbling over his words. He's trying to talk over Mehdi Hassan. Like, dude is not doing okay. All right, he's taking some critical hits here.
To be really fair to your audience, so on January 10th, 2021, thereabouts, days after that incident, I wrote an op-ed in the Wall Street Journal arguing that censorship was the real cause of what happened on January 6th. When asked in response, somebody asked me the question, are you... That's what I wrote. I'm giving you the facts of what I said. That's a hard fact. That was published in the Wall Street Journal. When pressed on, was that...
Mehdi Hassan just, like, Mehdi knows that he is fucking just beating his ass in the marketplace of ideas.
Condoning what Trump did, my answer was no. There's a difference between a bad judgment and a crime.
And
we
you're
need
avoiding
to
my
be
question.
able to tell the difference in this country.
What did Donald Trump do,
no, I'm not avoiding
in your view, that was downright abhorrent? Second time I
think that the thing that I would have done differently if I were in his shoes
not what I asked,
is
Vivek,
I would
with
have
respect.
declared re-election on
That's
January
not what I asked, with
7th.
respect. I'll ask it a third
That's exactly
time.
the thing I would have done.
What did Trump do that was egregious, quote, downright abhorrent, and a danger to democracy? Can you just explain to our viewers? Your words.
So you're mixing two different quotes. But what did I think was reprehensible about what happened that day? Look, I think that the way a true leader should have handled that situation should have been to actually say, this is me running for re-election, not actually litigating what is already passed and behind us. And I would have done things differently. That is not a crime, though, what he did.
I understand.
And the reason I have been so vehement...
You keep saying what you would have done. I just want to hear from your mouth. No, unless you're scared of him, why won't you say what he did that was downright abhorrent?
I'm not going to let you...
I'm not gonna let you use your interview magic jutsu against me. Ha! You see, I have studied under the masters. I am the fifth Hokage. I have mastered the art of crystal clear. Like, he's so scared. He's so scared.
Together three things from three different places to create a caricature. Do you want to have an actual conversation?
Not gonna let you. Stitch.
Conversation.
Yes, I want you to answer my question, Vivek. Three times I've asked it. What did Trump do that was downright abhorrent? It's a simple question. It's your words. It's on screen. What did he do that was downright abhorrent?
I believe that failing to unite this country falls short of what a true leader ought to do.
Is that the abhorrent thing? He failed to unite the country?
That is why I'm in this race, is to do things differently than any prior president has.
You're just trying to avoid the question at all costs. Okay.
Done them. That's the hard truth. Okay.
And that's what made him a sore loser and abhorrent.
The media
yes, your word.
and the Well, the reality is none of that is a crime. And the reason I have been so vocal, the reason
Mehdi Hassan's like, you really won't say it, will you? That's very interesting.
Have been so vocal is because when somebody actually prosecutes somebody for a bad judgment, and I've been clear.
I understand
he made
your
bad
objections
judgments.
to the
I've been crystal clear.
Is a distinction we have to draw.
Understood. You say you are anti-identity politics, anti-affirmative action in a party that hates the Soros name, yet you accepted a Paul and Daisy Soros scholarship at law school that was specifically set up for the children of immigrants. It was an affirmative action scholarship, and your defense for that is that you didn't have the money to pay for law school, even though you'd already made over $1 million at the time and made another $2 million.
He got a scholarship for law school. He got a scholarship for law school after making millions of dollars. What the fuck, dude?
My defense of that is somebody gives you a merit scholarship at the age of 24, you take it. At the age of 24, somebody gives you a merit scholarship.
He's just so excited to not have to talk about why Trump is abhorrent anymore.
You take it. I didn't say I didn't have the money. I said at a time when I had a lot less money than now, $50,000
you said
was
exactly
still
I didn't have the money
to me.
You keep forgetting your quote. You said, when I didn't have the money.
So Mehdi,
Mehdi,
I made this really easy for everybody. And I did this in the early weeks of the campaign.
Yeah.
I released 20 years of tax returns.
Yes, you did.
Something that no presidential candidate, let alone somebody who's successful in business, has done. I challenged Democrats and Republicans alike, including the Biden family, to do it.
And we looked at
you know
them,
what?
Vivek.
I released it so that you could look at them, so we can have an
Thank you
honest
so much,
conversation.
and I appreciate that.
The funny
Vivek,
thing I've
I do
learned,
appreciate that. It's something Trump should
and I
learn
think that
from you.
transparency is
But
important.
look,
So
here's
it's already open and everybody.
Oh, I disagree, Miss Heyer. Vivek is also terrible. He is an open fascist, and we'll get to why after we cover this when we start talking about Project 2025.
Can see it
Exactly. We have 2009
But the fact
and
of the matter is,
2010.
you know
Hold
what
on.
I would
We have
advise
2000
every
Hold on, you told me to look at them. I'm looking
24-year-old
at
should
them.
take
2009
$50,000. Yep.
and 2010, you made 750.
You know what? I agree with him there. I agree with him. It's the one time every 24-year-old should take $50,000. That should just be national policy.
$50,000. You had the money to pay for law school. You didn't need a Soros affirmative action scholarship that you now criticize.
I mean, none of this is worthy, but if you think it is, let's get to the detail. That was actually the
it
first
is
big
worthy.
piece
You say
of money
you're anti-affirmative action. You took a scholarship for immigrants.
I'm
and their
anti-affirmative
children.
action.
So why'd you take a scholarship for the children of immigrants?
Which falsehood
Good night,
would you like me
Ashley.
to address? The financial one or the one about my views on affirmative action? Because I can go in whichever order you'd like. On the financial piece of it. Not at the time that I had applied for the scholarship that fall.
Yes, you did.
Oh yeah, no, he doesn't have a realistic chance of winning the election. No, but he does have a realistic chance of being included in cabinet positions, which is also still very frightening.
December.
Yes, you did,
On
Vivek.
December,
This is awkward for you because
believe
you
me,
did. I've got the tax returns in front
No,
of my face.
it's not awkward for you.
All right,
Yes,
let's
on
walk
December
me through it.
31st, when the application for the scholarship was that October. Mehdi, you're wasting your time on childish details. In
Go on.
October of
Details
that year,
matter
when I
to me.
applied for that
Go on.
scholarship, and it was, well, guess what? The bonuses that a hedge fund pays, and it's a shame that, again, you don't have to be an expert on this, but if you're going to spout out, you better know something about it. People pay at a hedge fund the bonuses at the end of a year, and on December 31st, that's when I was paid. I applied for the scholarship that September, and I did not grow up in a wealthy family.
Vivek, you made more money the previous year.
I made $200,000 pre-tax or whatever it was.
No, you didn't.
And you know what?
Hold on. No, you didn't. You're now telling flat. In 2009,
you have my tax returns in front of you. I don't remember what I made in 2009.
In 2009, you made $650,000.
Dude literally holds up his tax returns live. That is incredible. That is incredible. Yeah, I actually have it right here. God damn, this is a murder. He brought the receipts. He's pulling out the plastic body bag he packed to clean up. Oh my God, the cleaning crew's arriving. Oh, no one's even gonna know. Mehdi Hassan's gonna get away with it.
In 2010, you made less, $450,000. So the argument that you only made the money pre the scholarship,
I'm sorry. What?
$50,000. So the argument.
Wait.
$150,000. In 2010, you made less, $450,000. So the argument that you only made the money pre the scholarship,
Oh, well, if he only made $450,000 pre-tax, he was basically living like a pauper. There's no way you can afford law school if you're only making a paltry $450,000 pre-tax. You could barely afford to make rent with that amount of money. Jesus Christ, dude. He genuinely is hoping that this is a gotcha. It was pre-tax, though.
Oh, so now we're bringing tax into it. We've been using gross numbers.
Yeah, absolutely.
Vivek, you're wrong on this. Go back and check your tax returns. You made
$50,000 obviously makes a big difference.
And then you accepted a Soros scholarship for $50,000 when you didn't need it.
Well, you know what the fact is, Mehdi, is $50,000 did make a big difference to me back then, and anybody who has a few $100,000 in the bank is going to take $50,000 without strings attached. Take the scholarship. But my question for you is, why on earth are you, as an intelligent person interested in politics, obsessing over a 24-year-old $50,000 scholarship?
I'm interested
it would
in
seem
truth,
beneath
Vivek.
you. We have a country to fix.
That you wear.
Why are you asking me these inconvenient questions?
I'm interested in truth.
And Mehdi,
like
that's why I released 20 years. Mehdi, that is why I released 20 years of tax records. Tell your friends in the Biden administration to do the same thing. Tell your Democrat candidates to do the same thing.
We've gone over time.
We're breaking precedents, and I think it is
you.
pathetic. I just think it is sad and pathetic that that we have important issues to talk about for the future of a country, and you're talking about a $50,000 scholarship in 2010 to go to Yale Law School when I was 24.
If you just owned
this
it,
is pathetic, and is why nobody trusts you guys.
It is pathetic in your view, but you know, you paid paid a Wikipedia editor who then removed it. So clearly it's something you didn't want people to read about. Last question, because we've gone over time and I respect you.
Who also said I was born in India. Who also said I was born in India and misspelled and got my wife's name wrong. So yes, we actually need to correct facts when people are playing this game.
Last question. You want to ask a substantive question? Here's what I worry about most: democracy in this country.
I would love
not just under Donald Trump.
Yeah.
Last question for you: not just under Donald Trump, but under you, people are worried about authoritarianism. You have preemptively promised to pardon Trump no matter what juries of his peers decide, as well as today extending those pardons to January 6 rioters. You've dismissed white supremacists as boogeymen and unicorns. You want to fire at least half the federal government workforce. That's over 1 million people. You want to remove the right to vote from 18 to 25-year-olds. That's over 30 million people. You want to get rid of birthright citizenship. In fact, you refer to voting and citizenship as privileges when they are, in my view and in the Constitution view, rights. It's a very anti-democratic worldview. What do you say to people who criticize you for that?
I don't think it's an anti-democratic worldview. I favor reviving the life.
I don't think it's anti-democratic at all to disenfranchise 30 million people.
Blood of our constitutional republic.
There's nothing more democratic than forcing 30 million people into disenfranchisement and making sure they don't have a say in their government.
Revive actual free speech and open debate in this country. Revive civic duty in this country, something that our founding fathers envisioned. Revive true equality in front of the law, where people aren't.
Oh yeah, no, he's a demon. He's hollow inside, and what lives inside is a demon that lusts for power and money, and that is it.
Prosecuted because of the color of their skin or because of the content of their political views. One standard of the rule of law for everybody. I stand for the founding vision of the country where the people who we elect to run the government ought to be the ones who actually run the government, when in fact most policymaking functions in D.C. are performed by federal bureaucrats. So yes, my standard is, would Alexander Hamilton and John James and Thomas Jefferson and George Washington, would they be proud of what they see today, or would they be appalled? I think if they walked around and saw Washington, D.C. today, they would be appalled. By the time I leave office in January 2033 after two terms...
I think they'd probably shit their pants at, like, the idea of a building that could be taller than than, like, 4 stories, or, like, the concept of cars, or the ability of smartphones to be able to access any information you want around the planet. I think instead they'd probably shit themselves to death again.
Terms, they will once again be proud of what we've created, a government with 3 co-equal branches, not 4, shutting down that administrative state, reviving civic duty, and reviving one standard of the rule of law for all Americans. And that is not a Democratic vision or a Republican vision. That is a pro-American vision that I think can actually reunite this country, which is what I believe I will uniquely be able to deliver as the next president.
Vivek Ramaswamy, we will have to leave it there. Appreciate you coming on the show, taking my questions, even if you didn't like all of them. Appreciate you taking time out from a busy campaign.
Thank you. Look forward to discussing more of the agenda in the future.
Next time, definitely.
Yeah, we'll never see Vivek on this show again. Oh my god, dude. He got manhandled in that debate. You know, he was like a screaming child just getting, like, moved from, like, the high chair into the crib. Like, he was just absolutely decimated. He was scared, he was nervous, he got bodied. Exactly, Winby. Wow. Yeah, look, people like Vivek are completely devoid of actual principles or morals. Vivek's moral system and what he cares about isn't really related to any coherent ideological policy or purpose. Instead, all he cares about is accruing more power, in being able to give the biggest tax breaks to his rich friends, and being able to essentially dismantle democracy and to be able to hold on to power for an indefinite amount of time. It is the wet dream of every dictator to do so, and it is why so many violent coups happen. The thing that makes America special is that our bureaucracy, our democracy, our system of government, when it is working, even ineffectually, is essentially the peaceful transfer of power. That is one of the hallmarks of our system. And frankly, he just wants to get rid of that. He doesn't want there to be a transfer of power at all. That's kind of the main point of his entire thing. Like, getting rid of younger voters. It's so that they don't have to campaign anymore. It's so that conservatives just win elections automatically. Getting rid of birthright citizenship. It's so that they just win automatically. It's bringing back the era of aristocracy are the only voters, you know? It's the undoing of the fourth estate, you know? This is realistically like just going back in time or the third estate maybe. It's just, I don't remember which estate was which. I think the first estate was nobility, second estate was clergy, third estate was the people. Is that correct? I think that's correct. My bad. Anyway. Yes. Okay, cool. So it just seems to me that like he wants the ultimate undoing of the concept of democracy. The very undoing of it down to the bones of it that were established in the French Revolution. You know, it was. It's frankly just kind of unconscionable that like he's just openly pandering to that end. And you know, it's more funny when like some random person in Georgia is making that argument. It's funnier. But when you have somebody who is worth millions upon millions of dollars, who has a decent shot of holding an actual position of authority and power within our government, even if he doesn't win the presidency, that's scary. Having people who are openly hostile to the concept of democracy being given more and more political power is dangerous. Deeply dangerous. Because for everything that people can say about folks like Mike Pence or the generals in the Pentagon, right? They might be conservative, but they believe in democracy. On some level, they believe in democracy, and maybe that isn't true of Mike Pence. I don't know. He seems like kind of weaselly, but it's definitely true of like the generals in the Pentagon, right? And like, it's why Mattis like wrote a book where he's talking about how like he was prepping his staff about how they weren't going to let the fascists win on January 6th. You know, like. Having people in positions of power who are willing to resist an attempted fascist takeover is what allowed us to survive January 6th. It's what allowed America to survive that event. And what we're seeing is Republicans who are making it clear that if a January 6th type event were to happen again, well, they would be pretty okay with allowing it to happen. That's a key part of what they are auditioning for here in the Republican primary. That is a key component. They're making it clear, hey, Donald Trump, put me in, coach. I'll make sure to do whatever you tell me to do when the time comes. So, I know that was a fun interview, but we need to keep in mind that despite that being really cathartic to watch, Vivek, even if he's not close to being president, still represents a pretty big threat to democracy, and his rhetoric is quite clear on that front. Don't forget to take your meds, chat. True. All right, folks, we've been going for about 5 hours now. And if you've been enjoying the show, please remember to hit the follow button over on Twitch, hit the subscribe button on YouTube, hit the like button on the stream if you're watching on YouTube or riverboat.gg. Do the things, because they actually do help, like, get more traction on all of the social media stuff. Additionally, if you've been enjoying the stream, consider dropping some subs or donos, because those are what help me to live and continue to make content. Like the stream, do it now! Yeah. I took my sleep meds, but my anxiety is bad tonight. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, Spectral Pyre. I'm very sorry to hear that. All right. I need to get more water really badly and also use the bathroom. But when I come back, we will talk about Project 2025, which is a Heritage Foundation project. And if that name means anything to you, then you know that it's basically being run by demons. And the plan is to fulfill what Vivek talks about, the dismantling of the bureaucratic state, which would essentially be the death of America. It is the explicit conservative plan, the explicit mainstream Republican plan to end democracy and destroy the United States as we know it. So, I'll be right back. My thoughts on Dr. Pepper are that it's good. I like it. BRB.
Hey, what up? It's me, Joe.
Oh. Well, Paladin, thank you for the $30 donos. Think that $30 dono. I really appreciate that. All told. I don't want to be a jerk, but some of y'all got to help Jack a bit more. Realize that every hour of live stream takes an additional hour of research and prep. Yeah, I honestly, I think a lot of people are just in a bit of a rough place right now, you know? Love the top dress. It's a dress, Sweet Myths, but I did... Oh, hey. I did go and take off my shoes and put on sweatpants, so now it's more like a top. But... Also, I don't know why I do this to myself. I don't know why I do this to myself, but I was wearing these for like the entire time I've been streaming, just because it gives me like more vibes, like just good vibes. It's like these massive Mary Jane platforms. They are badass, little Morphine Annie, and I love them. They're actually also really affordable. They're not high quality shoes, so just let that be known. But they are they're from a manufacturer called Soda, just SODA, and I remember them being relatively affordable, but I got them like several years ago. They go really well with the Wednesday Addams look. Heels on stream, you're stronger than me. Honestly, usually I'm waist up presentable, but still, you know? Yeah, no, and like that's the thing. I think a lot of people are in a similar spot to Spectral Pyre, where like, you know, they're just not in a position to dono, and that's okay. You know? Let's see. LB, thank you for the $5 dono. Bwahahahahahahaha, indeed. And I understand it's hard, but if she produces an 8-hour stream and makes $80, that's $5 per hour pre-tax. An 8-hour stream and $80 would be $10 an hour, but still. You wouldn't let any business pay that as wages. Why pay Jack that? It's really frustrating to see such a good content from a genuinely good person not be rewarded fairly. I know a lot of you are doing what you can. Thank you. Yeah, like, I think a lot of people are doing what they can. And thank you so much for your support, Paladin. It means the world. And also, like, it's, you know, doing this streaming thing so regularly, right? Some days are going to be good days. Some days aren't going to be so good days, you know? It's just kind of the nature of the beast. And I'm really looking forward to, like, getting to a level... Sweet Myths, thank you for the $5 dono! I appreciate it. But I'm really looking forward to the day where, like, I get big enough that...
Maybe talk to some friendos. Talk them into watching the stream. More people pushes the algorithms, gets more people in front. Sponsorships can change the dono game. Thank you.
True.
Smiley face.
And I do have some sponsorships. It's just the last few times we did sponsorships, it didn't really do much, right? Like if the people in chat are already struggling to dono, like trying to sell you guys like HelloFresh is not gonna like help at all. You know, it's not gonna work. But that being said, I'm looking forward to the day. I feel like I am like on the cusp of like breaking out to be big. You know, if that makes sense. Like I just have that feeling. Like the 2024 election is going to come around and more people are going to discover me. I'm hoping that's the case. And I'm going to hope that by reaching out and collaborating more, again, I know Leftist Mafia wants me on. I'm going to be talking with the Humanist Report later this month. But I'm hoping that, like, as we get more people in here, like, it'll be a bit more, a bit less like, oh God, am I gonna make it by the end of the month? You know? To imagine the Play Our Mobile Game streams can push more monies than those sorts of Please Buy HelloFresh stream. Yeah, it's true. The Raid Shadow Legends streams would actually, actually did help. You'd be a great regular on Leftist Mafia. I'd love to do Leftist Mafia. I know that Mike from the Humanist Report invited me on. I just don't know when that's going to happen, you know? Big Time Jack gonna forget about us when she becomes huge. I can't forget about you. I have the offline chat open when I end stream. I just leave the chat open and I pop in and look at what you guys are saying throughout the day, you know? Raid Shadow Legends. And the main thing is it can also be hard to just be like, hey, play this mobile game, you know? Because sometimes a lot of you will do it, and sometimes just like, I don't know, 5 of you do it and like exert yourselves to an insane degree to like try and get those metrics up. And I certainly appreciate it, but like it'd be nice to just like be able to do the ad read and like do the stream and not have you all like punishing yourselves. I still play Marvel Snap. The stream where the Marvel Snap campaign was amazingly successful in getting me to play Marvel Snap. A bit of a help getting through these tough times. Yeah, I think a lot of people are in the same boat. You know, I think rent keeps going up, food's really expensive, and like I think people are struggling to keep up, you know? My unhinged rants when I'm bored at work. Yeah, I love them, GamerG. I love reading what you write in offline chat. Hey, J Victory Official, how you doing? So like I don't blame you guys. And you know, if we have some off days, that's fine. Because I know I'll do like a People's Court stream, or you know what we haven't done in a while, a Kitchen Nightmares stream. And we'll do fun little like fundraising streams. It'll be a thing we can do, you know? And I don't want to put anyone in a bad spot. I need to make a song for Jack that she can play that asks chat to donate. LB, I would unironically play that all the time. I'll put it on the soundboard. I just haven't been at my apartment long enough to actually set up the soundboard yet, which is very frustrating. Yeah, Emmy Cakes, that's the thing. And like I don't need to be Hassan big, but we will be bigger than Hassan one day, okay? I don't need to be Hassan big. I would just like to be like, if I was like 50% bigger, or even just like 100% bigger and had like 200 people in stream regularly, that would put me in like such a different position than what I'm in now. It's hard for me to conceive, you know? I'm barely making it on 2.5 grand a month. Life is ridiculously expensive here. I don't know how you're making it on 2.5 grand a month in California. Like I've seen the housing prices out there and it's insane. Bigger than Hassan, baby! Also, the YouTube channel has just been growing a lot, and I just need to continue cutting content to put on there. And one day, I'll be big enough to afford to pay an editor like a decent wage, you know? Massive, huge love for putting in the time to do stream. Genuinely, I can see the effort you put into it. I'll love you show for chat. You've got a great community. It's amazingly appreciated. Well, Beef Torque Hunk, it's really easy to be amazing to you guys when, like, you guys treat each other with love and respect, and like you're just little sweethearts, you know? Like when people are being shitty to each other, like I try and call that out, and I feel like the people who find their way here and like stick around are people who know how to treat each other with respect, and I appreciate that, you know? I would recommend moving to Minnesota instead of Wisconsin. If you're going to choose between Minnesota or Wisconsin, move to Minnesota. Wisconsin is not a very progressive place. Minnesota is. Marking! Thank you for the $50 dono! You wonderful bean, you. My goodness. Sounds like I should move to Minnesota. Unironically, I know a lot of trans people who have been moving to Minnesota lately. God damn it, Marking, you are wonderful. Thank you so much. Also, I hope you've been doing okay. Haven't seen you around so much lately. Hope things are going well for you. I think Minnesota is what I meant. Yeah, Minnesota is great. And you know what? If you can't manage it for like a year, well, we'll have legal weed in about a year. So, year or two. They legalized recreational marijuana, but it's going to take some time to put out the licenses. So, outside of like, if you want to make like an 8-hour road trip to the reservation areas, that's pretty much the only place you can go. But we have edibles because Republicans accidentally legalized them. So that's pretty fun. One of my former roommates I met on 4chan moved to Minnesota because of the trans rights. Unironically, I know people who are doing it, and I would recommend it. Minnesota is like one of the first states in America to like recognize trans rights legally. Like we've had rights, like protected rights for trans people since the 90s. You did a secret name change? Ooh. I don't know why. Sometimes noises come out of my mouth, and it's just because I'm a silly goose. I would love to try edibles, but I live in Kansas. Is it cold in Minnesota? So Minnesota is both cold and hot. So in the summers, we have days where it gets over 100 degrees. And then we have pretty mild springs and falls, and then we have cold winters. But the good news is that usually means we have like stable ecosystems, so that's good. It can get really cold here, but you know, with global warming, that's going to be mitigated a little bit. Also, winter is nice here. We have the infrastructure to actually account for winter time, which a lot of places don't. So, like, I don't know, when it snows a lot, like, snowplows are on the roads within, like, 2 hours. My thing is, I don't like snow. Well, that would be hard. That would admittedly be hard. But do you like video games? And spending long stretches of time indoors? Because if so, I've got a state for you. All right. Oh god. That's right. Our next topic is just the tab that I labeled for it is just evil. I forgot about that. Snow and ice is the worst when you have actually to drive somewhere to work. Well, like, yes and no, right? Like, snow and ice is terrible if you don't have the infrastructure to deal with it, right? Like, when you get snow and ice in, like, the south, you know, it fucks everything up because there's just no infrastructure to deal with it. In Minnesota, like, the snow plows are, like, putting down salt and sand on the roads, like, almost immediately. So, like, yeah, if you get a snowstorm in the night, you're gonna, like, stay put until the next day, but, you know, you'll be able to drive places the next day. You just have to be a little bit more careful. Up north, we have fleets of salt trucks up at 3 a.m. Exactly. You know, it's not that bad. I want to move somewhere colder because it's super hot here in the summer. Crushed to learn global warming will keep that up, to be honest. I was homeschooled, unfortunately, so I didn't learn about global warming until recently. Oof, Emmy cakes, my condolences. I worked as a camp counselor at a Bible camp. There were a lot of homeschooled kids that came through that camp, and I know exactly what you're talking about. All right, are you guys ready? Are you guys ready to learn about Project 2025? Okay. Time to bring the pain. Oh, wholesome Kyryu, I'm sorry your laptop died. All right. So, there's an organization called the Heritage Foundation. And it's basically a bunch of the most conservative people in America that work together to come up with policy proposals to make America more conservative. And they have kind of been spearheading a multi-organizational push known as Project 2025. So it's not just the Heritage Foundation, it is kind of like dozens of conservative organizations coming together to basically put together a massive set of policy proposals and courses of action that can be taken immediately upon a conservative coming into power in 2024. Specifically with Trump in mind, but other conservatives could also implement these too. So this is something to keep in mind, right? And when I say dozens of other orgs, I mean the Heritage Foundation is like one of the main ones, but there are 70 other conservative organizations coming together and working on this, right? This is not a small undertaking. And their goal is to dismantle the American bureaucratic state. All of the rules and regulations, all of the different bodies of power that are balancing different aspects of our capitalistic system or protecting our social safety net, they want to gut all of it. Not just some of it, not just little changes here and there that will affect like small groups of people, but all of it. And there is a nearly 1,000-page guidebook that they have put together detailing all of these proposals that they would like to make. They are essentially arguing that this is their path forward to fighting back against the deep state. And again, the deep state is essentially the conservative term for bureaucracy. You know, the pencil pushers who survive between administrations, regardless of their political affiliation, because all they're doing is filing things in cabinets or filling out forms, etc. They're doing the grunt paperwork of making our country functional. And what they want to do is essentially purge at least 50,000 federal workers and replace them with MAGA army recruits. Okay? This entire plan revolves around trying to make sure that they have systematically put their guys in positions of power in order to undermine and disempower democracy. The Project 2025 includes policy agenda. It includes a transition plan, basically a layout of how the first 180 days of the presidency can go. It also includes like proposing like people to replace the 50,000 workers that would be fired in this purge. And this is their plan. When Elon went and interviewed experts on democracy and governance, those experts responded that Project 2025 is an authoritarian attempt to seize power by filling the federal government, including the Department of Justice and the FBI, with unwavering Trump supporters. Basically, they want to weight the bureaucratic system of checks and balances to be entirely in favor of MAGA, to be part of the Trump cult. They want to they want to topple our democracy. That's the point. Right? It's scary. This is an actual plan that they are intending to act upon. So, Salon writes, one of the most important bulwarks of democracy is the career of federal civil service. Civil servants often have decades of experience inside their agencies and provide knowledge of policy and law in the federal government that enables them to serve the public. However, this is really important. They can't just be replaced like cogs in a machine because they have often specialized knowledge of how the bureaucracy works. Right? So if you just get rid of these people, suddenly there is a complete void of expertise, of ability within these agencies. And if you are systematic in who you are removing, you could in fact cripple entire sections of the bureaucratic state. You could cripple the EPA, the FBI, our justice system. You could take control over the NSA and abuse the power that affords you. You could, I don't know, put a bunch of Trump loyalists in charge of different parts of the system, in which case if there was a democratic crisis, like the kind Donald Trump deliberately tried to start in 2020, well, then you know who everyone in the government is going to capitulate to, because the people in power have been meticulously placed there by conservative think tanks. This is... I don't want to mince words on this, guys. This is an open and blatant attempt to end America. It is them announcing their plan to destroy the ability of America to function. Literally, the only thing that would be functional if they got into office would be police, would be the military. They want to hollow out America until there is nothing left except for the jackbooted thug. That is it. They want to have America operate as an occupied territory by militarized police and by the militarized military. Now, I'm going to read to you here a quote from Paul Dans, the director of the 2025 Presidential Transition Project, which is Project 2025. He says, "We need to flood the zone with conservatives. This is a clarion call to come to Washington. People need to lay down their tools and step aside from their professional life and say, this is my lifetime moment to serve. Basically, they want to bring a bunch of ideologically motivated chuckle fucks who don't know what they're doing and who will be yes men to head different portions of the U.S. government. This, by the way, is exactly what we've been talking about when we talk about how Donald Trump, and more importantly, the savvier people around him, the conservative think tanks, the conservative politicians who actually know what they're doing, they learned from his last administration. They learned from January 6th. And Project 2025 is essentially their answer to January 6th, to the failed coup attempt. And their answer to it is to do it better, to do it in a way that is less likely to fail. Okay? Yeah, conservative think tanks have been absolutely shaping U.S. policy for, like, over 50 years. Absolutely, absolutely. But this is unprecedented. I don't want to give off the impression that this is just average run-of-the-mill Heritage Foundation shit. This is essentially the Voltron. This is the Avengers of Heritage Foundations. It's every single major conservative think tank coming together under the banner of the Heritage Foundation and saying, this is our plan should conservatives win the presidency in 2024. Okay? Here's their website. It's just project2025.org. Building now for a conservative victory through policy, personnel, and training. And we'll watch this, by the way. Paul Dans went on C-SPAN and basically laid out the entire project for like 30 minutes or so. But policy agenda. Yeah, they have just a massive book of mandate for leadership for 2025. This book is an invitation for you, the reader, Mr. Smith, Mrs. Smith, and Miss Smith, to come to Washington or support those who can. Our goal is to assemble an army of aligned, vetted, trained, and prepared conservatives to go to work on day one to deconstruct the administrative state. They aren't even trying to hide that their intention is not to make the administrative state work better. It's not to provide more goods or services to voters. It is simply to destroy the functionality of our government. This book is the product of more than 400 scholars and policy experts from across the conservative movement and around the country. Contributors include former elected officials, world-renowned economists, and veterans from 4 presidential administrations. This is an agenda prepared by and for conservatives who will be ready on day one of the next administration to save our country. The Heritage Foundation is once again facilitating this work, but as our dozens of partners and hundreds of authors will attest, this book is the work of the entire conservative movement. So again, this isn't like, this isn't a situation where, oh, you know, this doesn't represent the mainstream No, this absolutely represents mainstream conservatism. This is where the party is. Where the mainstream conservative party is right now is in favor of destroying any functionality that the American government currently has, outside of its ability to kill you. The next conservative president will enter office on January 20th, 2025 with a simple choice, greatness or failure. It will be a daunting test, but no more so than every other generation of Americans has faced and passed. The conservative promise represents the best effort of the conservative movement in 2023 and the next conservative president's last opportunity to save our republic. Yeah, taking the reins of government. Just, man. Okay. I think I might read this off stream and try and synthesize it for you guys. because it's going to be a long read, but we'll go over this Paul Dan's interview. And fuck this guy.
.org.
Washington Journal continues.
We are back with Paul Dans. He's a former administration official in President Trump's administration, and he'll be discussing the 2025 Presidential Transition Project, which is a policy vision for a potential Republican presidential administration. So, Paul, let's start here. And you're with the Heritage Foundation, but tell us about the project. Let's start there. What is it? What is its goals? And how is it being funded?
Sure. Well, just a little bit about me is I am formerly in the Trump administration at the Office of Personnel Management. I was Chief of Staff and White House Liaison. Before that, I had served with Dr. Carson at HUD. But I really am a Washington outsider. I'm an attorney who's practiced in...
Yeah. Dude's a Washington outsider who literally worked in Washington, D.C.
New York. And,
for the U.S. government.
You know, came to Washington interested in politics, but very hard to break in. I came to lead this project at the Heritage Foundation because we're about bringing outsiders into Washington. This is really a plan for conservatives to be ready to hit the ground running day one, January 20th, 2025. And what we're inviting is a whole new group of Americans and inspiring them to come to Washington and serve. This is really the pathway. We've lined up what we believe in a policy book. We are recruiting people into a database. We're training people to tell them how the federal government functions and how they should function in government. And finally, we are drafting transition plans, all with a mind to advance the conservative agenda in 2025.
So beyond the Heritage Foundation, what other organizations are involved? And is it true that your budget is $22 million?
Well,
where does C-SPAN get its personalities? I'm genuinely curious here.
We're now 70 plus of the largest and most influential conservative organizations. Anyone interested can go to project2025.org.
Right. He's upfront and honest because there's nothing illegal about what he's doing. You know? There's nothing at all illegal about his positions, what he's doing, or the plans. You know, there's nothing at all wrong with what is happening. Sorry, 1 second. What the fuck is happening? There we go. Goodness, that was weird. But he's not doing anything illegal. He's not doing anything wrong. You know, like, it's totally legal to just out in the open plot to, you know, hire your guys in the U.S. government.
And in our coalition About Us, you can read. These are all the stalwarts of the conservative movement. It's hard for me to tick off all 70, but you see Leadership Institute, ACLJ, Conservative Partnership Institute, America First Legal, and kind of down the line. But this is a huge coalition, and the movement has never come together before like this to systematically prepare.
So I want to give our viewers our phone numbers because in a minute we're going to open up the phone lines for your questions for Paul Dans or your comments about this 2025 presidential transition project. So you can start calling in now. Democrats, 202-748-8000. Republicans, 202-748-8001. Independents, 202-748-8002. You can also send us a text message, 202-748-8003. But before we go to the phone lines, I want to bring up, as you know, the Associated Press had one of the first big articles about the Presidential Transition Project. And I want to read an excerpt from, if I can, an excerpt from the Associated Press. It talks about your project, and it says in part, The far-reaching effort is essentially a government in waiting for the former president's return, or any candidate who aligns with their ideals and can defeat President Joe Biden in 2024. With the nearly 1,000-page Project 2025 handbook and an army of Americans, the idea is to have the civic infrastructure in place on day one to commandeer, reshape, and do away with what Republicans deride as the deep state bureaucracy, in part by firing as many as 50,000 federal workers. That's a lot in just one paragraph. So, number one, do you think that's a fair assessment of the gist of what you guys are trying to do?
Well, it's probably larger than a handbook, but I would say, look, what we're here is to have a 1 in 100-year chance to really reform federal government. It's broken right now. And what conservatives are doing are actually preparing ahead of time to hit the ground running. This is a very complex government. It's 2.2 million workers, and the president typically only appoints 4,000. That's an incredible management ratio. If those 4,000 people aren't ready to start day one, it's downhill from there. So this project is really to get them in place. You know, it's not firing 50,000 workers, but it's making 50,000 workers accountable to the president.
Oh, yeah, that's so much better. Is just, yeah, let's just have 50,000 people that are directly under the command of the president. Yeah, okay, bud. That seems worse somehow.
Ultimately, our whole government is by consent. You know, it's a government of the consent. So when we send the president to Washington, he or she is working for the people and needs to direct policy through that voice of the people. So the government and its bureaucracy is there to implement the president's agenda, and that's what we're trying to work on.
And so the 50,000, right now, they're federal workers, career service workers that are harder to fire. So part of this proposal is to make them basically at-will presidential appointees if you guys were to have your way. Is that correct?
Well, it's to make them accountable. What
does that mean,
believe it or not, has a dismissal rate, non-military, of under 1%. Think about that. Anyone listening here, think about your company couldn't dismiss more than 1% of its workforce. So you essentially...
Wait. But it's not, oh, well, they can only fire 1% of the workforce. No, they fire so few people because the people who are hired are doing the job they were hired to do. And they're doing it well enough that they're not getting fired for it. Like, imagine this argument. We need higher labor turnover rates. What are you talking about?
Essentially have lifetime tenure for federal employees, which the only way you can manage people with lifetime tenure is measure their performance. But if their performance isn't being adequately measured, they're not going to be responding to political direction. So ultimately what we want to do is make sure that the federal bureaucracy is being directed by the people through the president and his team.
How is this guy the head of this evil project? He's such a mumbly dipshit. Again, fascists don't need to be competent, and this guy is proof.
And as you guys are preparing for this, what lessons did you learn from President Trump's transition that maybe are informing this new project?
A lot. You know, President Trump was an outsider. This is a very insular city, so it's not going to be welcoming to outsiders. Outsiders have to come into this place prepared and know what the game is. You also need to be on the same page. That's why we got together and literally got 400 plus conservative scholars and thinkers, the majority of which are outside of heritage, to literally get in the same room and get on the same page and write a blueprint that's going to tell anyone coming into the administration, this is what the Department of Labor should look like after 4 years of successful conservative governance. This is what an approach to HUD should look like. So it's very important that people initially who come in to serve the president are...
It's weird how he's just not saying many specifics. That's so strange and bizarre.
...are in the same, they're aligned. And then two, you know, it's very forbidding to move down to Washington and crack into this place, especially when you don't have connections. But those are exactly the people we want to make change. We can't have a revolving door of kind of this Washington ecosystem because...
The revolving door of the Washington ecosystem is one that you guys set up. People like the Heritage Foundation foster that revolving door so that they can have more power in government, so that their business donors can have more power in government.
Everyone who depends on this place for survival is not going to move the country in the direction we need it to. There is a blob here that protects itself. So we need to tell people these are the rules of the road. This is, and you have to stand firm when you're going to be pressed. Finally, we have to actually identify the work and make sure we're ready to, almost as if a pilot comes into the cockpit and starts flicking down buttons. We have to do that the second, you know, the president drops his or her hand and says, "So help me God." You know, we take a lot of exception with Joe Biden, but the one thing I do credit his team with was being prepared. So they were signing things all week long, the first week, and we are going to be doing the same. We are now in the course of drafting those executive orders and rethinking and identifying the stuff that needs to come down. We're not.
Yeah, but basically what they're saying is we think Trump is going to be very incompetent and unprepared, so we are going to prepare for him. Here is our wish list of wet dreams that we have that Donald Trump would do for us. We just want him to be able to go and sign all of these things. You know, we got 250 things for him to sign week 1. Let's go. You know, like that. That's what he's setting up here. He is setting up essentially the premise is that, like, Donald Trump is incompetent and can't be trusted to actually do things. And so we're gonna write all the words for him. It's essentially what these foundations do. These organizations, right? It's like ALEC, the American Legislative Executive Council. You know, a conglomeration of different business interests that would literally just write legislation for states to pass, and they did. They passed those states in those states. Like it's just nonstop corporate power grabs. That is what he is talking about here.
Not going to wait and do this in the 90 days between the election. We're going to be doing this as a team, as an entire movement, years ahead.
I want to bring you have the book in front of you, page 555. Here's an excerpt. I want to read it from you because let's talk about some of the policy proposals. So again, this is an excerpt where it talks about the role of the Justice Department. So it says, in politically contentious cases, assistant United States attorneys and other line prosecutors during conservative administrations seek to influence outcomes of cases not because of any legal deficiency in the case or policy being defended, but by refusing to take certain positions. This can cause the department to take positions that are inconsistent with the interests of the president and his appointees in other places throughout the administration. While the supervision of litigation is a DOJ responsibility, the department falls under the direct supervision and control of the President of the United States as a component of the executive branch. Thus, in putting aside criminal prosecutions that can warrant different treatment, litigation decisions must be made consistent with the president's agenda. Again, that's an excerpt from the book, the handbook.
The book.
Can you talk about, it sounds like you guys want to erase some of the firewalls that most presidents have put in place. But
yeah, like this lady is like, you know, we pulled a couple quotes from the website. It sounds like you want to just enable people to commit crimes.
Between the White House and the Department of Justice, making the Department of Justice less independent and more reflective of whatever the president wants at the time. Is that accurate?
Our entire plan is to recenter the government on its constitutional moorings. So, you know, actually, we carry a lot of us the actual Constitution here, sometimes in our pockets. But this, importantly, in Article 2, we have...
Weirdly enough, they've never read it, though.
3 branches of government, obviously, the legislative, the executive, and the judicial. There is now a 4th branch, unelected bureaucracy. That is a recent addition over the last 100 years through Woodrow Wilson, amplified through FDR and through the Great Society. That has now become a thing unto itself. So to get back to the original architecture, this brilliant design of the founders, the president is obviously vested the executive power in a president, and he also is charged with to take care that the laws are faithfully executed. So there, he is essentially the chief legal officer of the United States. The artifice that kind of insulated the DOJ post-Watergate, you know, is a growth of the administrative state. And what you now see is it's one up.
You see, the Justice Department grew after Watergate, and all the crimes that happened to try and overthrow democracy when that happened. But you know, we need to make sure that the Justice Department is weak again, so that we can overthrow democracy.
The Biden DOJ is now purely weaponized against his political opponents. And this is where it's out of control. And Americans are seeing this in real time and getting it.
All right, let's go to the phone lines. Again, Democrats, 202-748-8000. Republicans, 202-748-8001. Independents, 202-748-8000.
Look, it's not that difficult to figure out who stole that guy's Riz, okay? It was clearly his ex-wife.
And 2, our first caller is Gar in Decatur, Georgia. Independent line.
Morning. Happy Labor Day weekend. Question to Mr. Dans. Joe Biden said it. He's a capitalist. I imagine the Heritage Foundation is also a capitalist. What is your group's position on K Street and money is speech? Thank you.
We are trying to deconstruct this administrative state and K Street. Thank you.
What's awful about this is that it really is hammering home the banality of evil, you know? Like, this guy is boring as shit, but what he's talking about is just blatantly evil, you know?
Mr. Goff, for the question. We are really against Washington
Turf Terminator.
Inc.
I
as
appreciate
it stands. There's 50 states out there, and Washington is almost a foreign country. And it is a centerpiece of money and influence and power and media. And K Street is the purest embodiment of that. So as someone myself who has never been part of that kind of financial elite, we are basically more of a grassroots organization. This is the time for Americans, you know, whether you're in Decatur, Georgia, or in Illinois, or everywhere in between, to come to Washington and essentially get this government back. I like to say the lines about this land is your land, this land is our land. I know that anthem where it comes from, but you know, this government is your government. And it's only going to happen when everyday citizens come and take these jobs. What happened with Woodrow Wilson was a new belief in government, that it should be run by technocrats, people who went to very...
I'm sorry. Imagine how deeply conservative you have to be like, and the Conservative Party went wrong when Woodrow Wilson came along and handed the country to a bunch of technocrats, and we've never really recovered from that. Like this is just your grandpa like whispering creepy shit in your ear. The show.
Very fancy schools, and no better than kind of the rest of us. And that grew over 100 years. So now we have people running government, making decisions that affect everyday life, who actually have very little life experience. And, I can say as somebody who went, I have 2 degrees from MIT, undergrad and graduate.
How did you get degrees from MIT when you're this boring? Oh my God, dude.
I'm a product of the American dream. Both of my parents were the first, to go to college. Me and my brothers and sisters were the first in our family to speak English as our mother tongue. If we went to public schools, we've kind of lived this. And by the way, happy Labor Day. I want to also reach out. I was driving in here in the C-SPAN building. People may not realize it, but there is MEBA, and that was my grandfather's union. That's the Marine Engineers Benevolent.
And we will do everything possible within our conservative power to destroy the unions. Happy Labor Day, everybody.
Association. So, that's the sort of folks who were at sea for 40 years, and my grandfather was a merchant marine on the Murmansk run. So these are kind of patriots. This is working stock. We built this country. It's time to come back to Washington and make sure the government functions for us.
All right. Our next caller is John in North Carolina, Democratic line. What's your question or comment, John?
Yeah, my question is, or actually my comment first is that C-SPAN, when Biden was first in office, did a survey of the top presidents of the U.S., and Trump, who was very divisive during his tenure, ranked 41st along with Franklin Pierce. So he and Franklin Pierce share 41st. So you're going to pattern a government, which, by the way, there is no deep state. If there's a deep state, it's Republican-bented.
Oh, this poor good-natured Democrat. You fool. Watching C-SPAN, thinking that this guy's going to give a shit.
For example, Mitch McConnell not allowing
Hey, Surfer McGritty. Been a while. Where you been?
The Supreme Court to even be heard for a year prior to Obama leaving office. And yet when the Ruth Bader Ginsburg died, they couldn't wait to get somebody in there. Mitch McConnell's still in charge. And then the gerrymandering in all these different states, that's the deep state. The deep state is not a Democratic bent. And all of this about just trying to pattern a government after somebody so divisive as Trump. I mean, Trump is the only president who actually had pep rallies, campaign rallies after he was elected. And plus, he led the insurrection. So it's ridiculous to kind of pattern something like that. You're taking away people's rights. You're not doing it for the people.
Yeah, this is why you fascists are fucked. We're gonna be just as boring as you. And you'll die of boredom. Ha 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 ha.
That's just what I have to say. Bye.
Right. Go ahead and respond.
Well, my feeling, thank you to the caller, is, well, I would say yes, Virginia, there is a deep state. Or in the caller's case, yes, North Carolina, there is a deep state. And it's very much, unfortunately, weaponized against conservatives. The federal bureaucracy, the statistics show 80-90% are political donations to Democrats. What we've seen now is actually, I think of conservatives as focused on God, country, and family. And now not government, but progressives spend 24 hours a day redesigning government. Now we see that government is now directed against God, directed against family.
Yeah, that's right. Hop on into the federal government, kids. We're going to kill God. I just can't, man.
Directed against this country. So it's our charge now to get back and take over the government. As far as, conservatives, and there's a conservative deep state, I kind of joke with friends, Hillary used to make the same claim, the vast right-wing conspiracy. And we used to say, ooh, cool, where do I find that? Because there is not. I tell you that conservatives are outnumbered here, I would say, on an order of 10 to 1. And what we're, in my humble opinion, doing here is for the first time organizing, coming together, bringing the conservative movement to basically put down its petty differences and really direct its power and its influence and the voice of the people towards making significant reform in government. And we're a coalition of 70 plus organizations. We invite more to join. We invite all these listeners. If this is appealing to you, go to project2025.org, sign up. We want people to come to Washington, join the database. This entire book, and even the caller can download it. It's free. It's free online. You can read all the chapters right there at project2025.org. And, I'm happy to come back when you've read some of the chapters, but I submit respectfully to you that there very much is a deep state. We saw that in the Russia. We continue to see.
We saw that when the presidential campaign of 2020 was investigated for doing crimes and people went to jail for lying about the crimes.
To see that today. And as far as President Trump, look, he's an outsider. We need an outsider to fix this place. It's not going to be fixed as Washington as usual. So I think, quite the opposite. Is extremely effective, but there's a big task in front of us.
Has your coalition talked about the prospect, talked with any of the other candidates, just in case President Trump is not the nominee and a different Republican wins the presidency? Have you talked with them? Are they willing? And even Trump, are the Republicans running for president express the willingness to embrace your plan?
Absolutely, and I should even back up. Our entire project is candidate agnostic, right? This is for the conservative standard bearer, and notwithstanding what the AP writes is not President Trump's plan. This is a conservative plan. We welcome President Trump, and we welcome any other person who has a bona fide, legitimate, expectation of becoming president, and that goes, hey, to Robert Kennedy Jr. and Tulsi. Even, Joe Biden's welcome to these ideas. We don't have to wait till 2025. If he wants to, straighten up and fly right, he's welcome to it. These ideas are, we as a conservatives came together and we threw down the marker and said, this is what we believe in. And we are making, our book's called The Conservative Promise, because we are promising to you, the C-SPAN listener, you, the American, this is what we promise to do. And these are our plans. And we are going to get people in place to make it happen. So vote conservative, because we are going to deliver. And that's really, I think, unfortunately, what's setting off a lot of the liberal talking heads is the fact that the conservatives are kind of getting their act together.
All right, back to the phone lines. We're going to speak now.
Do you think he wrote this because his wife wouldn't listen to him anymore? I think he's booking the TV interviews because he's very lonely, okay?
With Marshall in Nashville, Tennessee, Republican line.
Hey, good morning, and thank you for taking my call. I would like to hit on just three things. First off, I want to push back a little bit on the dismantling of the government. I don't think it's going to be a dismantling of it. I think it's going to be a stopping of the dismantling of it. It kind of surprised me when you read that page, because when you read it, I said, oh my God, I now know what Mayor Garland and Christopher Wray is doing. They're doing what Joe Biden wants them to do concerning President Trump. This man is being prosecuted by prosecutors and judges across this nation. Every one of them are liberal. So they're doing what President Biden wants them to do, which I guess from what he writes, that's what they should be doing.
Oh my God, it's a conspiracy. Everything makes sense now. Except any of it. This doesn't explain anything.
I kind of disagree with it, because I feel that the rule of law ought to be obeyed before the dictates of a president. I want to ask you, because I know that you're working on the 2025 transition, But are you doing anything to shore up or to make sure that what happened in 2020 concerning the DOJ and the FBI willfully, knowingly, and intentionally interfering with the presidential election? Because right now, they're already talking about COVID. They're already talking about lockdowns. And I'm asking myself, what is the Democrat Party going to pull this time? They can't pull the Russia thing because we know that that was false. They can't pull censorship because they've already done that. We already know that the FBI and the DOJ is working with them. What are your opinions on that? And is your organization doing anything to protect the vote of the American people, all people, Democrat and Republican, in 2024? And thank you for your time.
Thank you for your call. What you're expressing is what all of us feel, really. Many of us. We're you know, a large coalition, so it's not just the Heritage Foundation. Heritage, you know, we are putting the resources forward. We mentioned 22 million. You know, that's aspirational. We are working towards that, but the real value in this are the hundreds, if thousands of people who are giving volunteer time for this effort. So, you know, with respect to what are we doing for election integrity, I think all conservatives have to man the ramparts. And that's not just us here in Washington, but particularly everyone listening to this needs to go get involved in their precincts, get involved in their town, the Board of Elections, and monitor this. Look, it is weaponized from the DOJ. There's a distinction to be made.
Again, the underlying I know that this guy is the most boring motherfucker to ever exist, right? I get that. But he keep in mind what he's saying here is that, yeah, the DOJ is fully weaponized against conservatives, and therefore we need to fix it so that it doesn't go after conservatives. Effectively saying, let's just make sure the DOJ can't prosecute conservatives for doing crimes. The crimes that they're doing.
Between the president, you know, faithfully executing the law, and at the same time taking this prosecutorial function of government and turning it into a persecution. Like, that's never happened in the history of this republic. And we've always, you know, kind of relied on the better angels, if you will, to refrain from that. But, you know, the gloves are off as far as the Democrats are concerned, and it's wholly weaponized. You say, well, why are there all these indictments now? Why did they wait to 2023 when the facts, if you will, should have been known to them as early as 2020? Well, it's obviously election interference. It's on an industrial scale. I think the good news is Americans get it. This is ultimately going to backfire. This is going to be, as I think President Obama used to say, a major teachable moment in American history, where Americans are going to see smack dab how this kind of cabal of folks in Washington weapon.
A cabal of folks in Washington. Interesting choice of words, considering that cabal is associated with Jews. Interesting word indeed.
Nice things to ultimately keep power to themselves and take it away from you guys in the 50 states.
All right, let's go back to the phone line.
Quietly
Natalie
JQing over here.
From Loxahatchee, Florida, independent line.
Good morning. I just want to say, first of all, that I'm a proud independent and a formerly trained PhD in public administration. So my question for Mr. Dans is really about the structural changes that he would like to see in the government. My question is his plan or the plan of his foundation built for sustainability? And as the government transitions in that sustainability, if it changes hands to independent or conservative government, are there enough stop gaps or stop losses built into the plan to say, okay, now the government is moving in a way away from conservatism And how does his plan provide, possible resolutions for that type of situation?
Sure, and thank you for a very thoughtful question. I would first, as far as the plan direct, and I hope you'll find it interesting as a PhD in administration, check out chapter 3 of our book, where we talk about the personnel agencies, particularly OPM. That's co-authored by Don Devine, who some of the viewers may remember as Reagan's first Director of Office of Personnel Management, also my former colleague Dennis Kirk and myself. The point of this is that the bureaucracy, now this is it's on a 100-year anniversary really from the institution of it by Woodrow Wilson, its conception, has gone so far over that it's purely unaccountable to the people. And it's really unaccountable to any political management, Democrat or Republican. And the problem with that is that, like I said, the dismissal rate, part of hiring is also being able to fire. And the president and the people acting through the president really can do neither. What needs to be done here is a recognition that there are certain jobs that, for purposes of sustainability, I believe the caller said, or continuity is what we kind of term the continuity of government, should be superintended by your nonpartisan career public servant. The reality, though, is that there are decisions. These are the things we hotly debate on the campaign trail, and those have to be determined by the president's folks. And if not by the president's folks, by a public servant who's willing to take political direction. And if he or she's not willing to take political direction, they have to be removed from that job. Ultimately, that is what morally underpins our government, that we are consented to govern. We were sent here by Washington, by the people. And if you have a bureaucrat standing in the way of what the people just asked for, that is democracy dying. So what our plan really does is look at those policy positions, the 50 or 1,000 or so, and say they have to be accountable to the president.
All right, let's go to Indianapolis, Indiana now. Stephen's calling on the Democratic line.
Morning. What I'm hearing from your Conservative Heritage Foundation guest this morning is that he or the conservatives want a Republican, Putinist, Stalinist style government in this country. And my belief is that the reason for this new government, as he describes it, is because of the blackening and the browning of America. And the restrictions...
I mean, the caller's not necessarily wrong. It's just not necessarily meeting him where the argument of his policy positions are.
...or people of color to vote. I mean, there is nothing wrong with what is going on in this country as far as the law. Trump attempted to control this entire government and as far as the judicial system. This is asinine, what I'm hearing.
True, caller. True. Well played.
Your response?
Well, it's interesting. A caller from Colorado. I'm the first generation of my family not to grow up in the housing project, and Dan's is obviously a Hispanic name. So my dad, and I don't know if the caller knows where Fort Lupton is. He stood up the first migrant health care clinic, and that transformed medicine. My dad was a worldwide recognized physician who ultimately was on the faculty at Johns Hopkins, and I had the privilege of meeting Dr. Carson when I was knee-high to a grasshopper. So he and Dr. Carson, my dad grew up in the Coldwater Flat in New York, and as I was saying, his father was it.
Man, imagine your dad grew up helping immigrants as a doctor, and you become a Republican. Holy shit, dude.
See, this Trump, what the caller's labeling Trump, we are the people. We are brown people. We are black people. And our coalition is the Frederick Douglass Foundation. There's Project 21. This is going to...
Like you become one of the guys synonymous with the party that is putting like barbed wire wrapped buoys around like across rivers in order to drown and rip apart like women and children coming over the border. Yeah, good job. Good on you, bud.
Going to be a coalition of the willing who are ready to stand up and kind of say, take back America from the elites. As far as a Stalinist America, you look at Joe Biden, he's the one putting down...
I mean, people who can be Hispanic and have surnames that aren't Hispanic. That's a very plausible thing.
Down vaccine mandates. He's the one compelling federal workers, the armed forces, to take the jab or to police speech.
Take the jab.
As far as authoritarian, President Trump had appointed me to be president of, rather chairman of the National Capital Planning Commission here in Washington, and President Biden exercised his powers to remove me three weeks into my term. That never happened in Washington. He removed hundreds of other appointees. So the flex, if you will, is Biden's. We are only now catching up to it, and you know, two can kind of play that game. But to be sure, we are going to take the full powers of the president under the Constitution and exercise them on behalf of the people.
I want to read you something we received on Twitter from Chris in Sussex, New Jersey, who writes, the origins of U.S. civil service laws began with the assassination of President Garfield. What you are proposing is a return to the partisan government culture which led to his murder. We need less partisan influence in government, not more. This plan, Will, is hyper-partisan lunacy. And before you respond, just...
Yep, 100%. Give whoever sent that a raise.
For background, which I'm sure you already know, but for those at home who don't, this is from the National Archives website. It's about the Pendleton Act of 1883. It says, approved on January 16, 1883, the Pendleton Act establishes a merit-based system of selecting government officials and supervising their work. Following the assassination of President James A. Garfield by a disgruntled job seeker, Congress passed the Pendleton Act in January of 1883. And it says the Pendleton Act provided that federal government jobs be awarded on the basis of merit and the government employees be selected through competitive exams. And you can read more about the Pendleton Act. Again, this is archives.gov, the National Archives website. So what is your response to Chris, who says getting rid of this or decreasing the number of civil service employees is a return to partisanship that the program was created to avoid?
Well, you know, Chris is right historically, but he needs to catch up on what happened in the last 100 years. We no longer have a merit system in place. Essentially, there is no civil service exam, Chris. People are recruited here almost generationally around Washington. As I mentioned before, 99% of the people essentially have lifetime tenure in the government. It's impossible, dare I say, to remove a bureaucrat short of them, you know, running around the office naked. And even there, they probably just go into a rubber room for years. So, you know, the flip side.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure this guy is just kind of making shit up at a certain point here.
Of political influence is accountability to the public, and that is now gone. And you have people like, you know, Dore or the FBI lovebirds, like essentially saying they're the charge of the United States and they're going to determine presidential election outcomes.
Again, this is hyper-partisan lunacy. You know, like, oh, the real people deciding the outcomes of it's not votes, it's, you know, the deep state.
And use the power of their office. So we have a lot of wayward bureaucrats, and it's really harming the public. These jobs here in Washington, the average pay is well above $100,000. They have gold-plated health plans. They have.
Yeah, because we all know people who work for the federal government all live in Washington, D.C. It's not like they live elsewhere. Nope, no sir.
Pensions, which are cost adjusted over time. None of this is enjoyed by folks in the private sector. You know, I was an attorney in New York. Every morning I got up, I had to perform, or you know, I could be excused. But the federal bureaucrat coming in.
Yep, as we all know, if you're hired by the government, you can just not do your job. You can just show up and play Tetris all day. That's how that works.
For the most part, doesn't face that kind of pressure. And what's more
hey,
is
Alanita Express.
that they kind of work together to exclude outside direction. And that can't be said of all. There are, to be sure, a large swath of dedicated public servants. And to them, I also say to you, to them, it's like we're trying to make life better for you. Because if you've ever been in a large organization and seen a loafer or someone not pulling his or her weight and they're getting advanced, that's really frustrating to the quality individual. So this reform that we're talking about needs to happen. Yeah, Teddy Roosevelt was a big reformer. And we take a lot. This is the arena, and we're going to, back to our caller there in Tennessee, we are not going to dismantle the federal government, but we're going to do large-scale renovation to it. You know, this city on the hill that we've been building, it needs to get rebuilt, and it needs to be built better on its constitutional architecture.
All right, back to the phone lines. Carol in New York, Democratic line.
I have a question about your funding of who supports your group, because from what I've read, you're a climate denying organization and you get billions of dollars from ExxonMobil, and you just don't care about the environment. You're opposed to every clean energy thing. So that's, to me, if we don't have a world to live in.
God bless the good-hearted people who call into C-SPAN.
That's just the end. I mean, anyway, tell me if that's true or not. Do you get $413 billion from Exxon?
No, we don't get that. You know, we're actually supported by grassroots callers like yourself.
Bullshit. I'm sorry, unless your grassroots callers are you know, goddamn Koch brothers over here.
It's a great misconception. You know, the energy lobby is, if anything, supporting a lot of the Green New Deal. Ultimately, they want to have a monopoly on energy, whatever the case may be, and the constricting of it. I think what's really
Justin freaking
dangerous,
used to call into C-SPAN. I can see that.
And respectfully, a lot of this can be mischaracterized as hyperbole, but the way the energy lobby and kind of the Green New Deal is headed is really to the inurement of those billionaires, the guys who are not listening to C-SPAN, the people who rather are awakening in Martha's Vineyard and various beach resorts this weekend. Those are the people flying in and out of the private jets, hobnobbing with John Kerry, who are coming up with these plans.
And as we all know, that's all the average working people of Washington,
Plans to build more Chinese windmills and solar panels, and basically do away with the combustion engine. Who's gonna feel the brunt of that? It's gonna be.
Yep, no more combustion engines. That's Joe Biden's America. What the fuck are you talking about, dude?
The mom and pop voter. It's gonna be the nurse who has to drive 50 miles to her job. This great inflation that we see every day you go to the grocery store. Where does that come from? It comes from the increase in the price of energy, which is the biggest determinant. And I can say this.
It's not actually that it's neither the biggest determinant nor where most of the inflation is coming from right at the moment. What does hobnobbing mean? I don't know where it came from. I don't know the etymology, but hobnobbing is just like, you know, rubbing elbows with the elite.
As someone who studied economics at MIT, at the tutelage of Nobel Prize winners. It's a very complex equation to balance, and a lot of what's being thrown up right now is neither going to be effective, and it's going to be potentially disastrous. And we're talking about putting more cars on the grid at the same time taking the energy off the grid, all the while China and other nations are continue to build coal-fired power plants. So, and Canada burns its forest. So whatever good people think is being accomplished is really making a lot of Washington-connected people extremely wealthy. And for us in the long term could be disastrous.
Let's go to Durham, North Carolina now. Anthony calling on the independent line.
Yes, Mr. Dans. Good morning to you. I'm curious why or how do you feel that the January 6th insurrection or treasonous act that was perpetuated against the state capitol, the federal government and the people of America, how you feel like that was not an actual treasonous act and it has been exacerbated by the Democratic Party when it was perpetrated by the vast majority of the Republican Party?
I don't think any of us really know what happened yet on January 6th. And
no one really
what
knows.
Happened there with the January 6th.
It's just so confusing. It's just so confusing what happened on January 6th.
This commission was completely one-sided. Ultimately, this narrative is going to collapse. There are some really interesting things that have been kind of suppressed, I think, when you look at the media and what you look at the courts and the Biden DOJ. But certainly, what was the role of the federal government itself in January 6th? I can only say as someone serving at the time, and watching in the summer of 2020, the White House get ransacked. And we were literally trying to do our jobs, and we were told we had to go home from our federal buildings routinely because of protesters. They would clear out people from the Treasury Department. This part of the story isn't really told, that the government got shut down in the summer of 2020. And, as far as
Did they invade the Capitol building in 2020? I don't recall that, actually.
Who's responsible? We do have a First Amendment, and that applies equally to the president as, the person, the custodian in the White House. So to be able to speak freely, to petition your government, these are key rights. And I think a real, intellectually honest examination of the events of January 6th is going to tell quite a different narrative.
All right,
we had to shut down the government because, a massive plague came through. It almost killed everybody.
Caller Connie in Picking, Illinois, Republican line.
Yes. Now, I'm not black, but I am a half-breed Cherokee, a half-breed Chickasaw, and because of one full-blood Hebrew grandpa, I'm also a half-breed Jew.
Half-breed. Okay.
This DOJ, I didn't know anything about the Proud Boys, but the Proud Boys are comprised of whites and blacks. And the black guy Wednesday that the Department of Justice wanted to give 33 years in prison for his participation in January 6th. The man wasn't even at the Capitol on January 6th. They had already warned him a couple of days before that he could not be there January 6th. And he wasn't. This DOJ is flat letting blacks know you don't stand up for Republicans. Now, if people want to go along with this and say, oh, that's great, that's fine. the one shaman that
Connie, we're running out of time. I'm gonna have to stop you there.
We're
'cause
gonna
I
have
wanna
to
give you
talk to you later.
Just a few
Bye-bye.
seconds. Any final thoughts?
Well, Connie, we all want to get the truth of what happened January 6th. There were certainly strange things that the DOJ is not apparently interested in. People taking down fences, people encouraging them to walk into the Capitol with megaphones. When the identities of those people are known, I think we're going to see a lot of different. The unfortunate.
Yes, the weak-willed January 6th, Capitol stormers were simply coerced by the Chad and mentally superior Antifa super soldiers. What an amazing narrative.
Thing is, it does send a message to people that you shouldn't criticize the government. You cannot question an election. You cannot get involved in an election at pain of these terrible, almost political prisoners who are taken now. They're held in solitary confinement, never given a trial date. These are things, had it happened in any other country, our State Department would be roundly denouncing. So I agree. This is the heart. This is why I became a lawyer. This sort of, I have a deep, abiding sense in fair play and substantial justice, and I submit to you what going on right now is a dark history. That said, you got to keep the faith. You got to stand up. You got to keep moving forward and speaking your voice. And I encourage everyone here to do that on a local level and make sure these elections are the free and fair ones that every American deserves, left, right, center.
All right. We've been talking this morning with Paul Dans of the Heritage Foundation about the 2025 Presidential Transition Project. Thank you, Paul.
Thank you to you.
All right. We're going to take a quick break. Later on Washington Journal, Aaron Heenan.
No, we're good. We good. We're done. No, this is an interesting link, by the way. Thank you for sending it over, Trans Girl Jade. Again, like these people, like the Heritage Foundation, and keep in mind, Project 2025 is funded by and pushed by over 70 different conservative organizations in addition to the Heritage Foundation. But it's funded primarily by the Koch brothers, but you can look. Here's a full list of funders. We got the Sarah Scaife Foundation, sending $27.5 million to the Heritage Foundation. You got the Howard Charitable Foundation sending $19.3 million to the Heritage Foundation. Like, it's just organization after organization after organization sending millions of dollars, hundreds of thousands of dollars towards this group. It's deeply, deeply corrupt, frankly. And this project has the potential to destroy democracy. I'm not being hyperbolic. I'm not trying to scaremonger or fearmonger. It's just the reality. This is one of the most dangerous conservative proposals I've seen in a very, very long time. And it's something to be aware of going forward. I'm going to try and synthesize more of this information because, again, like it was said, it's a very comprehensive document. If any of you want to check it out for yourselves, I'm going to copy and paste it into chat. Here you guys go. Post it in all the chats. I came because of Elon Musk. Wow, I didn't know he was a great lover. Sorry. Sorry. But folks, if you've enjoyed the stream, please hit the follow button on Twitch, hit the subscribe button on YouTube, hit the like button on the YouTube stream, and consider dropping some subs or donos, because those help me to live and to not die. And I like doing those things. I came at the wrong time. Bisky, it's okay. It happens to the best of us. Sometimes we're just a little overeager. You'll get it next time, buddy. Hey, Colossus TV. All right. All right. I didn't hit like. I have sinned. Well, you can fix that right now. You could literally right now. You can fix it. All right. I am gonna go to bed because I have a lot of stuff I need to do tomorrow. And I just did a 7-hour-long stream. Thank you all for hanging out with me for the whole thing. It's been lovely to have. I mean, how many people are still here? We got like got 40, 44, 37, and 28. 44, 37, 28. I'm bad at math. This was not a good idea. I shouldn't have split my metrics just because I'm bad at math. Let's see, 44, 27, so 71 plus 28. 90, 99? We got it with 99. You know what? Not too shabby for almost 2 a.m. on a Friday. It's Friday then. It's Saturday, Sunday, what? It's Friday then. Saturday, Sunday, what? All right. Anyway, I love you all. I may or may not be back tomorrow because I realized we made it to the weekend. So we'll see. But I'll probably still work tomorrow just offline. And put up some videos on the YouTube. So remember, hit the subscribe button on the YouTube, you degenerates. And we will raid into Caroline Kwan. Go give her some support. She's out there, you know, supporting the Writers Guild strike and the actors strike, SAG-AFTRA strike. Go. She's great. Give her all my love. Be behaved and be cool and you know, be excellent to each other. All right, bye everybody. Boo doo boo, boo doo boo doo boo, boo doo boo, boo doo boo doo, boo doo boo, boo doo.